Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1344 Ice Road. Putting aside the matter of formation cards for the time being, Yang Kai secretly decided that after going back, he really had to ask Yang Yan, if she could indeed refine formation cards, what kind of formation plates and foundations would she need in the future. Let her refine a few formation cards and carry them with her, so that she can set up a large formation anytime, anywhere. After a while, Feijitu and the others also returned to normal. After a brief discussion, they continued on their way. Passing along the road, from time to time, you can see some aura of exotic flowers and plants randomly planted in the nearby flower beds. Each of these exotic flowers and plants is worth a fortune, and many of them are even extinct. Things look the same as they really are. However, after experiencing the torment of the light-splitting cloud and sea formation, Feijitu and the others did not dare to touch these exotic flowers and plants at will, so as not to accidentally touch the prohibition of the formation. However, Yang Kai had a strong interest in these exotic flowers and plants, because with his knowledge and judgment, he found that these things planted in the flower beds may indeed have genuine products in them. In other words, those things are not all traps, but real rare medicinal materials. But he was not 100% sure, and he was going to rescue Qian Tong, so even if he was a little moved, he could only follow behind Feijitu and the others and move on, ignoring those exotic flowers and plants. However, he silently wrote down the route, and prepared to come here to explore if there is a chance after rescuing Qian Tong, and then to distinguish the truth from the fake. Although everyone was cautious, they encountered a lot of troubles along the way. The restriction formation in this ancient ruins was hard to defend against. Can't see the danger at all. Fortunately, there are two formation masters, Kaihe and Dusisi, who played a huge role in the team. Whenever everyone was besieged by the formation, they would work together to crack it, and the others stood by to guard against the attack of the formation. So along the way, although everyone was in a bit of a panic, there were no casualties, only the old woman was slightly injured, and Yang Kai and Lian Guang's two Saint Kings were well protected and they never encountered any danger. It's a pity that these formations were destroyed, and there were no such things as formation cards, which made Kaihe and Dusisi extremely disappointed. After 3 days like this, a group of people stood in front of a spacious passage. This passage was spotless, it seemed to be paved with pure white jade, and it was spotless, but the passage was filled with a creepy cold air. Wisps of cold air are almost visible to the naked eye, converging into various forms in midair, and on both sides of the passage, there are even more ice cones, which look like mountains of swords, and the ice cones are shining with cold light, which makes people feel hairy. Even though they stood in front of the passage without actually entering, everyone was still affected by the cold chill, and frost formed on the brows and hair. This should be the ice road. Feijitu's face was serious, as if he was talking to himself or telling everyone. It's so cold, how did Qian Chengli get through before? Old Ning Shangchen's face turned pale, and he thought that if he fell into this passage, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture in a short while. Can't get to the end. Although Qian Tong is a strong person in the third layer of Void Return, if there is no strange treasure to restrain the cold here, he would never have thought of bringing that Holy King level craftsman through here. I heard that Elder Qian Chengli obtained a fiery bead decades ago, probably with the help of the power of this bead. The old woman said thoughtfully from the side. Feijitu nodded lightly. That's right, old ghost Qian does have a fiery orb, otherwise he would have retreated when he came here. Having said that, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked, can it work? Quote. Yang Kai squinted at the passage, and asked without answering, does the Lord of Philadelphia know how long this passage is? Feijitu shook his head slowly. The message from old ghost Qian didn't mention it, so I don't know how long this passage is, but since old ghost Qian can lead people through with the help of the fire orb, it shouldn't be too much long. It's fine if it's not long. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. The reason why Phasia 2 brought Yongkai this trip was to use the power of the artifact spirit Firebird to pass through this ice road, and now, it is naturally time for Yongkai to contribute. Don't worry, the city lord is prepared for this trip, and won't just rely on your weapon spirit. Phasia 2 gave a sigh of relief, and with a move of his hand, a secret treasure that looked like a bronze bell suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand. The bell showed a crimson color, and a scorching and pure aura of fire leaked out from it. Shield. Ning Xiangchen's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, I didn't expect Brother Fei to borrow such secret treasures as Lihuahuo. In this way, passing through this ice passage should be a sure thing. Phasia 2 smiled. Although Lihuo Hood is the treasure of the old man of the palace master, even if he fights with others, he rarely sacrifices it, but since it is to rescue old ghost Qian, he will naturally not be stingy. Hearing what he said, Yongkai and a few juniors realized that the fire lime cover secret treasure was owned by the Shadow Moon Hall master, and Phasia 2 borrowed it for this operation. Although the borrowed secret treasure can't exert the full power of the fire shield, it's no problem to assist one or two at the side. Seeing this, Yongkai nodded, his heart settled down, and as soon as his spiritual mind moved, the artifact fire bird rushed out of his body, and immediately under Yongkai's order, it suddenly turned into a ball of light curtain, killing a group of 8 people. Everyone packed up. The fire bird has no entity. Although it usually appears in the form of a bird, it can also change into ever-changing forms. At the same time, Phasia 2 opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of energy, blowing it on the Lihuo hood. As soon as Sheng Yuan urged him, the Lihuo hood immediately expanded, covering everyone in it. Under the 2 layers of protective cloth, everyone feels more secure. Oh, don't squeeze me. Du Sisi complained softly from behind. Yongkai looked back and saw Kai-he smiling embarrassingly. Without him, it is because there are too many people. In order to exert the maximum power of killing Firebird and Lihuo cover, Yongkai and Phasia 2 have driven their respective protections to the minimum. As a result, standing with 8 people seems a bit crowded. Kai-he was eager to spend, and naturally stayed next to Du Sisi, but he didn't want the other party not only to be ungrateful but to complain instead. Kai-he was good-tempered, not angry, and patiently explained to Du Sisi. Let's go, Yongkai greeted, walking side by side with Phasia 2. As soon as you stepped into the icy path, everyone shivered involuntarily. The icy chill, like an invisible sharp blade, pierced through 2 layers of protection, and pierced straight towards everyone's body. Everyone's skin hurts. It is so terrifying to have 2 layers of fire protection. If there is no protection, I am afraid that if you step here, you will suffer disaster. Everyone changed their colors. Du Sisi didn't have the mood to complain about Kai-he, her pretty face turned pale, and she couldn't help moving closer to him, as if she wanted to find some sense of security. Seeing this, Kai-he was overjoyed, wishing for this. It is good that the ice road has no end. Yongkai's face is also extremely solemn. He and the Qi Linghuo now are in the same mind, and naturally he can perceive the coldness of this ice road better than anyone else, and every time he stays here, the power of the Qi Linghuo now will be consumed by a little more points, although it is not impossible to replenish, but exploring the ancient ruins, the fire bird is a great help to Yongkai, and Yongkai does not want to consume more of its power. Now the pace cannot help but quicken a lot. Looking from the outside before, I couldn't see the situation inside the ice passage clearly, but now when I set foot in it, and looked to both sides, everyone turned pale, and I saw that the ice-type spiritual energy on both sides had become thick and foggy. Although everyone knows in their hearts that under such cold conditions, after years of accumulation, some good things will definitely be born, but no one is in the mood to explore, and they just want to leave the ice road as soon as possible. After half a cup of tea, Yongkai frowned. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated the length of the ice path. Looking forward, he still couldn't see the end of the ice path, and looking back, he couldn't see where he came from, and the whole world is also quiet. Occasionally 1 or 2 sounds of heartbeat and breathing can be heard, which seems extremely strange. After walking forward for a long time, Du Sisi's exclamation suddenly came, "Look over there." Everyone was startled. They looked in the direction of her finger, and their colors suddenly changed. Because in everyone's field of vision, human-shaped ice sculptures unexpectedly appeared. Without exception, all of them were lifelike, and they stood at a distance of less than 30 feet from the ice road. These ice sculptures include men and women, old and young. Everyone wears different clothes, and everyone has different expressions on their faces. Some are surprised, some are terrified, and some are calm, as if they were dying didn't realize what was happening. These ice sculptures are all made of frozen living people. It seems that old ghost Qian is not the only one who discovered this ancient ruin. Fei Zhitu sighed softly. These ice sculptures are clearly the warriors who came here to explore before, but for some reason, they were all frozen there, and there were no scars on their bodies, let alone traces after the battle, and their deaths were extremely strange and inexplicable. This is. Ning Xiangqian stared at one of the ice sculptures with a fright in his old eyes, without saying a word for a long time. Brother Ning, you recognize it too. The old woman glanced at him. Since you've recognized him, you should be right. It's really that person. I was lucky enough to meet him once when I was young, but I didn't expect him to fall here. Ning Xiangqian smiled wryly. Are there 2 seniors here who you know? Kai he asked in surprise. Well, 200 years ago, the famous genius of Gloom Star was not born in Xingdi Mountain, but at that time it was rumored that he was the most likely to break the shackles of Gloom Star and advance to the Void King realm. Unfortunately, since 100 years ago, there's news about him. Ning Xiangqian explained lightly. This kind of genius has also fallen. Kai he showed a trace of regret. Look carefully at the clothes of these people. Fei Zhitu seemed to have discovered something. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1345 Spirit of Heaven and Earth. After a few juniors from the Holy King realm looked at them carefully, they all showed surprise, because the costumes on these ice sculptures were clearly similar to the costumes of some sects on Gloom Star today, although there are some differences, but after careful inspection if so, some commonalities can be found. For example, there is a person who has a small lei word embroidered on the chest of his clothes, which is the same as Lei Taizong's clothing today. And the other person, with the word Zan embroidered on his cuff, should have been a member of Zan Tianmeng before his death. Others such as Lulaman, Lihu Occult, and Wansho Mountain have everything that one expects to find. Fei Zhitu even found a senior from Shadow Moon Hall inside. These warriors who have been frozen here are all people with superb cultivation. Since they can go deep into this place, they must be people with deep blessings. Each of them is also capable of the sky, but it is unavoidable to let people sigh. Isn't this the time to watch these? Yang Kai frowned, seeing Fei Zhitu and the others staring at the space rings worn by those dead seniors. He reminded lightly, they will be frozen here, maybe there is really some great danger here, should we hurry through? After being told by Yang Kai, Fei Zhitu and the others couldn't help but freeze. When they discovered these ice sculptures just now, everyone naturally saw their space rings with regret. Since these people were famous figures during their lifetime, there must be a lot of good things in the space rings. Everyone has greed. When coveting these space rings, everyone didn't expect why they would be frozen here, and they didn't come back to their senses until Yang Kai made a sound. Fei Zhitu broke out in a cold sweat instantly, nodded quickly and said, not bad. Hurry up. Ning Xiangqian and the others also withdrew their reluctant gazes, and followed closely behind Fei Zhitu and Yang Kai. But all the talents were less than 100 feet away, and Yang Kai suddenly shouted, who? As soon as the words were spoken, a golden thread shot out with a flick of a finger and rolled straight towards the void. There was a flash of white light over there, and a vague shadow swayed from everyone's field of vision and disappeared. It enveloped the crowd, and collided with the protection formed by the fire bird, making a stabbing sound. In the blink of an eye, a hole was pierced by the cold air in the first layer of protection placed by the killing firebird. Fortunately, the fire cover played a role and blocked the remaining cold air. Even so, Fei Zhitu also changed color suddenly, because it was just such a little bit of residual cold air, which seemed to have eliminated most of the power from the fire cover and was almost broken directly. What? Ning Xiangqian's face changed drastically, and he turned his head to look around. The other people also looked terrified. Not to mention how strong the protection laid by the killing firebird is, just to say that the Lihuo shield possessed by the Lord of the Shadow Moon Palace is a treasure that can restrain the coldness, but after being touched by the remaining coldness, it is on the verge of collapsing. One can imagine how powerful the chill is. Without these 2 layers of protection, everyone would have followed in the footsteps of those seniors when they met each other just now. Sure enough, there are other dangers here. Yang Kai's face was particularly ugly, because in the moment of contact just now, he found that his firebird artifact spirit was not an opponent, which made him surprised and shocked at the same time. The spirit of the weapon was formed after tens of thousands of years of being burned by the fire veins of the earth and lungs, and even it is not the opponent's thing. What exactly is it? Fortunately, the flashing white light didn't just hide his figure. After a miss, he showed his original appearance, staying not far away. When everyone saw it, they couldn't help being dumbfounded. Because that thing turned out to be a white rabbit, but this white rabbit was fat and 3 times the size of an ordinary white rabbit, with pure white hair and no variegated color. It looked like ice sculpture Jade Joe, only a pair of eyes were extremely red, exuding a violent and cruel light. Spiritual Qi transformation, the spirit of heaven and earth. Fei Zhitu and the other void return mirrors exclaimed. With their eyesight, it is natural to see that this white rabbit is not a flesh and blood body, but an existence similar to the firebird, which is composed of aura and has opened up the existence of intelligence. This kind of existence is the spirit of heaven and earth. Artifact spirits can barely be regarded as a kind of spirit of heaven and earth, but not entirely, because the birth of artifact spirits depends on the refining furnace, and the refining furnace is the shelter of artifact spirits. It might just disappear. But the red-eyed white rabbit in front of him is the real spirit of heaven and earth. It didn't have a container for its birth, but was born purely from the gathering of the rich ice-cold energy from this place, which opened up its own wisdom. The number of spirits of heaven and earth is extremely rare, but their value is immeasurable. Once a martial artist with the same attribute obtains this kind of spirit of heaven and earth, refines or even absorbs it, his own strength can increase a lot without any harm, and it can save years of hard work. But the power of the spirit of heaven and earth itself is unpredictable, so even if someone discovers the spirit of heaven and earth, they may not be able to capture it, and they may be killed by the spirit of heaven and earth instead. Although everyone had long guessed that under such severe cold conditions, after years of accumulation, some good things would definitely be born here, but no one thought that the birth would be such foreign things as the spirit of heaven and earth. For a moment, everyone's expressions became brighter, with fear, excitement, panic, and so on. Why those seniors who set foot here were frozen into ice sculptures now has an explanation. It must be the handwriting of this spirit of heaven and earth. It hides in this cold and suddenly launches a sneak attack. It may not be able to avoid it. With its means, once the fighter is hit, the end will definitely not be much better. If Yang Kai hadn't felt the warning from the firebird, the artifact spirit, he would definitely not have noticed it, but the firebird was incompatible with the spirit of heaven and earth in the form of a white rabbit, and he was aware of it the moment it launched an attack. No wonder the sensory spirit is not the opponent, it turns out to be a spirit of heaven and earth. Yang Kai's face paled slightly. At this moment, the spirit of heaven and earth in the form of a white rabbit was watching covetously, with a look of malicious intentions, and no one dared to act rashly. Fei Zhitu's face twitched. This is a big trouble, can you guys have any good ways to scare him away? He no longer expects to defeat or even capture this spirit of heaven and earth, he just wants to scare it back, and then everyone can pass through this ice passage safely. Because in front of such an unpredictable spirit of heaven and earth, even if 8 people join forces, they may not be its opponent. The reason why the opponent does not move is obviously because the 2 layers of protection of the firebird weapon spirit and the fire cover are somewhat restrained. Reason. But it's very cold here, once the delay is too long, until the power of Qi Ling and Li Huo is exhausted, no one can survive without the white rabbit. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads with ugly faces. Ning Xiangchen's face was ashen, and he said in a low voice, I heard that the spirits of heaven and earth like to devour the vitality of living things and strengthen themselves. It seems that the reason why those seniors were murdered was because of this reason. Swallow the vitality of living things. The juniors of the Saint King realm all turned pale, obviously hearing this secret for the first time. Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face, secretly thinking that if this white rabbit really likes to devour life, then he has a way to lure it away. After all, the golden blood in his body contains surging vitality and unimaginable power of blood. Just 1 drop should be enough to restrain the opponent, but the speed of this white rabbit is too fast, and the ice path I don't know where the end is. If after it devours a drop of golden blood, and the group of people has not left the ice road, then it will definitely return to chase, and then it may have to give up the 2nd drop, the 3rd drop or even more. Not worth it. Yang Kai shook his head secretly intending to use this method as the last resort. If it really doesn't work, then he can only use golden blood to attract its attention. If you can't scare it away, then you have to force your way in. Fei Zhitu smiled wryly, I'm afraid something will change, we'll leave now, everyone be careful. Understood. Everyone nodded one after another, each sacrificed a protective secret treasure, and guarded it aside. But Lian Guang didn't say a word, and suddenly threw out a python-shaped puppet. After entering the Shengyuan, the puppet suddenly turned into a giant python as thick as a bucket and as long as 10 feet long. Thick scales, the body exudes energy fluctuations that are not weak in the 3rd level of the Holy King. Go! Lian Guang let out a low shout, and the giant python immediately opened the way. He obviously planned to use this puppet to attract the white rabbit's attention. Generally speaking, rabbits have an instinctive fear of snake-like creatures. Although they don't know what happened to this spirit of heaven and earth, Lian Guang also held out hope that it might happen. Seeing this, a satisfied look flashed across Fei Zhitu's face, and he led the crowd to follow behind the giant python and move forward slowly. Everyone didn't dare to move too much, and the speed was not too fast, for fear of angering the white rabbit. And that giant python puppet kept swallowing snake cores, shaking its head, looking extremely powerful, which really opened Yang Kai's horizons. The Lian family's method of refining and driving puppets really has some skills. This giant python looks exactly like the real thing, except that it is lifeless. A strange glow flashed in the red eyes of the white rabbit not far away, obviously not low in intelligence, staring at the giant python in a daze for a moment, then suddenly swayed and turned into a giant eagle. A resounding eagle cry came out, and the next moment, the giant eagle had already flown to the head of the giant python, and spewed out a cloud of white mist from its mouth. Everyone's color changed, and no one seemed to think that it knew how to change. And Lian Guang was even more surprised. He pinched the yin-ju in his hand, the giant python suddenly stood upright, its fangs opened, a flash of light flashed on its body, and a crimson beam of light also shot out from its mouth. The momentum was astonishing. But as soon as the crimson beam of light came into contact with the white mist, it was suddenly frozen. Not only that, after the white mist covered the giant python, ice cubes condensed on the giant python's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, making a crackling sound. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1346 Ice Phoenix Mutation. Even warriors at the third level of Returning to the Void are no match for this spirit of heaven and earth, so how can a giant python puppet at the third level of the Holy King be able to fight against it? After being shrouded in white mist, the puppet immediately began to freeze, and Lian Guang wanted to take it back, but it was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, this giant python was frozen into an ice sculpture, and even the connection between Lian Guang and it that drove it was gone. Immediately, the giant eagle grabbed the giant python with its claws, flew into the air, and then threw it down. There was a bang, and the giant python fell to pieces and rotted into pieces. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for such a puppet to be destroyed if it falls from a high altitude. It is comparable to a warrior of the third level of the Holy King. But the white mist and cold air spewed out by the giant eagle easily destroyed the puppet's body, and when it fell from a high altitude, it naturally scattered. Lian Guang's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost was almost scraped off. He is only at the third level of the Holy King now, and it took a lot of energy and effort to refine this puppet that is the same as his own realm, but he didn't expect that it would be unfavorable and it would be scrapped before it played any role. The pain and hatred in Lian Guang's heart can be imagined. But in the face of the spirit of heaven and earth, he was also helpless, and immediately stood there with a gloomy face. No matter how many puppets he had, he would not be willing to release them. Facing such a spirit of heaven and earth, he would have to scrap as many puppets as he had. And after the giant eagle smashed the giant python, a trace of disdain and admiration flashed in its red eyes, and immediately rushed towards the crowd with its wings flapping. Fei Zhitu roared, "Stop it!" As the words fell, the blue jade bowl had already been sacrificed, and Ning Shangchen and others also shot out their own secret treasures. In an instant, colorful lights bloomed in the sky, and various unpredictable secret arts and secret treasures were intertwined. The chirping of the eagle resounded throughout the world, and another white mist shrouded it. No matter what kind of attack it was, no matter what kind of secret treasure it was all eclipsed by the white mist. It was quickly frozen, and even sprayed out of the blue jade bowl of Fei Zhitu. The blue light also showed signs of being frozen. The giant eagle was so powerful that it swooped down, its claws were like sharp blades, and it directly grabbed the protection formed by the firebird's weapon spirit. With a click, the protection formed by the artifact spirit directly cracked countless cracks, spreading densely like spider webs towards the surroundings. Yang Kai's face changed, and when his thoughts were driven, countless hot black flames appeared all over his body. Under his control, a circular protection was formed again, covering everyone. At the same time, a sharp cry came out, and the spirit firebird returned to normal, turning into a fiery red strange bird with a length of more than 10 feet, and rushed towards the giant eagle aggressively. Qi Ling seemed to hold his breath. After all, although it is not an orthodox spirit of heaven and earth, it can barely be regarded as protecting Yang Kai and others just now. It is inconvenient to show his real body. He is naturally annoyed by the continuous provocation of the giant eagle. Very. Now with Yang Kai's order, it exploded immediately. Yang Kai is also helpless. It is obviously not a wise decision to let the Firebird artifact spirit continue to maintain protection. Run out of strength. In this case, it is better to give it a go and let Qiling go to deal with the giant eagle. The others take the opportunity to leave the ice road quickly. Luckily, the fire hood had played a huge role here, and supplemented by Yang Kai's scorching demon flames, even if everyone felt unwell, there would be no danger of their lives for a while. In the sky, giant eagles and strange birds transformed into spirits were fighting fiercely, and the aura of heaven and earth in the ice passage was in chaos for a while, and the singing of eagles and birds was even more endless. Seeing this, Phasia too looked overjoyed and waved, "Let's go." While speaking, he quickly unfolded his movements and led the way first. The others also hurriedly mobilized their own defensive secret treasures, agitating the Saint Yuan desperately, resisting the chill that invaded through Yang Kai's magic flame and the fire cover, and followed behind Phasia too. Different from everyone's anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai's expression became extremely weird at this moment. Because the moment the cold air invaded, he felt that there was something in his body that was about to move, and that thing was actually constantly absorbing the cold air coming from all around. The chill entered his body. Yang Kai didn't feel much discomfort, on the contrary, the thing seemed to have been greatly nourished, and became even more excited. Yang Kai's heart moved, and he ran forward while checking himself. After a while, his expression became even weirder. It's actually it. How could Yang Kai have thought that it was the Bingfeng tattoo who made a movement at this time? Strictly speaking, this is the inheritance of Queen Feng. The yin-yang joyous art that he and Su Yan cultivated have a total of 2 inheritances, both of which were obtained in the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion in the Tongshuan continent. Among them, the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor was obtained by Yang Kai himself, and it was integrated with him. The inheritance of the Phoenix Queen had been sealed in the Phoenix Nest before, but Yang Kai went to the Phoenix Nest before leaving Tongshuan continent, and the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen was also sealed. It was taken. Since then, there have been 2 tattoos on Yang Kai's body, one is a golden dragon pattern, and the other is an ice phoenix pattern. The original intention of taking away the inheritance of Queen Feng was to find Su Yan and hand over the inheritance to her, but he has not been able to get what he wanted all the time. Even before meeting Qianyu, he didn't even know about Su Yan. Can't find out. And this ice phoenix tattoo has existed on Yang Kai's body for more than 10 years, and there has been no movement since he collected it, but now, in this ice path, when the chill enters his body, the ice phoenix tattoo is about to move. As it devoured the cold air, it became more and more out of Yang Kai's control, faintly trying to get out of the body. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became subtle, and he couldn't figure out whether the situation was good or bad. The reason why the cold air can stimulate the frozen tattoo is easy to explain. After all, the ice phoenix inheritance itself is also of the ice-cold attribute, but Yang Kai can't drive it at all, so he doesn't know what will happen after it leaves the body. If it doesn't come back, then Su Yan's Phoenix Empress inheritance will be gone. Just when Yang Kai was extremely worried, his expression changed leisurely. It was only for a while that the movement of the ice phoenix tattoo was beyond his control. The next moment, he felt something rushing out of his body. The phantom of a snow-white ice phoenix about 10 feet long suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. In an instant, an overwhelming coercion came down from above. The faces of Phasia Tu and the others changed drastically. Chi stopped, turned his head to look at Yang Kai, and then looked up to the sky. With just one glance, Phasia Tu exclaimed, "Ancient Holy Spirit." The shock in his heart can no longer be described in words. It is not a big deal to go deep into the ancient ruins to rescue Qian Tong this time. In his imagination and plan, it should not be too difficult. Unexpectedly, after stepping into this ice passage, first saw the rumored spirit of heaven and earth, and then an extra ancient holy spirit appeared out of thin air. These things are things that ordinary people can't see in a few lifetimes. They belong to the existence of legends, but today they popped up one after another. Rao Shi Phasia Tu's Xinxing cultivation is good, but at this moment, his eyes are shaking and his mind is shaking. The others were not much better. They opened their mouths wide and looked at the majestic Bingfeng, suddenly lost their minds, unable to speak for a long time, even forgot to continue on their way. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he looked at the ice phoenix worriedly, only to see that its body seemed to be nothing but nothing. Although the coercion was unstoppable, the energy fluctuations it emitted were not strong. No, it's just a wisp of remnant soul. Phasia Tu also discovered this, and his face couldn't help but look a lot better. If it was really an ancient Holy Spirit coming, it is absolutely impossible to have only this power. The only explanation is that the other party only has a wisp of remnant soul fell. But even so, it is still a remnant soul of the ancient Holy Spirit. If it is given enough time, it may not be impossible to recover. Even if it only recovers 10%, it is still comparable to the existence of the Void King realm. And the moment this ice phoenix appeared, its pair of phoenix eyes stared at the giant eagle who was fighting endlessly with the spirit of the weapon, and a strange color of surprise flashed in its eyes, and it croaked again. The giant eagle seemed to have seen some kind of nemesis, and in a panic, it was burnt to ashes by the spirit of the weapon that had the upper hand. Immediately, it resisted an attack from the spirit of the weapon, and went to the ice without looking back. Rush into the depths of the road. Bingfeng spread her wings and turned into a beam of light, following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the ice phoenix and giant eagle disappeared. After the firebird weapon spirit lost its opponent, it immediately flew back, turned into protection again, and shrouded everyone around. The chill that had invaded was immediately blocked. In the entire ice passage, there was silence. Everyone stared at Yongkai with a strange expression, but Yongkai himself had a gloomy face, staring at the direction where Bingfeng disappeared without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Phasia too coughed and asked hesitantly, "Yongkai, is that Bingfeng remnant soul yours?" Although he had seen Yongkai's body flashing light before, and the ice phoenix appeared, but until now he can't believe that Yongkai can actually have a remnant soul of the ancient Holy Spirit. This kid has a jealous weapon spirit, and actually has the remnant soul of the ancient Holy Spirit. How bad is this luck to get these two things? Yes. Yongkai glanced at him, although he felt that it was impossible for the people here to play Bingfeng's idea, but he still had some vigilance in his heart, and asked lightly, "Philadelphia City Lord, do you know why Bingfeng will you chase after the spirit of the day and the earth?" He still hasn't figured out why Bingfeng would run out at this time. It does not make sense to say that is because of the coldness of this place. Yongkai has traveled all over the years, and the places that are full of coldness are not limited to the ice road. The Xuanian sunflower water is also full of coldness. Bingfeng was not seen at that time. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1347 Space Gate. Phasia too laughed, and his attitude became a lot more kind, and he explained, "It's understandable that you don't know, it's really because the ancient Holy Spirit likes to devour the spirits of heaven and earth with the same attribute, but after swallowing, it is very big for the ancient Holy Spirit. It is helpful. I think your Ice Phoenix remnant soul is extremely weak, and you should urgently need the spirit of heaven and earth to restore its strength. The ancient Holy Spirit and the spirit of heaven and earth are natural enemies. But don't worry. Since the Ice Phoenix remnant soul is yours, after devouring the spirit of heaven and earth here, will naturally return. So that's how it is." Yongkai remained calm on the surface, but he was extremely anxious inside. Others don't know what's going on, but he knows that the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen only uses his body as a carrier, and it stays for a while. It doesn't belong to him. If he didn't have the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor, the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen would not leave with him. The Tongshuan continent is probably still sealed in the Phoenix nest until now. But of course Yongkai wouldn't point out this kind of thing. People's hearts are separated. If these people know that Bingfeng doesn't belong to him, maybe they will have something different. But after this incident, Yongkai understood that the two inheritances of the Dragon King and Phoenix Queen in the Dragon Phoenix Mansion actually contained the remnant souls of the ancient Holy Spirit. No wonder they have such power. It is not difficult to explain why the two tattoos. The pattern is also like a living thing, constantly wandering on the surface of his skin. The spirits of heaven and earth in the ice passage wanted to devour the vitality of everyone, and did not want to encounter a natural enemy, so they ran away in a hurry. In this way, the boulder that was pressing on everyone's hearts disappeared instantly, and the crisis was also lifted. With the two layers of protection of the device spirit and the fire cover, he didn't worry about being affected by the cold here, so he immediately accelerated his pace and rushed towards the end of the ice road. Only halfway through, Yongkai noticed that the icy cold air here was rapidly converging in a certain direction, and the daunting cold was greatly relieved in a short period of time. After a while, this abnormal movement disappeared, and a gorgeous and noble figure appeared leisurely from the corner of his vision, rushing straight towards this side. Yongkai looked overjoyed as Bingfeng's remnant soul had returned. Although he has been worried, he actually has some confidence in his heart that the other party will not leave easily. After all, it is the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen, and he has the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor, so he has some sympathy and attraction for it. For so many years, it has used its own body as the carrier, and it has been dormant until now, and now it has no reason to leave like this. With a flash of brilliance, the huge figure of the Ice Phoenix hovered above everyone's heads, and the noble and cold eyes of the Phoenix stared at the people below without even daring to take a breath. A strange color flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he whispered, "Philadelphia, please open a gap in the fire cover." Oh. Fei Zhitu nodded quickly, and with a thought, a gap opened in the fire cover, and at the same time, a gap was also released in the protection of Qiling Firebird. Bingfeng's figure flickered, turned into white light, rushed straight into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. Although everyone was curious about whether the Ice Phoenix devoured the spirit of heaven and earth, no one asked at this time that the most important thing now is to leave this ice road as soon as possible. Fortunately, the end was not far away, and after dozens of breaths, everyone safely stepped into a palace. Until this moment, the chill lingering around finally disappeared. Fei Zhitu turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, and saw that he was frowning tightly, as if he was checking himself, but he didn't bother him, he just said, "You guys take a rest here first, I'll go find the secret note left by old ghost Qian, I will let you know if I find it." Saying so, the person walked to one side. After hearing the words, the others naturally found their own seats and sat down cross-legged. Although they didn't put in much effort when they passed the ice passage, they were quite frightened. The consequences were unimaginable, and when resisting the chill and the attack of the spirit of the earth, everyone somewhat consumed some strength, so it is natural to seize the time to recover at this moment. Yang Kai sat silently, sensing the situation in his body. Although the inheritance of Queen Feng does not belong to him, since it exists in his body, he can check some of it. To his surprise, the remnant soul of Bingfeng did not seem to be nourished much. Although it felt stronger than before, it was obviously not because of devouring the spirit of heaven and earth. It failed to devour the spirit of that day and earth. Yang Kai immediately made a judgment in his heart, only after absorbing the icy energy from that place just now, did he have such a change. This result did not surprise Yang Kai. For one thing, the Bingfeng remnant soul is not too strong, it is just an inheritance, and it can't play a big role in his own hands. It can only be handed over to Su Yan. With Su Yan its power will only be displayed when its strength is improved. Secondly, since the ice-type heaven and earth spirit was born in the ice passage, it must be very familiar with the environment there, and it probably wouldn't be difficult to avoid the Ice Phoenix. What a pity. Yang Kai sighed slightly. If the remnant soul of the Ice Phoenix could really devour the spirit of the day and the earth, maybe there would be some unexpected changes, and if he handed it over to Su Yan at that time, the benefits that Su Yan could get would also be great. Bigger. Yang Kai didn't plan to turn around to find trouble with the heavenly earth spirit, although Bingfeng was its natural enemy nemesis, but Yang Kai couldn't drive the Bingfeng at all. Moreover, the rabbit bit people when it was in a hurry, with the heavenly earth spirit judging from its ability. If you really make it anxious, it's hard to say who will win. When everyone was resting in meditation, other people looked at Yang Kai from time to time. Everyone's eyes were full of deep envy. Even Lian Guang, who was taciturn and naturally cold-faced, was no exception. Regarding this, Yang Kai pretended not to know, and meditated on his own to recover. What they think in their hearts is none of their business, as long as they don't mess with themselves. Okay, I found the secret note left by Qian Laogui, come with me. Fei Zhitu's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone stood up after hearing the words, and moved closer to him. This hall does not occupy a large area. After leaving the gate of the hall, there is a maze-like existence, with branches and crisscrossing. Every road does not know where it leads, which makes people feel headaches just looking at it. Standing at the entrance of the maze, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing how to proceed. But Fei Zhitu strode into it. Everyone saw this and had no choice but to keep up. As he walked, Fei Zhitu explained, although some things in the message sent back by Qian Laogui are unclear, but this maze is mentioned. There is no restriction formation in this maze. Some are just institutions. Organ. Ning Xiangchen showed a hint of surprise on his face. Yes, mechanism. Fei Zhitu nodded lightly, but don't underestimate these organs. If you accidentally touch one or two of them, even you and I may have to confess here. The expressions of Ning Xiangchen and the others changed slightly. When he was talking, several forks suddenly appeared in front of him. Fei Zhitu stood at the fork and looked back at Lian Guang. Lin family boy, it's up to you. Without saying a word, Lian Guang waved his hand, and suddenly several mouse-like puppets appeared on the ground. Driven by Lian Guang, they headed towards the forks separately, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and then he understood why Fei Zhitu wanted to bring Lian Guang, the Saint King realm, because he wanted to use his puppet to explore the way. This is indeed a good way. In some places, it is inconvenient for warriors to go deep, but Lian Guang's puppet has no such concerns. Even if it is lost, it will not hurt him. And after the rat-like puppets disappeared, Lian Guang closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. After a while, there was a burst of squeaking noises from the left passage, and Lian Guang's face was also slightly with a twitch, a look of flesh pain emerged. Judging from the situation, the passage on the left is probably quite dangerous, and the puppet may also be scrapped. After a while, there was a slight sound from the passage ahead, and Lian Guang opened his eyes at the same time and said, "To the right." Fei Zhitu nodded slightly, and walked to the right first. It is indeed much more convenient and safer to have Lian Guang's puppet to explore the way. Those mouse-like puppets are useless in battle, but they are second to none in terms of wayfinding. After paying a full 20 or 30 such puppets, everyone has he passed the maze without any risk, and passed along the road without encountering any danger. Lian Guang's face was so gloomy that the blind man could see his distress. Although those puppets are not too difficult to refine, each one consumes a lot of materials. 20 or 30 rat puppets have emptied Lian Guang's accumulation for so many years. It's strange that he's in a good mood. Don't worry, after you go back, your benefits will be indispensable. Fei Zhitu comforted him. With this promise, Lian Guang's face looks much better. Brother Fei, let's not talk about it beforehand, what do you think we should do now? Ning Xiangchen frowned and stared ahead. Hearing this, Fei Zhitu turned his head to look, with a blank expression on his face. Because after passing through the maze, 2 arched round doors appeared in front of them, one black and one white, which looked extremely weird. The white one was made of white jade, and the black one was gloomy. The contrast was extremely sharp. But behind the 2 arched round doors, there is a piece of chaos and nothingness. Spiritual thoughts penetrate into it, and you can't notice it. On the surface, it looks like the surface of a lake, unfathomable. Space Gate, Fei Zhitu exclaimed in surprise. Why, Elder Qian Changli didn't tell you which gate to go? Ning Xiangchen asked in amazement. If there was such a message in the message from Qian Tong, Fei Zhitu would not have such a reaction. The only one explanation, even Fei Zhitu doesn't know. No mention. Fei Zhitu shook his head slowly. How could this be? How could Mr. Qian Changli miss such an important matter? Ning Xiangchen exclaimed. Old Ghost Qian's message was sent in a hurry, and it's normal for some things to be too late to mention. Fei Zhitu frowned. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Kai He and Du Sisi, and asked, "Can the 2 of you crack it?" To be continued. This text is provided by the Breakdown Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support, that's my biggest motivation. Chapter 1348. Choose one from 2. 2 completely different round arches, black and white, formed a difficult problem in front of everyone. Under normal circumstances, most people tend to choose white, because black always represents mystery and evil, but it is not suitable for this place, because no one knows these 2 space gates that look like circular arches. Where will it lead? Maybe one lives and one dies, or neither. Fei Zhitu can only pin his hopes on Kai He and Du Sisi. Hearing this, the 2 formation masters looked at each other with embarrassment on their faces. Kai He said, "Although we study formations, we don't know anything about space power, and we have never touched such things as space formations. If Senior Fei is at ease, Sisi and I can study it to see if we can find a suitable path." Fei Zhitu nodded lightly. Okay, don't worry, the 2 of you study carefully, and let me know if you have any clues. Only then did Kai He and Du Sisi walk forward, cast down their formation breaking tools, and began to study around the 2 space formation gates. The others are helpless, they can only sit or stand, and stay on the sidelines. Even Yang Kai, who has cultivated the power of space, can't help him. The current situation is obvious, the 2 space gates can be used, it's just that no one knows where it leads to, and we can only pin our hopes on Kai He and Du Sisi. It's a pity that although the 2 of them were cultivated by the family since they were young, and studied the way of refining the formation, they still had no way to deal with the situation at this time. In the beginning, the 2 cooperated smoothly, but soon there were differences and they quarreled quietly. It seems that one tends to pass through the white space gate, and the other tends to pass through the black space gate. No one can convince anyone, and there is no basis for them, just relying on their own feelings. Although Kai He is interested in Ducisi, but the matter is of great importance, he also fights with reason and refuses to give up half a point. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although these two people's accomplishments in formation techniques are already very good, compared with Yang Yan, they are not even a little bit worse. Yang Kai had already noticed it when he encountered those formation techniques before. Well, if those formations were to be deciphered by Yang Yan, I am afraid that it would not take a moment to find the location of the formation, but the two of them worked together, but it took a lot of time. If Yang Yan were here, what choice would she make? Yang Kai squinted at the two space formation eyes, and smiled, secretly thinking that if Yang Yan encountered such a situation, he would probably choose the black one. There is no other reason. This girl wears a black robe all day long, covering her head and face. She obviously has a soft spot for black. Just as he was thinking wildly, a huge pulling force suddenly came from the black and white space gates, and a huge vortex appeared on the surface of the space gate like a calm lake, showing the shape of a funnel. The pulling forces transmitted from these two vortexes. It seems that the formation breaking equipment arranged by Kai He and Ducisi had an impact on these two space formation gates, causing them to respond autonomously. The pulling force was so great that it made everyone's face change suddenly, because when the pulling force came, everyone felt that their bodies were uncontrollably attracted by the black and white gate. Fei Zhitu and the others shouted loudly and tried their best to encourage their own Saint Yuan, but they were still unable to resist. Seeing themselves approaching the black and white two space gates step by step, they hurriedly asked, "Kai boy, Du girl, have you made the right choice?" Kai He and Ducisi looked panic-stricken at the moment. They were already arguing. How could they reach a consensus in a short period of time, and each of them reported the same color? Hearing this, Fei Zhitu immediately knew that he could not count on them, and he didn't mean to blame them, but he didn't expect such a strange thing to happen here. "I can't resist it." Ning Xiangchen snorted, chose to give up wisely, turned his head and said, "Brother Fei, I'm going to take a step first." After finishing the words, he rushed towards the white gate, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the white gate. At the same time, the old woman was also sucked to the front of the black formation gate. Seeing Ning Xiangchen rushing towards another formation gate, she struggled immediately, but what made her feel desperate was that she couldn't get rid of the involvement of the black formation gate at all. With a cry, he was sucked into the black gate. In the blink of an eye, the two virtual return mirrors fell into different space gates, which made everyone look at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what choice to make for a while. Moreover, even if he wanted to make a choice at this moment, he was unable to do what he wanted. The martial artist surnamed Wen and Fei Zhitu were also pulled to the front of the white formation. Saying this, he and the martial artist surnamed Wen entered the white formation gate together. Before the two of them entered, Lian Guang had already disappeared. Everyone was in a hurry, no one noticed him at all, and they didn't know which gate he was sucked into, but it was Yang Kai who was far away. They are still struggling to hold on, but Kai He and Ducisi can resist a little bit with the power of the formation breaking equipment that they planted before. Seeing most of the people rushing into the white gate, Ducisi gritted her silver teeth, twisted her waist, and wanted to follow behind everyone, but she was pulled back by Kai He, and hurriedly said, "Go here, that's right." Ducisi didn't even have time to get angry, so he and Kai He were sucked into the black gate. And Yang Kai finally came to the front of the two formation gates at this moment, staring at the formation gates with different colors. A wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and whispered, Yang Yan, don't cheat me." Saying so, the figure took the initiative to approach the black gate. The next moment, his body was swallowed by the gate, and after a burst of dizziness, Yang Kai found that he had come to another place, and before he could carefully look at the surrounding environment, Ducisi's scolding and Kai He's words came from his ears. Apologizing. Fortunately, the place where they appeared was not dangerous, and everyone was teleported together. Yang felt relieved, and immediately released his divine sense to check around. Here is also a palace-like place, surrounded by empty, nothing, which made him heave a sigh of relief. The reason why he chose the black space gate is not entirely because Yang Yan prefers black. Yang Kai himself has some considerations, although it is undoubtedly safer to act with most experts, but no one can tell what the two are. It doesn't matter what the situation is after the gate, and it doesn't matter what you choose at that time, there is nothing wrong. Moreover, Kai He and Ducisi, the two formation masters, can play a huge role here. They entered the black formation gate, and Yang Kai was naturally willing to follow. So as not to be helpless in what formation to fall into. "Stop making noise." The old woman who came a step earlier interrupted Ducisi's accusation against Kai He, glared at her coldly, then looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Where are the others?" "I'm all going to the other side, I'm the last to come." Yang Kai glanced around, but didn't find Lian Guang's figure, and immediately understood that he should have entered the gate on the other side. What? The old woman's complexion changed slightly, as if she hadn't expected that she would be separated from the others, and when she looked at Yang Kai and the other three juniors, she couldn't help but feel a burst of sadness from her heart. She respected her strength here and now. If there is any danger, I probably have to rely on her to deal with it, so I naturally feel the pressure. However, when she thought of Yang Kai's power of the artifact spirit, the old woman's face turned pale again. The two formation masters didn't expect much from them in the battle, and Yang Kai was a big help. After pondering for a while, the old woman said, "Regardless of their situation, girl Du, I think our choice should be right." Although Du Sisi was frightened by the old woman, she didn't dare to blame Kai He for taking her here, but she was not convinced when she heard the words, "How can you tell? At the very least, it's very safe here. Maybe the Lord of Philadelphia and the others are not so peaceful." "Don't blame Boy Kai, he also has good intentions." "Oh." Du Sisi nodded with displeasure, a little disapproving in her heart, and still felt that it would be safer to follow the majority of strong men. The old woman frowned, thought for a while, and then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend Yang, what do you think we should do now?" She came to ask for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai chuckled, clasped his fists and said, "Senior, you are being polite. This junior is young and not as knowledgeable as senior. How to act? Senior is directly in charge of orders, and junior must obey." These words made the old woman feel relieved for a while. The wrinkles on her face fell together, and she said with a smile on her face, "Well, let's leave this place first." Naturally, Kai He and Du Sisi would not have any objections. The three juniors of the Saint King realm walked out of this closed palace under the leadership of the old woman. The outside world is basically the same as what everyone saw when they first came to this ancient ruins. There are flower beds all around, and there are occasional rare flowers and plants in the flower beds, which are thriving. But it is slightly different. For example, there are many rockeries here. Yang Kai's nose suddenly moved, showing a hint of surprise. At the same time, the old woman and the two formation masters also discovered something, and they couldn't help but glance at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Because there is a refreshing fragrance floating in the air, this kind of fragrance cannot be faked. It is not a hallucination, which means that there should be something good in the place where the fragrance comes from. Thinking of this, everyone's heart became hotter. "I think you've discovered it too." The old woman smiled slightly. "Let's go and see what good things are here with the old man, but you should be careful, so as not to fall into the restriction of some formation." Several people nodded in agreement, followed behind the old woman, and followed the source of the fragrance to find it. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1349 3 Major Divine Waters. Chapter 1349 3 Divine Waters. Unexpectedly, everyone was cautious all the way, but they never encountered any danger. After spending about half an hour, they finally found the source of the fragrance. That is actually where a rockery is located. The rockery is more than 10 feet high, with jagged rocks. I don't know what kind of material it is made of, but it looks like a hole. Yang Kai squinted at the rockery, and his expression moved slightly. He found that the material of the rockery was also a rare refining material. If he took it out, he would definitely be able to refine a few powerful secret treasures. It's just a pity that this rockery is too big, and I'm afraid that even if the Void Return 3-layer powerhouse comes, they won't be able to take it away, which makes people sigh. And under the rockery, there is a pool that covers an area of AA less than 3 feet. At this moment, there is water about half a finger high in the pool, and the water in the pool is not crystal clear, but has a milky white color. The aroma that everyone smelled came from this pool. Directly above the pool water, there are still some traces of liquid flowing. From this point of view, the pool water here obviously flows from an unknown place. But this place has been untouched for countless years, but such a small pool of water has still been accumulated, and the speed of accumulation is extremely slow. This is. The old woman stared at the half-finger deep pool water. Her face became solemn, changing from time to time, with excitement, joy, surprise and hesitation. "Is this Wanian stone milk?" Kai He exclaimed. "It's really 10,000-year stone milk." Du Sisi also jumped up excitedly. Although they had never seen 10,000-year stone milk, they had heard of the name of this kind of thing. 10,000-year stone milk is extremely rare, but it has many incredible effects. It is said that if it is used for alchemy, it can be used to refine the healing holy medicine that can bring the dead back to life. This is a rare treasure for any warrior. Yang Kai also thought it was Wanyan stone milk at first. After all, the appearance and shape of this pool of water were very similar to the rumors, almost exactly the same, but after a closer look, he felt something was wrong, because the rumored Wanyan the color of stone milk is milky white with a touch of light gold, but this pool of water is only milky white. It's not Wanyan stone milk, so what is it? Although Yang Kai is an alchemist, he has also read a lot of classics about medicinal materials and alchemy recipes, but he doesn't think he can identify the best medicines in the world. He couldn't help turning his eyes to the old woman, hoping she would recognize her. The old woman's expression was constantly changing. After thinking a lot, she exhaled softly and said, "Whether it's Wanyan stone milk or not, you can tell by trying it." Saying this, he stretched out a finger, dipped it into the pool of water, and put it in his mouth. The next moment, the old woman's eyeballs suddenly widened, and an unfathomable force of energy and blood suddenly burst out from her aging body, and that old face turned red like weeping blood. Visible to the naked eye, the wrinkles on her face began to decrease, and her stooped waist gradually straightened up. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the old woman's demeanor returned to the original, but at this moment she is quite different from before. She seemed to be a lot younger all of a sudden, even though she still looked like an old woman, she was much better than before. The three Saint Kings were stunned. The old woman also couldn't believe the change in herself, so she quickly took out a mirror from the space ring, put it in front of her eyes and looked at it. She stroked her cheek with her hand, and after seeing the change in her appearance, tears flickered in the old woman's eyes, the body trembled violently. Yang Kai and the other three did not disturb her, but stood aside and waited for her to calm down, hoping that she could give an explanation. After a long time, the old woman laughed out loud, nodded slightly and said, "So that's how it is. Senior, what kind of good medicine is this, and it has such a miraculous effect?" Kai he asked anxiously. "What a good medicine?" The old woman glanced at him. "This is not a good medicine, this is a treasure that is hard to find and has long been extinct." When she said this, Yang Kai frowned slightly, and Sheng Yuan secretly urged, ready to make a move at any time. The so-called people die for money, and birds die for food. Although the old woman showed her kindness along the way, if the things in front of her were too valuable, it was hard to guarantee that the other party would not have the idea of killing people to grab treasures. There are only 4 of us here, and we respect her strength. Judging from her reaction just now, such a pool of water is enough for her to take risks. Yang Kai even saw a strange light flashing in her eyes. The other party obviously had this thought, but for some reason, she still didn't do it in the end. After Kai He's repeated questioning, she slowly said, Have you ever heard the rumors of the 3 great waters in the star field? 3 great divine waters. Kai He and Du Sisi were at a loss. Yang Kai's expression moved slightly. It seems that Yang Xiaoyu has heard it before. The old woman observed her words and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. I have heard it occasionally, but I don't know exactly what these 3 divine waters are. Yang Kai replied honestly. He had indeed heard of the 3 great divine waters, which he heard about in the flowing flame sand field, and the soul-washing divine water was one of them. The soul-cleansing divine water can cleanse the soul of a warrior and greatly increase the cultivation of one's consciousness. However, the conditions for the birth of this divine water are extremely difficult. First, there must be something like the Lingquan Lingen, and then there must be a Void King realm expert who dies nearby. After countless years of transformation, it is possible to form the soul-cleansing water. At that time in the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai had obtained a lot of benefits from the soul-cleansing water, and finally allowed the warming god lotus to evolve into a 7-colored lotus, and also gave birth to the secret technique of the lotus. At that time, he had heard people talk about the 3 great divine waters, and he planned to ask Yang Yan about it when he went back, but he forgot about it. Now listening to the old woman talking about the 3 major divine waters, Yang Kai naturally paid attention. Is this one of the 3 great waters? Yang Kai asked in surprise. That's right, if the old man's judgment is not wrong, this is the nectar of life in the 3 great divine waters. The old woman snorted. Life nectar. The 3 holy kings were all moved. Although they don't know how precious this life nectar is, since it is known as the 3 major gods in the star field and has witnessed the changes of the old woman, the 3 of them don't know this. It is indeed an inestimable treasure. Hee. The old woman laughed lowly. We are really lucky to be able to find the nectar of life here. This is a great opportunity that is rarely encountered in hundreds of thousands of years. Senior, what is the magical effect of this life nectar? Kai he asked excitedly. There are countless wonderful uses. Of course, the biggest use is to enhance the strength of the warrior's energy and blood, and even prolong the lifespan of the warrior. I just tasted a little bit just now, and I feel a few years younger. If I can refine this life nectar more, it is not an extravagant hope to regain youth, and I don't know how much higher it is than the 10,000-year stone milk. The old woman's expression became extremely excited when she said this. Due to her limited aptitude, she has been lingering at the first level of void return for so many years. Seeing that her lifespan is running out, she feels that her cultivation in this life may only stop there. Who would have known that such a heaven-defying thing as life nectar was discovered this time? In this way, not only can she return to her youthful appearance, but she can also greatly prolong her own lifespan, and have a lot of time to break through her own bottleneck. Maybe she really has the opportunity to stand at the peak of Gloom Star. Listening to her explanation, how could Yang Kai and others not understand the preciousness of this life nectar? On the Gloomy Star, warriors can only reach the third level of Void Return realm, and their lifespan is also limited to the peak of this realm. Being able to get some life-enhancing elixir can help them get what they want. Once such things are leaked out, I am afraid that it will cause the entire Dark Star powerhouse to crazily snatch them. Thinking of this, the four of them fell silent. The old woman glanced at the three juniors and said, I hope you will keep your mouths shut about what happened here. Even if you return to the family, it's best not to let irrelevant people know. This junior understands. Kai He and Du Sisi responded in unison. Yang Kai also nodded. He didn't know that this matter had a lot to do with it, so he naturally didn't want to cause any trouble for himself. By the way, senior, what are the other two that you mentioned just now? Kai He humbly asked for advice. Of course he was not willing to let go of such a chance to gain knowledge. Although each of the three major waters is extremely difficult to obtain, since if you can get one, maybe you will have the opportunity to get the other two in the future. Hearing this, the old woman said, the other two are equally valuable, and they are both treasures that are not produced in 100,000 years. One of them is the soul-washing water. I heard that this kind of thing appeared once a few years ago. Has it appeared? Kai He and Du Sisi exclaimed. Well, it appeared in the flowing flame sand field. If you didn't go in, you probably wouldn't have known about it. It's a pity that the Void Return Mirror cannot set foot in the flowing flame sand field. Otherwise, I might have a chance to get one or two. What about the last one? Du Sisi also asked. The last thing, hey, it's the undead stock solution. The old woman looked fascinated, and said slowly, the soul-cleansing water can help warriors cleanse their souls, improve their spiritual cultivation, and life nectar can increase their longevity, to enhance the power of chi and blood, but this undead liquid can help warriors strengthen their physical bodies, and it is the best treasure for tempering their physical bodies. Can achieve immortal body. Sacred Tree of Immortality. Yang Kai's expression changed. He was very moved when he heard the old woman say that the undead liquid could temper the body. He can achieve immortality, but after all, he has never practiced before, so who knows the effect, and among the 5 elements, he still lacks 2, so it is not that simple to get them together. And this sacred tree of immortality actually has such a miraculous effect, of course he was interested. It's just that he still doesn't know what is the relationship between the immortal tree and the undead liquid, but since the old woman mentioned it, there must be a reason. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fana. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1350 Export. Kai He and Du Sisi were also listening attentively. The old woman pondered for a while, and said, it is said that the immortal tree is a strange tree that has existed since the birth of the world. But according to the rumors, some people with unfavorable chances have obtained some undead liquid, but no one has seen the immortal tree, and I don't know whether it exists or not. That's it. Yang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. If this is the case, then it would be more reliable to cultivate the Immortal 5 Elements sword, even if the instructions on the Immortal 5 Elements sword are a bit exaggerated, but in general, it is still this good body tempering technique, after practice, will definitely be of great help to oneself, but the undead liquid and the immortal tree only exist in the illusory, it is too unrealistic. Okay, that's all for the 3 great divine waters. Let's divide the life nectar first. The old woman waved her hand, her expression became much more majestic, and she looked at the 3 holy kings and said, I don't know what to do. Using the big to bully the small, taking advantage of you juniors, how about sharing the life nectar here between the 4 of us? Kai He and Du Sisi looked at each other and nodded happily. Of course Yang Kai has no opinion. So the old woman immediately took out a few jade bottles and began to use means to take out the life nectar from the pool. The whole process was under the eyelids of the 3 holy kings. Ordered 4 copies, 1 for each person. Keep everything well, but after you go back, absolutely don't expose it to irrelevant people. The old woman warned again with a solemn expression. Yes, Kai-he and Dusisi held the life nectar tightly with their hands, their faces glowed red, and then carefully put the jade bottle into their space ring. Having obtained such a precious thing, no matter who it was, everyone felt that the trip was worthwhile, and Dusisi had no reason to blame Kai-he for taking her to the gate of the black space formation. Deep down, he was rather grateful. If it wasn't for Kai-he, she might have missed this rare treasure. Let's go find a way. The old woman seemed to be in a good mood, and after saying a word, she led the 3 saint kings and flew away. Yang Kai has been silent for a long time, and before he left, he turned his head to look at the rockery, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Since the life nectar is known as one of the 3 major divine waters, logically speaking, it cannot have only a small effect. The old woman tried it just now, and it only made her a few years younger, which is obviously unreasonable. Moreover, Yang Kai was puzzled when the old woman divided the life wine into 4 equal parts. Judging from her strength and age, it is completely possible to share more. Even if she made such a request, Yang Kai believed that Kai-he and Dusisi would not agree. He would refuse, and he himself would not refute it, but the old woman only asked for a quarter, which seemed very generous. Reminiscent of the traces of the liquid flowing on the rockery, Yang Kai secretly felt that the pool of life nectar that he and others discovered might not be pure life nectar. Perhaps, it is a diluted product flowing from somewhere. If you can follow the direction of the flow, maybe you can find more pure life nectar. If this is the case, then the behavior of the old woman can be easily explained. She may have noticed this, so she divided the life nectar equally, and first stabilized herself and others, but she herself wanted to find another time to explore this place again. Idea. It's not impossible. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. If others have this idea, he might not have it. After all, it is more fulfilling to have a good thing alone, and to get a greater sense of satisfaction. Of course, these are just my own guesses, and whether this is the case remains to be verified. About a day later, a group of 4 reunited in one place, and explained their discoveries in turn. After half a day of exploration, everyone found that this place was really not dangerous. Dang even decided to split up to find a way out, and it took half a day before they met here. After telling each other's discoveries, Yang Kai immediately understood that the position where he and the others are now is a semi-enclosed place, occupying a huge area. Except for the life nectar that everyone discovered before, there is nothing worthwhile. Babes of attention exist, and, again, there aren't many outlets. The only exit was discovered by Kai-he. After he explained the situation over there, the old woman said thoughtfully, "So, we can only leave this place through that exit now. Kid Kai, is there anything worth noting there?" Returning to the seniors, there is only one thing worth noting. There is a humanoid statue more than 10 feet high in front of the exit. It looks fierce and hideous. It stands there, and the exit is under its crotch. A humanoid statue. The old woman frowned. Yes, other than that, there is nothing suspicious. The old woman nodded slightly. In that case, let's go and have a look first. After some discussion, the 4 of them headed towards the location Kai-he found. After half an hour, everyone arrived at the destination. Kai-he pointed to the front and said, "Senior, that is the exit I found." Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and they couldn't help but look happy, because there was indeed a round door over there, which was so dark that the bottom was not bottomless, and their spiritual thoughts penetrated into it, like a stone sinking into the sea, without a trace, and they couldn't even notice the inside. How is the situation? And in front of the round door, there is really a statue with a height of more than 10 feet and a hideous face standing there, with its legs spread apart, and the round door is under its crotch. This scene made everyone laugh bitterly. Although it's just a statue, passing under the opponent's crotch still makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, whether there is anything weird about this statue remains to be found out. The old woman immediately remained silent and let out her spiritual mind to explore the statue carefully, and Yang Kai did the same. After a long while, the old woman withdrew her divine thoughts and said in a low voice, "This statue seems to be fine, there is no fluctuation of the restriction, and there is no trace of the formation, but everyone should be careful, since the statue exists here, there must be something new or a ghost, don't be careless." The juniors of the Saint King realm naturally agreed quickly, and they all cheered up. The prohibition of this ancient relic is extremely concealed, even Phasia too can't find it sometimes. If it weren't for this, when they first entered this place, everyone would not be trapped in the formation one after another. This statue might have touched some kind of restrictive mechanism. The solemn look in the old woman's eyes flickered, and she opened her mouth to spit out a khaki-yellow ray of light. The ray of light enveloped her whole body in a flash, and she didn't know what kind of strange treasure it was. It looked very solid. With the protection of this layer of exotic treasures, the old woman looked at ease, and said slowly, "The old man opens the way ahead, you follow." Yang Kai and the others also quickly sacrificed their own defensive artifacts, and followed behind the old woman. After a while, the old woman walked a dozen feet in front of the round door. During the process, she kept checking her surroundings in case of accidents, and most of her attention was placed on the statue. But until now, nothing has happened, which made her heave a sigh of relief. After all, since Lai entered this area, everyone has never encountered any danger. She thought to herself, this place is probably really safe. But she didn't relax, instead she became more vigilant. After walking a dozen steps forward, all was well, the old woman smiled, and just as she was about to say something, the human-shaped statue standing in front of her suddenly made a slight sound. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. And the old woman's reaction was extremely swift. Her body flickered, leaving only an afterimage on the spot, and she quickly backed away. But a scene that terrified her happened. In midair, a huge palm struck from the side with lightning speed, and it grabbed her in the palm of her hand, and she didn't even have a chance to dodge. "Senior Kai," he exclaimed, his eyes trembling violently. Yang Kai also showed a shocked expression, and lost his voice, "Puppet." At this moment, the humanoid statue, which was not moving at all, actually started to move, and its eyes glowed with a dark red light, which looked terrifying. The seemingly clumsy and huge body moved at a speed that was daunting. Yang Kai was right behind the old woman, and he could clearly see what happened just now. When the humanoid statue made a sound, its big hand waved over. Although the old woman's reaction was quick, she was still grabbed by the other party. All of this happened between lightning and flint, and after Yang Kai jumped away like a conditioned reflex, the old woman had already been captured. Anyway, he is also a warrior of the first level of Void Return, and has been immersed in this level for many years. The old woman's means are not comparable to ordinary Void Return mirror. Sheng Yuan is desperately agitating, and with a finger, a huge blade suddenly takes shape. He slashed fiercely at the puppet's hand that grabbed her body. There was a crisp sound of metal intersecting, and a burst of flames splashed everywhere. The old woman was dumbfounded, because the puppet's big hand was unscathed, not even a mark was left. And it seemed that because of this blow, the giant puppet became furious, its eyes flashed red, and the big hand holding the old woman's body was clenched tightly. The old woman's complexion was ashen, and the strength that was not inferior to the second layer Void Return burst out from her withered body, and she struggled violently. It was useless, the big hand was like an iron hoop, tightly bound her body, no matter how she urged Sheng Yuan to struggle, it was useless. Cha-cha-cha. There was a desperate sound, the layer of earth-yellow protection that the old woman had placed outside her body before could not withstand the force of the puppet's giant hand, and it cracked countless gaps at an extremely fast speed, and it collapsed in the next moment. Then, it turned into a secret treasure in the shape of a bead again, fell to the ground, and turned into powder. This protective secret treasure was directly destroyed. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at WeAscent. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1351. The secret treasure guarded outside the body was destroyed, and the withered body of the old woman was directly exposed to the big puppet's hands. As the big hands clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones shattered, which made people's hair stand on end. And after the old woman struggled for a while, she realized that she could not get rid of the predicament with her own strength. A trace of panic and horror flashed in the depths of her eyes. She turned her head and shouted at Yang Kai and the others, "Help me." As soon as the words fell, there was a muffled pop. The old woman suddenly exploded, blood splashed all over the sky, and her head fell from the air. There was still an unbelievable and extremely unwilling look in her eyes. Although she had long been extremely wary of this humanoid statue, she never expected that the other party was not a mechanism that triggered the restriction, but a real puppet. It is completely unreasonable for a puppet to act without being driven. If Lian Guang was here, he might be able to see some clues, but no matter who the four people are here, they don't know anything about puppets. They never thought that such puppets existed in this ancient ruins. Moreover, this puppet is not an ordinary puppet. If it can crush a void return one layer to death, one can imagine how ferocious the opponent is. At the moment when the old woman died, a trace of determination flashed in Yongkai's eyes. Staring at the round door under its crotch, he rushed over there in a flash. No matter what the purpose of this puppet standing here, Yongkai, I don't want to get entangled with it anymore, I just want to leave this place as soon as possible. His speed is very fast, but the reaction of the puppet is also extremely fast. After pinching the old woman to death, his red eyes stared at Yongkai, who was rushing forward, and a dangerous aura was under the hood, and Yongkai's complexion changed. With the urging of the divine sense, the purple shield that had been sacrificed immediately gushed out a large amount of wind and sand, turning into a sandstorm, guarding the surroundings of the body. Faintly, Yongkai saw the light flashing on the huge puppet's hand, and immediately a thick shadow hit him head-on. Before the real hit, Yongkai felt that his breathing was a bit difficult, as if the whole world was completely shrouded by this shadow, which made him unable to help but think that it was inevitable. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the power of the purple shield to the maximum, and at the same time, Sheng Yuan agitated, forming a solid protection outside his body. With a bang, the wind and sand splashed in all directions, and the sandstorm power attached to the purple shield was vulnerable to this blow, and it broke open directly. Far away, the next moment, Yongkai felt that his guardian Saint Yuan collapsed, his body shook, and he flew out on his back uncontrollably. Qi and blood rolled, and a mouthful of pale golden blood spurted out from his mouth, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Rumbling, Yongkai flew straight for a distance of hundreds of feet before his body hit a flower bed, smashing the flower bed to pieces and landing in embarrassment. Until now, he has not seen clearly what the other party used to attack him. He only knows that a thick shadow is sweeping towards him, and all his resistance are in vain. Falling down in the ruins of the flower bed, Yongkai vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood, then took a breath, stood up with force, and looked over there with lingering fear. He has never suffered such a big loss, and the depression in his heart can be imagined. If the purple shield hadn't blocked him just now, the injury would have been even more serious. Because of this, the internal organs in his body also shifted in an instant, and there was a huge pain in every part of his body, which made him feel like he was hurting. The illusion that all fell apart. This made him startled and angry. Looking up, after seeing the situation in front of him clearly, his expression could not help but freeze. At this moment, the puppet was still standing there, as if it had never moved, and Kai-he and Du-Sisi, who were standing a dozen feet away from it, were both pale, as if they were stupid, looking up at this daunting existence, but the puppet ignored them and had no intention of attacking them. But in front of the puppet, there was a huge stick erected, which was being held in its giant palm at the moment. It is not appropriate to say it is a stick. It should be a powerful and ferocious stick-shaped secret treasure. The whole body is pitch black, and it is not known what material it is made of. It is more than 10 feet long and the bucket is thick. It looks extremely terrifying. Yongkai immediately understood that the shadow that attacked him just now was this pitch-black giant stick. Where did this thing come from? A trace of suspicion flashed in the depths of Yongkai's eyes. There was no such thing in front of the puppet before, but when he tried to take the opportunity to rush out of the round gate, Yongkai did vaguely see the light flashing on the puppet's hand. Could it be that time to take it? Even with a distance of hundreds of feet, Yongkai could feel a depressing aura from the giant stick, and there were a few strange words engraved on the giant stick. These words were exactly what everyone was entering this place. The kind seen on the ancient ruins, no one knows what it is. Coughing a few times, Yongkai spat out a mouthful of blood, staring blankly at the puppet, and found that it didn't intend to chase after him, and he couldn't help but relax. And until now, Kai-he and Du-Sisi seemed to have recovered. Kai-he looked at Du-Sisi tremblingly, and whispered, "Sisi, step back." After recovering from the blow of death, hearing the words, he glanced at Kai-he, and 2 tears fell from the corners of his eyes uncontrollably. She was terrified. Although she had encountered some dangers before, it was far less shocking than this time. The moment the old woman was pinched into a blood mist, she saw in her eyes that the old woman's head was still on the ground, and she stared at her with wide eyes. The direction in which it is located seems to be blaming her for not rescuing herself. Such a huge mental shock made her completely lose her senses, and she didn't know what to do. Even after hearing Kai-he's reminder, she still couldn't take a step forward, for fear that if she moved, she would be murdered. Seeing this, Kai-he was naturally impatient. Although the puppet seemed to only guard in front of the exit, who knew if it would suddenly kill him? Follow in the footsteps. In desperation, Kai-he swayed, and ran to Du-Sisi's side, grabbed her, and returned to the way he came from without looking back. It wasn't until he retreated to Yang Kai's side that Kai's body softened, and he collapsed on the ground. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength within a short distance of 100 feet. Ducisi was not much better. She was so frightened that she lost her mind, and her beautiful eyes were full of panic and horror. Don't look at the old woman as just a first-level void returning realm, but when she is alive, she can still give people a sense of backbone, but now that she is dead, there are only 3 Saint King realm left, making Ducisi feel that she has lost someone she can rely on. Of course, there are some desperados. Yang Kai's face was also gloomy and terrifying. He was hit by the giant stick just now, and he has not recovered until now. This is him. He has golden blood and has a strong recovery ability. It will take at least a few months to recover. After taking a few healing pills, Yang Kai crossed his knees to adjust his breath. No matter what, let's stabilize my injury first. As for how to leave this place, I can only discuss it in the long run. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently checked his situation. Although the injury hadn't healed yet, it shouldn't be a serious problem, and it didn't affect his shot. After half a day of adjustment, Kai-he and Ducisi were in much better condition, but Ducisi's eyes were a little red and swollen, and his expression was sluggish. Although Kai-he was not so miserable, he could still see a trace of despair and helplessness in his eyes. After all, that puppet was the old woman who destroyed the void-returning mirror with one blow. With it guarding the round door, Kai-he didn't think he and the others could pass through safely. Glancing at the two of them, Yang Kai frowned slightly, and didn't say anything. With a move of his hand, the purple shield that was blown away before turned into a stream of light and flew back. Yang Kai checked for a while, and found that there was a dent, and the surface was cracked with a gap of 2 finger widths, and the spirituality was greatly lost. Can't help but feel a little lingering. This purple shield is the product of Yang Yan's refinement twice, and its level has reached the level of the top-grade virtual level. As the secret treasure of the main defense, its sturdiness can be imagined. It's like this, after being hit by the black giant stick, it turned into this appearance. One can imagine how terrifying the strength of that blow was. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai put away the purple shield, ready to let Yang Yan repair it after going back, and immediately stood up and looked at the huge puppet hundreds of meters away. Sidewalk. Brother Yang. Seeing this, Kai-he's complexion changed slightly, and he hurriedly called out, "What are you going to do?" "Go and try its ability." Yang Kai turned around and replied. "Try." Kai-he's expression was blank, and he said in astonishment, "Is this a bit too hasty?" Seeing that the old woman died tragically under the other party's hands, he naturally would not be optimistic about Yang Kai. Yang Kai and the old woman's strength differed greatly. "Don't mess around, can you?" Ducisi, who had been staring blankly for a long time, also shuddered suddenly, and screamed, "It has finally stabilized. What are you doing to provoke it? Do you want us all to die here?" Quote. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Ducisi's eyes immediately evaded, as if he didn't dare to look at him, and he argued uncomfortably, "That senior is dead. If you die too, what will Kai-he and I do?" Although she thinks highly of herself and doesn't put much emphasis on warriors of the same generation, but in the current situation, the more people there are, the more at ease she is. She doesn't really care about Yang Kai, but she just doesn't want to see her again. If there were casualties, her sense of security would be even less. Yang Kai said coldly, "In your opinion, what should we do?" Ducisi was obedient and didn't have any good suggestions. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1352 Kill It. Kai-he changed his mind and smiled wryly. When the old woman was still alive, the 4 of them searched the area of AAM carefully, and there was no other passage except for the exit guarded by the puppet. That is to say, if you want to go out, you can only go through the round door. Unless they stay here all the time and wait for Phasia 2 and others to come to the rescue, no one can say for sure about this kind of thing. Whether Phasia 2 and others can find this place is a matter of 2 opinions. Instead of this, it's better to take a chance. If you're lucky, you may find some loopholes and a feasible way to leave this place. It's better to wait than to wait, even if it's not hopeful. Thinking of this, Kai-he's expression became resolute, and he nodded at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, I am with you." Although Kai is not very good at fighting with others, but there are more people, more effort. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No, I'm just going to test its ability. I don't need Brother Kai to take action yet. When the test comes out, let's find a way to get out of here together." "That's fine, but Brother Yang, you must be careful. Kai he exhorted nervously. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, holding 12 points of vigilance. Approaching the puppet, Kai he and Du Sisi stood in place nervously and watched. Half an hour later, Yang Kai ran back with a disheveled face. This trial can be regarded as allowing him to use all means, but with the strength far surpassing the same level of warriors. Fortunately there were no major mistakes, and he did not suffer too much under the hands of the puppet. It was just rubbed once, and now half of my body is numb. Kai he and Du Sisi watched from the beginning to the end. When Yang Kai returned, their eyes could not help but become odd, because Yang Kai's various temptations just now were simply experiments with his own life, many times. Both of them thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, but they didn't expect him to find a glimmer of life in that desperate situation every time. After watching for half an hour, the two of them were even more tired than the actual Yang Kai, and it felt like years. The palms and backs were full of sweat. But from this, the two of them saw that Yang Kai was not an ordinary Saint King realm martial artist, and the various methods he used were extremely powerful. Unpredictable, even the Void Return Mirror may not have such abilities. How dare Kai he and Du Sisi underestimate Yang Kai? After returning, Yang Kai remained silent. He took out a few more healing pills, took them, and sat up cross-legged in meditation. After a full day, Yang Kai exhaled lightly. Open your eyes. His eyes were shining brightly, and he seemed to have recovered. Seeing this, Kai he and Du Sisi, who had been waiting by the side, hurriedly leaned over and looked at him expectantly. Yang Kai didn't know what they were thinking, and didn't make any excuses, and said, "There is a chance." Heard the words, Kai he and Du Sisi's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of joy in them. Kai he even sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, and hurriedly said, "How can we get rid of this puppet? Please brother Yang give advice, Sisi and I will fully cooperate." Get rid of it? Yang Kai showed a strange look, and smiled. It can't get rid of it. When I tested it before, you also saw that although it is huge, it moves like the wind and is extremely fast. If it's just me, if you are alone, there is a slight chance to get rid of it, but you two absolutely have no such possibility. This is not because Yang Kai underestimated them, but to tell the truth, because even Yang Kai himself, with full strength and the acceleration of the wind and thunder wings, only has a small chance to break through the blockade of the puppet. He was testing the opponent's ability before. When I was there, I wanted to go around it and rush towards the round door many times, but I was forced back by the opponent every time. This puppet seems to have great hostility towards any living thing that wants to pass through the round gate, and will kill without mercy. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Du Sisi's pretty face changed, and she immediately shouted, "You can't leave us alone." She instinctively thought that Yang Kai meant to leave alone. Kai Hechiang laughed. "Sisi, you think too much, brother Yang won't do that." These words are not only comforting Du Sisi, but also comforting himself, and at the same time quietly looking at Yang Kai's reaction, he is also a little worried that Yang Kai will do this. Yang Kai didn't make too many excuses. To be honest, if he could break through the blockade of the puppet before, he had indeed left alone, but he didn't mean to leave the two of them alone. If he could leave, he would go find Fei Ji2 waited for someone to come to the rescue. After all, it was better for one person to get out of trouble than for 3 people to be trapped here without any hope of survival. Hearing Kai he's probing now, he didn't mean to explain too much, but said, "We want to leave now, we can only work together, and I can deal with it alone. I don't have enough self-protection, and I am not an opponent at all." Kai he nodded repeatedly. "Brother Yang said that, but you just said that you can't get rid of it, so what should you do?" "I think it seems to be guarding the exit all the time, and it won't leave too far at all." This point, Yang Kai also tested it out before. Once it is close to the range of 10 feet from the exit, the puppet will act immediately, but if it leaves that range, it will not respond like a dead object. Hearing Kai he's question, Yang Kai smiled secretly. "Naturally kill it." "Kill it?" Kai he was dumbfounded. Du Sisi was also straightforward. "Are you stupid?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw Yang Kai looking over coldly. She couldn't help but swallow the second half of the words. Her expression was embarrassing, but her expression clearly felt that Yang Kai's proposal was very unreliable. "Since I said that, I have some confidence." Yang Kai knew that if he didn't make it clear, these two people would not be able to cooperate with him. It has left a shadow, and there is no courage to contend with it. Let's talk about its shortcomings first. This puppet guards the round door. No matter what secrets are hidden behind the round door, it is worth it to stay close to it all the time. But this point can be used. Since the two are array mages, how should I do it? Don't I need to say more? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them. Kai he and Du Sisi nodded thoughtfully. This huge shortcoming of the puppet can give them enough time to arrange a large formation, and cooperate with Yongkai with the power of the formation. Maybe there is such a chance. Setting up the formation is no problem, and we can set up a large formation that limits the opponent's speed. I think this puppet is invulnerable to water and fire and is very strong, but the most troublesome thing is its speed. If we can really slow down its speed, if it comes down, its advantage will be greatly reduced. Kai, he said slowly, touching his chin. Can you set up such a formation? Yongkai was overjoyed. It seemed that Kai he thought of going with him. Puppets are different from living people. Although some formations are powerful, they have no effect on them. Yongkai originally, he wanted Kai he and Dusisi to arrange a formation to restrain the opponent's speed, but he did not expect that he and Kai he coincided with each other on this point. It's not difficult. I have a set of Mirror Lake Mud Dragon formations. Sisi should have a set of Painting Grounds as prison formations, right? Kai he looked at Dusisi. Dusisi nodded lightly, not surprised that the other party knew her details. After all, the Kai family and the Du family are both formation masters, and it is normal for them to have some competition and spying on each other. How powerful are these two formations? Yongkai hurriedly asked. Kai he showed a hint of arrogance. The power is naturally not small. If the power of the formation can be fully mobilized, even the void-returning third-layer realm powerhouse will fall into it, and he will have to restrain himself. Said, it's a pity that Sisi and I are not very strong, and we can only exert less than half of our power. Less than half. Yongkai frowned secretly. Kai he looked at Yongkai, and said in a low voice, don't worry, Brother Yong, I am still very confident in these two sets of formations. I dare not say anything else. Slow down a speed of 10 to 20% is absolutely fine. 20%, a little less, but this is the only way. Yongkai didn't care. But Brother Yong, even if Sisi and I cooperate with the formation to slow down its speed, how can we destroy such a puppet? Yeah, when you tried it before, you didn't hurt it at all. Dusisi also hurriedly asked. The matter was so important that no one dared to be careless, otherwise the cooperation would not be successful, and maybe all three of them would perish here. Yongkai smiled slightly. Although it didn't hurt it at all, at least I verified one thing. What's up? The reason why this puppet can move independently without being driven is because there is a ray of distraction inside. Distracted, Kai he and Dusisi whispered. Yes, it can also be said to be the spirit. When Lian Guang drove the puppet, did you observe it? Yongkai looked at the two, and said with a serious expression, Lian Guang sent a strand of his distraction to the puppet. This is how to drive those puppets for their own use. Although this puppet looks much more advanced than those of Lian Guang, the principle should be the same. After all, puppets are just dead things. If you want to act, there must be a similar distraction. Since this puppet is unmanned, there must be a ray of spirit sealed inside, but I don't know what kind of spirit it is. Listening to Yongkai's analysis, both Kai he and Dusisi suddenly had a feeling of seeing the bright moon through the clouds and mists. They were shocked by the power of the puppet before, but they didn't think about it carefully. Now they heard Yongkai say so. As soon as I said it, I immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. Brother Yong means, I don't need to destroy this puppet, I just need to find that wisp of spirit and kill it, and the puppet will naturally stop moving. Yongkai's eyes flashed a bright light. Kai he's eyes lit up, he clapped his hands and said, so that's the case. If this is the case, this move is feasible. Compared with destroying such an impenetrable puppet, it is obviously much easier to kill a spirit. Then do you know where that spirit is? Dusisi interrupted and asked. Yongkai's face darkened, and he shook his head slowly. I'm not sure yet, but there are a few suspicious places, so I need to use the power of the two of you to restrain its speed, so that I can have a chance to investigate it properly. Explore these locations and find out where the spirit hides. Chapter 1353 Fierce Battle. When caught in a crisis, the most fearful thing is not seeing the slightest hope of surviving. Now, after hearing Yongkai's words, both Kai he and Dusisi are overjoyed, because if Yongkai is right, then with the strength of the three of them, may not be able to kill that puppet. The two immediately swept away the haze on their faces and looked at each other. Both of them became full of energy. Without further ado, the three acted immediately. Because of Yongkai's previous temptation, everyone knew the puppet's warning range. At a position 10 feet away from it, Kai he and Dusisi stood in a corner, constantly taking out the cloth from their space ring. The utensils used in the array were injected with holy yuan one after another, and scattered around. As soon as those utensils fell to the ground, they disappeared in a flash and disappeared without a trace. Even with Yongkai's divine sense, they couldn't find anything. The two skillfully arranged the formation, but Yang Kai's eyes lingered on the giant puppet's head, chest and lower abdomen and other key positions. These positions were where he felt the spirit that drove the puppet to move. It's just that he was facing the puppet alone just now, and he couldn't check it carefully at all, and he couldn't determine where it was. If it can be determined, as long as that part is destroyed, it should be able to stop the puppet from moving. Yang Kai thought about it secretly, constantly deliberating on his own thoughts, and felt that there was no problem. After a while, Kai He and Du Sisi were both ready. They looked at each other the same way, clasped their palms together, and suddenly shouted in unison, "Here!" The next moment, the holy energy in their bodies seemed to resonate and connect with some things in the surrounding area. With the agitation of the holy yuan, with the puppet as the center, the aura of heaven and earth within a radius of more than 10 feet trembled slightly, soon returned to normal. Yang Kai looked around and didn't see anything unusual, but it didn't mean that it was rare or strange. Many formations, even if they are turned on, can't see anything strange from the outside, only go deep inside. In order to get a glimpse of the truth. "Brother Yang, Sisi and I are ready, you can do it anytime." Kai He opened his mouth and shouted. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and said with a serious expression, "Then I have to thank you too. Brother Yang, you are being polite. You are the main force in this battle, so be careful. Sisi and I can only preside over the formation, and use the power of the formation to match your actions. Don't take the opportunity to run away." Du Sisi's expression changed a few times. Still a little worried about Yang Kai's behavior, if Yang Kai escaped from this place while they were restraining the puppet's speed with formations. Then she and Kai He are making wedding dresses for others. Face her doubts. Yang Kai didn't mean to be angry, the other party was unfamiliar with him, so he would naturally have this level of concern, and now, the three of them must work together, any differences and conflicts may lead to some unimaginable consequences. Hearing the words, he said lightly, "Don't worry, right? Now that I've teamed up with you, I naturally won't leave you alone." With Yang Kai's promise, Du Sisi smiled and said insincerely, "I'll just talk casually." Yang Kai didn't say anything more, took a deep breath, looked at the giant puppet that had been standing there without moving, his face suddenly became dignified and serious, and he rushed over there. In the blink of an eye, people rushed into the large formation arranged by Kai He and Du Sisi, and the vision in front of him changed leisurely. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his position seemed to be on a lake, and the water under his feet was clear and clear. "People, the water is sparkling, but from the lake, there is an invisible pulling force, which seems to want to restrain his actions. Not only that, but another squeezing force came from all directions, which also restricted his freedom. The illusion of the lake under his feet is presumably the result of the mirror lake mud dragon array that Kai He mentioned before, and the invisible squeezing force around him should be the painting ground as a prison array arranged by Du Sisi. Sure enough, there are ways. Neither of the two formations deliberately targeted him, but once he fell into it, he would be suppressed. If they used the formations to deal with him, the suppression he would suffer would be even greater." Thinking of this, Yang Kai smiled. To him, the power of Kai He and Du Sisi's formation is naturally as big as possible. And when he stepped into the formation, the two formation masters, Kai He and Du Sisi, changed their handprints and injected a Saint Yuan into the foundation of the formation under their feet. The next moment, the restraint and squeezing force that Yang Kai felt disappeared completely. Liberty was restored. There are two formation masters presiding over the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon formation and the Painted Ground as Prison formation, so naturally Yang Kai will not be affected. Yang Kai took another step forward, stepping on the Mirror Lake, a circle of ripples centered on the soles of the feet, spreading towards the surroundings. At the same time, the huge puppet who had been silent for a while suddenly had a red light in the eyes, Zhang opening his mouth wide, a beam of crimson light shot out from the mouth, directly attacking Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was neither surprised nor happy, and when he moved his feet, he disappeared in place. When he was testing the puppet's ability before, he had seen the opponent perform this trick many times, so it was naturally impossible for him to be hit easily. With a bang, the crimson beam of energy hit Jingu Lake, but it only caused bigger ripples, and it didn't affect the mud dragon array in Jingu Lake at all, which made Yang feel relieved. "Go," Yang muttered, and the fire bird, the spirit of the weapon, immediately appeared, turning into a fiery red strange bird with a body length of more than 10 feet, and rushed towards the giant puppet. The black giant stick in the puppet's hand immediately raised, and slammed it fiercely at the spirit of the weapon. Where the giant stick passed, there was a whimpering wind. Sweeping down with a stick, Qi Ling's body immediately collapsed, but Qi Ling is not an entity, so this kind of attack is useless to it. The scattered flames gathered together again, squirming and changing, and once again formed the appearance of a firebird. The next moment, Qi Ling opened his mouth, and fireballs bigger than washbasins shot out from his mouth, booming long smashed towards the puppet with astonishing momentum. There was a violent noise, and the puppet was staggered by these fireballs, and its huge body leaned back slightly. After taking such a blow, the puppet seemed to be enraged, and the red light in his eyes became even brighter. He stared at the fire bird, waved the giant stick in his hand, and fought with the fire bird. In an instant, there were countless stick shadows, and crimson energy beams and scorching fireballs flew all over the sky. These two are alien-like existences, but at the moment they are fighting fiercely. The spirit is not afraid of the opponent's black giant stick, but it is a little afraid of the crimson energy beam. Once the puppet releases this kind of attack, it will have to dodge and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Yang Kai was overjoyed. When he was experimenting before, Qi Ling also made great efforts, but he didn't expect this puppet to hold a grudge, and now he didn't care about him, just staring at Qi Ling chasing and beating. This is just right Yang Kai's mind. Seeing the opportunity, a golden streak popped out from his hand, shooting straight towards the puppet's left eye. With a clang, although the all-conquering gold wire accurately hit the opponent's left eye, there was only a flicker of fire there, and the gold wire bounced back. Yang Kai frowned slightly, and at this moment, a low voice came from his ear, "Brother Yang, be careful." As soon as the words fell, Yang Kai saw the puppet swinging the giant stick and smashing it down towards him. The murderous intent rolled up by the giant stick almost made the entire space freeze. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, and when he was about to dodge, he suddenly discovered that there were strange energy fluctuations coming from the mirror lake under his feet. Immediately, the clear mirror lake suddenly became muddy, as if it had been disturbed by something. For a moment, several streams of turbid lake water rolled up, transformed into the shape of a dragon, and greeted the giant stick. And at the same time, a little bit of light is also derived from the surroundings, and the little light is like fireflies flying. At the beginning, there were very few, but in the blink of an eye, it filled the sky, like locusts crossing the border. He jumped on the stick and stuck to it like a tarsal maggot. Visible to the naked eye, the speed of swinging the giant stick suddenly slowed down a lot. The mud dragon rushing out of the mirror lake touched the giant stick and was directly scattered, but it also weakened the force of the giant stick. Seeing this, Yang Kai showed joy. In the scene just now, it is obvious that the two formations here have played a role, and the evaluation of the mirror lake mud dragon formation and the painting ground as a prison formation is higher in my heart, and I am more confident in killing the puppets. As long as Kai He and Du Sisi sincerely cooperate with him, the chances of leaving this place will be greatly increased. The giant stick is still swung down, but with the restraint of the two formations, Yang Kai has already calmly avoided it, and with a thought, the artifact fire bird has turned into a ball of flames, wrapping the whole body of the puppet, and burning it vigorously. Yang Kai didn't expect the artifact spirit to incinerate the puppet. This puppet didn't know what material it was made of. It was invulnerable to water and fire, invulnerable to swords and guns. It was very strong. Even if the artifact spirit refined a trace of the power of the sun's true fire, relying on fire to melt it is also insufficient. Yang Kai just wanted to rely on the special form of the artifact spirit to find the hiding place of the puppet's soul. The artifact spirit burned itself, but the giant puppet was not affected at all. Instead, without the artifact spirit to attract its attention, it immediately stared at Yang Kai, striding towards Yang Kai. After walking 2 steps away, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in Jingu Lake, which happened to drag one of its big feet into it, and the puppet leaned over, obviously about to fall down. Yang Kai saw this. How could he miss the opportunity? Stretched out his hand and slapped it. Sheng Yuan burst out, and the covering hand rushed to the puppet as a hood. It has to be said that the 2 sets of formations of Kai He and Du Sisi helped Yang Kai a lot. When he was testing the puppet's ability before, there were always dangers, but now, with the cooperation of the 3, he dealt with this puppet again. With ease, there is not much burden at all. Under such circumstances, he only needs to avoid the attack of the puppet while separating out the message from the mind sensor. As long as he finds the hiding place of the spirit, he can recklessly attack that position, break it and kill it. Chapter 1354 Precarious. Confined by the mirror lake vortex, the puppet was inconvenient to move. Yang Kai's sky-covering hand hit the puppet's body accurately, and a loud noise came out, on the ground. Yang Kai hastily stepped back 2 steps, and did not make another move. For him, the main thing now is to deal with the puppet. Before he finds the spirit that drives the puppet to move, any attack is meaningless. However, Kai He and Du Sisi had clearly understood Yang Kai's intentions, and took advantage of the situation to strengthen the power of their own formations. Suddenly, more vortexes appeared in the mirror lake, and the rays of light flying all over the sky became denser. Restricted by the two formations, the puppet was unable to get up for a while, and the red light in his eyes kept flickering. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, staring at the puppet's movements, silently feeling the movement of the artifact spirit in his heart, and at the same time, he sent out a divine sense to constantly check on the puppet. In his mind, since there is a ray of spirit hidden in the puppet, there must be something abnormal, and this abnormality can only be discovered by relying on divine sense. While he was investigating, there was another change, and the entire lake suddenly became turbulent. Seeing that he couldn't get up immediately, the puppet waved a black giant stick in a rage, and smashed aimlessly around. Such an attack could not cause any harm to Yang Kai, but Kai He's complexion changed drastically when he saw this. There is no other reason. In order to ensure the maximum power of the formation, the range of the formation equipment he cast was not large. If the puppet messed up like this, it might destroy his concealed formation equipment. Once one of them is damaged, the entire formation will collapse. Not only that, the puppet's fierce attack and the huge force it rolled up also slightly affected the formation, if it was left alone. I am afraid that the formation will break down without attack in a short time. In desperation, Kai He could only slow down some restraints on the puppets to ensure the operation of the big formation, and the situation on Du Cici's side was the same. As a last resort, we can only weaken the power of painting the ground as a prison formation. They had never encountered such a thing before, and they couldn't help being very depressed. The firefly-like light all over the sky and the vortex in the mirror lake immediately diminished, lacking some restraining power. Sure enough, the puppet stopped waving the giant stick indiscriminately, and crawled up on the ground with hands and feet. As soon as you stood up, he stared at Yang Kai. He stared at the mirror lake under his feet again, showing a thoughtful expression. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide. In a humming sound, one after another, wasp-like things spit out from the mouth. Those things are only the size of a fist, but there are hundreds of them, gathered into a group. After hovering in the air for a while, they immediately rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, revealing an extremely surprised expression. It was the first time he knew that this puppet actually had such weird abilities. During the test before, the opponent did not release these hornets at all. With a sweep of divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank, because he found that these wasps were all small puppets, and each one exuded a strange aura. Naturally, it was impossible for him to let these wasps get close. The magic flames rolled in his hand, and a pitch-black longsword appeared. Boom boom boom. A surprising scene appeared. These wasps seemed to be very powerful. They burst open the moment the sword light touched their bodies, as if they were vulnerable, but Yang Kai's brows frowned much more severely. Because these hornets exploded, it was not because of his attack at all, but because they exploded themselves. The self-explosion of each wasp produced palpitating energy fluctuations. Not only that, after those wasps exploded, there were clusters of yellow mist in the air. These mist were connected into pieces, and soon enveloped the entire space. Yang Kai accidentally inhaled it, and felt dizzy in an instant, and shouted in shock, "It's poisonous, hold your breath." While speaking, a pitch-black ball of magic flame appeared in his hand, and it smashed towards the yellow mist. Wherever the magic flame passed, the yellow mist was swept away. Although the yellow mist was highly toxic, it could not resist the burning of the magic flame. Only then did Kai He and Du Cici feel relieved. When they heard Yang Kai's yell just now, both of them were worried, fearing that something might happen. Seeing that the yellow mist was burned away, they were naturally very happy, and now they focused on driving the array law. Yang Kai didn't relax at all. He slashed out one after another with his sword light, smashing all the wasp-like puppets, and then burned Huangwu with the magic flame. Since this puppet can have such means, there must be other stronger means. Yi Changmeng has many. Yang Kai has secretly become anxious. Hundreds of wasp puppets were killed and wiped out in a short while. At this moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately revealed a look of surprise, because there was a message from the Firebird artifact spirit. It has found the hiding place of the spirit that drives the puppet. As I expected, it was on the puppet's chest, because all the movements of the puppet were driven by this ray of spirit, so under the constant inspection of Qi Ling, I finally found some clues. A trace of hostility flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and with a movement of his divine sense, the artifact spirit wrapped around the puppet reformed into the form of a firebird, flying over the top of the puppet's head, constantly spraying out fireballs to attack it, attracting its attention. And Yang Kai himself kept his eyes on the puppet's chest. While it was dealing with the weapon spirit and was distracted, he rushed in front of the puppet in a flash, jumped high, and punched it hard in the chest drop. With a bang, Yang Kai was bounced back by a huge force, but the puppet's chest was completely unscathed, not even a single mark appeared. This punch was just a test, it didn't show any effect. Yang Kai was not surprised, squinted his eyes, and said in a low voice, "You too, drive the power of the formation to the maximum, whether it succeeds or fails, it depends on this time." Hearing this, Kai He and Du Sisi didn't hesitate any longer, and urged Sheng Yuan one after another to fully open the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon formation and the Painting Ground formation. In an instant, the sky filled with light appeared again, and large or small whirlpools appeared on the surface of the Mirror Lake. One after another, mud dragons rushed out of the Mirror Lake, flew to the puppet, entangled its limbs, and restrained its limbs. Action. Cooperating with the Firebird's attack, the puppet immediately fell into a disadvantage, but the giant black stick in its hand waved aimlessly again. But this time, Kai He and Du Sisi didn't care about it, and still didn't relax the power of the formation. Yang Kai saw that the speed of the puppet was greatly reduced, and his face was filled with joy. He swung the demon flame long sword forward, and a sword glow slashed out, hitting the puppet's chest. The flames splattered, and the sword light disappeared, but there was no change in the puppet's chest. When Kai He and Du Sisi witnessed this scene, their hearts sank to the bottom. Although the two can use the power of the formation to limit the puppet's actions, if Yang Kai can't break through the puppet's defense, it will be a failure. They can't think too much about the current situation, so they can only pin all their hopes on Yang Kai, secretly praying that he would not only have such means. But to their disappointment, Yang Kai actually slashed out another attack like a pitch-black sword light, slashing towards the puppet's chest. The next moment, both of them became suspicious, because that sword-like attack actually left a shallow mark on the puppet's body. Although the imprint was small, it was the first time that the three of them had actually caused damage to the puppet after joining forces. This naturally made Kai He and Du Sisi overjoyed, and when they looked at Yang Kai, they couldn't help showing admiration. This puppet's body is strong, even if they didn't personally try it out, they can also detect it from the previous attacks of Yang Kai and Qi Ling. Even if the Void Return Mirror expert comes, it may not be able to cause harm to it, but now, Yang Kai did it. This means that he has the opportunity to destroy the body of the puppet and kill the spirit hidden in it. Under the excitement of the heart, it seems to have seen the dawn before dawn, and they are full of great expectations for Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at that tiny imprint, his face darkened slightly. The attack just now, but he used the space blade condensed by space power, which looks similar to Zhenwu, but it is quite different. The space blade can be said to be Yang Kai's trump card. It can devour everything and its power is unpredictable, but it still only caused this level of damage to the puppet. If you want to completely break its chest position, you must at least use it. Only when the blades of 100 paths of space hit the same place can they have a chance to do so. Can Kai He and Du Sisi limit it for such a long time? It's not that Yang Kai has no confidence in the two of them, it's just that this puppet is too difficult to deal with, and the giant stick is waving wildly, not only making it difficult for him to approach, but even the two sets of formations are turned upside down. After a long time, once the formation is broken, I can't hit the same position accurately at all. Considering these things is useless now, Yang Kai's face turned cold, and he couldn't care too much anymore. One after another space blades shot out, attacking towards the mark. Silently, unlike the sword light hitting the puppet's body, the space blade hit without any sound at all. As time went by, the scars on the puppet's chest gradually became larger, but correspondingly, Kai He and Du Sisi's faces turned pale and their bodies trembled slightly. Can be regarded as exhausting all his strength, and even took a lot of recovery pills, but Sheng Yuan still couldn't make ends meet. What is even more worrying is that after such a long period of struggling and attacking by the puppet, the stability of the two sets of large formations has also been greatly affected, and they have become precarious. The firefly-like rays of light that still drew the ground as a prison array suddenly diminished. In this way, the restrictions on the puppet were weakened a lot, and Yang Kai's attacks often failed to hit accurately, which made him annoyed for a while. Contrary to the anxiety and helplessness of the three, the puppet showed its supernatural power. When the giant stick was swung, even the Firebird couldn't get close to it. Force. Chapter 1355 The Power of Self-Explosion. Among the ancient ruins, in front of the round gate, Yang Kai continuously released the blade of space, attacking a certain point on the puppet's chest, but affected by the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon formation and the painting ground as a prison formation, the puppet was aimless in addition to waving the giant stick. In addition to the attack, it felt a little difficult to move forward. So even though Yang Kai often couldn't hit the same point, under such consumption, a crack about 3 inches deep appeared on his chest. But even so, the puppet was not affected in any way. On the other hand, Yang Kai and the other three consumed a huge amount of energy. Needless to say, Kai He and Du Sisi, in order to maintain the formation, their Saint Yuan was almost exhausted. And Yang Kai's space blade also has a lot of load on himself. It doesn't matter once or twice, but hundreds of times, thousands of times, his sea of AA consciousness is almost dry. If it is not for the 7-color warming lotus to nourish the soul, it is just overdrawn like this, it will cause indelible damage to him. Once again, he took out the elixir for recovering his consciousness, stuffed it into his mouth and took it. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper, but his eyes were fixed on the crack on the puppet's chest, and the space blade was thrown out again. Click, a slight sound came from the side. Then Kai He's exclamation came out, "Brother Yang, I can't stand still." His voice was filled with indescribable anxiety. It was because the formation that had been set up was on the verge of collapse and might be broken at any time. Once the formation was broken, without the speed of the formation to restrain the puppets, the three of them were very likely to act this time fail. Although there is still a chance to make a comeback, with the abnormal speed of the puppet, it is still unknown whether he and Du Sisi will be able to escape the murderous hands by then. Moreover, he has worked hard for so long, so he naturally does not want to fail. As soon as his words fell, there was another slight crack, and immediately, filling the world, the countless firefly-like lights suddenly disappeared, as if they had never existed. On the other side, Du Sisi's pretty face was stunned, and she looked at the formation foundation in her hand. The formation foundation bestowed by the elders of the family became torn apart at this moment, and could no longer be used. The painting ground she set up was a prison formation, which was broken one step ahead of Kai He's large formation. Distressed but also extremely horrified. Without the assistance of drawing the ground as a prison formation, the vortex and mud dragons generated in the mirror lake could not restrict the puppet's movements at all. Seeing the puppet show off its power, it broke free from the entanglement of several mud dragons, crushed the vortexes on the mirror lake one by one, and then the scarlet red eyes fixed on Du Sisi, who was standing there stupidly. Yang Kai turned his head, and touched his space ring. A scroll-like secret treasure appeared out of thin air. With the crazy injection of Saint Yuan, phantoms of mountain peaks flew out of it. Baiyu Map, the only attack artifact in Yang Kai's hands, because in battle, Yang Kai is more willing to believe in his own strength than relying on the power of the artifact, so he has never had much attack artifact. This Baiyu Map is also because it is rather peculiar to be refined into the body. When facing the puppet, Yang Kai did not sacrifice the Baiyu Map, but now he has to take it out. In an instant, phantoms of large or small mountain peaks were flying in the sky, and this time, Yang Kai almost ignored the stability of the secret treasure itself, and forcibly sacrificed 30 or 40 mountain peaks from it. This is also the limit of what he can drive. As soon as the phantoms of those mountain peaks appeared, they smashed towards the puppet with a bang like a rainbow. The puppet swung its giant stick, and all the mountain peaks that approached were blocked by a strong block, and none of them could get close to its body. A sharp look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, his divine sense flickered, and the phantoms of the mountains that were smashed flew back again, but this time, the phantoms of the mountains did not fall down, but surrounded the puppet in groups, sealing all around it die. "Blast me!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. As soon as the words fell, frightening energy fluctuations suddenly appeared in the phantoms of the large or small mountain peaks, and dazzling rays of light bloomed, making the whole world as bright as day, and Kai He and Du Sisi couldn't help it. Look straight at. Boom boom boom. A terrifying energy fluctuation like a mountain avalanche struck, and the gust of wind swept Kai He and Du Sisi far away, and even swept away the array equipment hidden around them. After the energy subsided, a tattered scroll-like secret treasure floated down from the sky, which was the Baiyu picture that Yang Kai had sacrificed before. But at this moment, the Baiyu Map has no spirituality at all, and the pictures of mountain peaks that originally existed on it have all disappeared. Before they landed, they suddenly turned into dust and disappeared in this world. Secret treasure explodes. Not every secret treasure has this kind of power, but the Baiyu Map that Yang Kai got just happens to have it. Speaking of it, the Baiyu Map has really helped Yang Kai a lot since he got it, and the grade is not good. It's low, it's a void grade secret treasure, but in order to limit the movement of the puppet, Yang Kai can't be stingy with one secret treasure. He can only explode the Baiyu Map, otherwise Du Sisi, who is being targeted by it, will be hard to escape. When Yang Kai looked at it again, he couldn't help being stunned, and immediately looked overjoyed. Because the puppet was knocked to the ground again by the self-explosive energy of Baiyu, and this time, the beach, which seemed to have suffered some trauma, lay on the ground for a while without moving, and the crack on the chest was unexpectedly a strange red light flickered. The self-explosion power of the false secret treasure is obviously extraordinary. His expression flickered, Yang Kai rushed forward immediately, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the front of the puppet, jumped to his chest, and immediately aimed at the 3-inch deep crack and shot one after another. Blade of space. At such a close distance, the puppet did not resist or dodge at all. Naturally, every shot hit the same place precisely, and it was almost visible to the naked eye. The crack was getting deeper and bigger. A gleam of joy flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he felt that as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to pierce the puppet's chest. He also did not relax his vigilance and surveillance of the puppet. While concentrating on the blade of space, he divided his mind to investigate the movement of the puppet. After just 20 breaths, the puppet's eyes suddenly flickered, and the eyes of the fierce beast that devoured made people shudder. Yang Kai instinctively sensed the danger. His hair stood on end, and when he sensed the sound of the wind coming from the back of his head, he rolled over on the spot, rushed to the other side, once again condensed a blade of space, slashed towards the crack, and punched out at the same time. The fist and the space blade hit the crack almost at the same time. Click! It seemed that there was a sound of something shattering, and Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his divine sense gave an order to the fire bird artifact spirit. The fire bird let out a clear cry, swooped down, and rushed towards the crack, and at the same time, the puppet's big hand that almost covered the entire sky also patted Yang Kai. Looking at the terrifying palm, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't mean to dodge at all. It's not because he didn't dodge, but because he really couldn't get enough strength. His consciousness has caused an unimaginable load, and now looking around, he can hardly see the world in front of him clearly, everything is like a mirror image, extremely blurry. But there is no need to avoid it. The next moment, the firebird weapon rushed into the body of the puppet through the crack that Yang Kai had painstakingly created, and the scorching fire broke out, burning the puppet from the inside. A red light suddenly appeared, spreading all over the puppet's body, swimming like a tiny snake, but soon, the red light disappeared, and the puppet's huge palm also stopped in midair. There was a crisp bird song, and the fire bird, the weapon spirit, rushed out of the puppet's body, circled around the top of Yang's head, and then got into his body. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, his face was full of exhaustion, and he lay on his back directly on the ground. On the other side, Kai He and Du Sisi, who were swept away by Yu Wei, who was blown up by Baiyu, looked a bit embarrassed, but they didn't suffer too much damage. After struggling to get up, they saw the scene where the puppet's movements were frozen, couldn't help but glanced at each other, not knowing what was going on over there. After releasing their spiritual sense to investigate, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know what happened to Yang Kai, but he still had breath, and if he was alive, it meant that the puppet must not be able to move, otherwise how could Yang Kai be safe and sound? In addition to being excited, both of them felt a little lingering fear. Although they knew that being able to instantly kill a puppet of the void return mirror would not be easy to deal with, no one underestimated its strength. Fortunately, Yang Kai's attack took effect, and with the cooperation of the two of them, the shot Chung to finally ground the puppet's body a little bit, and finally made a final decision. After the first battle, neither Kai He nor Du Sisi had the energy to talk anymore. Kai He just raised his voice and called Yang Kai, and after confirming that he was fine, the three of them adjusted their breathing. Half a day later, Yang Kai got up first. It wasn't that he didn't consume much, but he was an alchemist himself. There were countless recovery medicines in the space ring, and the golden blood also had a strong recovery ability. Naturally, he recovered faster than the two formation masters. Glancing towards them, seeing that the two were still meditating, Yang Kai didn't intend to say hello, but jumped onto the giant puppet, rubbing his chin to check. Such a puppet is obviously not an ordinary thing. Even the Lien family cannot create such a tyrannical puppet. If you really want to fight it alone, even a strong man like Fei Zhetu may not be an opponent. This time the three Saint King stages were able to bring it down, mainly relying on the containment power of the two large formations. Without the containment of the large formation, Yang Kai was a little powerless to protect himself, let alone destroy it. The puppet was all over the body, except for the chest area, there were no other scars. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai used his divine sense to wrap the puppet, intending to put it into the space ring, but after trying it, the puppet didn't move at all, which surprised Yang Kai. It's not that his consciousness is not strong enough, it's because the puppet itself is too heavy to fit into the space ring. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1356 Carve Up. The space ring is not something that can be put in. Sometimes things that are too big and heavy cannot be put in the space ring. There are also some special treasures. For example, the last time Yang Kai and Yang Yan were in the space ring. The true essence of the sun obtained from the corpse cave. It cannot be put into the space ring, because the scorching heat it emits has far exceeded the limit that the space ring can withstand. Once it is put in, it will definitely destroy the space ring. That's why Yang Yan put in so much effort to refine a ring. Strictly speaking, the puppet in front of him is not too big, but it still can't be put into the space ring. The only explanation is that its weight is far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. At this point, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise and strangeness. Just as he was thinking, Kai He and Du Sisi also walked over from not far away. Now that the battle is over, it's time to collect the spoils. Everyone can see how extraordinary this puppet is, so the two formation masters, naturally not wanting to let the benefits go to Yang Kai alone, he hastily ended the breath adjustment and joined Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this puppet is probably a work of ancient times, and it is of extraordinary value. Kai He chuckled and said something. Yes, if we can crack the driving method, it will definitely be a great help. Du Sisi's beautiful eyes shone with excitement. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, looked at the two people, and didn't break their minds. He smiled lightly and said, "The two of you are interested in it." Kai Hechin laughed twice, but Du Sisi said bluntly, "Of course, who would miss such a good thing? Even if you can't research the method to crack it, maybe you can use this puppet to spy on the puppet refining process in ancient times." Others dare not say it, but I think Lian Guang must be very interested in it, eh? What she said was the truth. Such a puppet, regardless of its own value, its research value alone is immeasurable. If you hear about it, the Lian family, which is famous for making puppets, will definitely not miss it. Yang Kai nodded lightly, although Du Sisi had a bit of a young lady's temper, but after the three of them teamed up, their perception of her became better, and he pondered for a while and said, "The three of us have put in a lot of effort in this battle, but there is only one puppet, how to distribute it?" Kai He and Du Sisi looked at each other, but couldn't come up with any good ideas. Seeing the distressed faces of the two, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Well, I don't want the puppet anymore, I just want the black giant stick. You two discuss who owns the puppet. Of course, there is still the senior who died. The space ring left behind. After the old woman was pinched to death, her space ring fell under the feet of the puppet. Yang Kai had no chance to obtain it, but now he just got three together with the puppet and the giant stick, and let the three distribute it. No one knew what was in her space ring, but that bottle of life nectar could not be faked. As long as that stick. Du Sisi glanced at the black giant stick on the puppet's body, and a hint of reluctance flashed in her beautiful eyes. To be honest, she also saw that the value of the giant stick was definitely not inferior to the puppet itself. Just giving it up to Yang Kai, he was somewhat hesitant, but when he thought of the old woman's space ring, he was a little bit moved. But Kai He continued, "Okay, Brother Yang is also considered the main force in this battle, and he survived several times, so we have no objection to assigning Kai like this." Quote, "He said so, what else can Du Sisi do?" Yang Kai said that he gave in, walked to the black giant stick, thought for a while, came to the giant stick, stretched out his hand on it, released his spiritual sense, and carefully inspected it. After a while, Yang Kai's expression changed, and the Saint Yuan burst out and poured into the pitch-black giant stick. An unbelievable scene appeared. With the injection of the holy yuan, the giant stick, which was more than 10 feet long and thick as a bucket, shrunk at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it became about the height of a person. Kai He and Du Sisi, who were discussing the allocation of puppets and space rings, were stunned. Yang Kai showed such a look. When he saw this puppet for the first time before, he didn't find this giant stick at all, but the puppet suddenly took it out after pinching the old woman. Yang Kai doubted whether this giant stick could change the size at will. Try it now, and find that your guess is not wrong. Stretching out his hand to take the pitch-black stick, Yang Kai's expression froze, and he immediately revealed surprise. He found that he couldn't even hold the stick, and he made the right choice. This stick was probably made of some incredible material. And the puppet has been destroyed. It is impossible to repair it by means on the dark star. It is useless. At most it is to exchange some holy crystals and treasures with the Lian family. As for the life nectar in the old woman's space ring, just some diluted products. No matter what, Yang Kai has great confidence that somewhere inside the rockery, there is a pure life nectar. Rejoiced in his heart, Yang Kai remained calm on the surface. One after another Saint Yuan was driven into the stick, and then the spiritual mind came out majestically, wrapped the stick, and put it into the ring refined by Yang Yan. This ring can even store the true sun essence and the 10,000 Zi ice jade platform, so it is no problem to store a heavy stick. After Yang Kai finished his work, Kai He and Du Sisi also discussed it properly. Kai He walked to the place where the puppet was originally standing, picked up the old woman's space ring, and Du Sisi took out a bracelet-like secret treasure, and put it on his pretty face. Throwing the bracelet full of joy, the bracelet immediately became larger, like a ring covering the puppet, and immediately, strands of energy threads like weeping willows were released from the ring. These energy threads were attached to the puppet, and soon wound it into a rice dumpling. Du Sisi let out a low voice, "Take it." Countless silk threads were pulled back in an instant, and the huge puppet was pulled into the ring bit by bit, and disappeared within 10 breaths before and after, in the wrist. Everyone is happy, and the three have their own gains. Yang Kai also didn't intend to eat alone. Kai He and Du Sisi really helped a lot by destroying the puppet's mobility this time. Of course he wouldn't do the thing of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. It's just that what the three of them got is more important than others, only God knows. Anyway, after Kai He inspected the old woman's space ring, his brows were filled with joy, obviously satisfied with what he had gained. "Brother Yang, what should we do next?" It seems that because of the previous battle, Kai He couldn't help but look forward to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Du Sisi also turned her head and looked this way. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Waiting here is not an option, there is only one exit, we have no choice, but where this exit leads to, and how dangerous it is still unknown, since this puppet guards so tightly. Come and see, there might be something good inside." Kai He and Du Sisi's eyes lit up. Yang Kai changed the subject, and said in a deep voice, "But where there are good things, there must be dangers, and the two of you must be mentally prepared. This is natural. According to Brother Yang, are we going to continue to explore? Well, no matter what, we must find a way to leave this ancient ruin." Regarding this, the two formation masters naturally had no opinion, and the three of them rested for a while, then led by Yang Kai, and walked towards the round gate. Passing through the round gate, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that there was a straight corridor in front of him. After checking with spiritual mind and confirming that there was nothing strange, Yang Kai walked forward while being vigilant. The corridor is not long, only about 100 feet or so. Soon, the three of them passed through this corridor and stepped into another palace. As soon as you entered the palace, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked towards the center of the palace. With a look of surprise on his face, he lost his voice and said, "Elder Qian." Kai He and Du Sisi rushed over casually, and when they heard Yang Kai's call, they couldn't help but look happy, and hurriedly looked over there, but when they saw the situation there, they couldn't help but raise smiles, and secretly nodded. Over there, Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged, looking this way with a bitter smile on his face. And beside him, there was a middle-aged man who was about the second level of the Holy King. His face was pale, and he seemed to be mentally injured. This person should be the craftsman who followed Qian Tong into this place, Yang Kai judged in his heart. After all, Fei Zhitu said that Qian Tong did not come in alone, but brought a holy-level craftsman with him. He hoped that he could pass this exploration and be promoted to the level of a virtual class craftsman, replacing Green who passed away in the Shadow Moon Palace. Grand Master. Next to the two of them, there was a stone tablet, which was densely engraved with countless small characters. Even after being so far away, Yang Kai could clearly see that those small characters were all ancient characters that he and others could not recognize, but this stone tablet was filled with light. With an indescribable charm, it seems that if you sit in front of the stone tablet and feel it, you will gain a lot. In addition, there are as many as a dozen puppets gathered around the two of them. These puppets look like human figures or monsters. The holy refiner was eyeing him, but he didn't intend to attack, he just surrounded the two of them. As soon as Yang Kai felt it, he complained in his heart. "Even if these dozens of puppets are not as good as the one they encountered before, I am afraid they are not much different. There are so many puppets, no wonder Qian Tong can only sit there and dare not act rashly." A dozen puppets were torn to pieces. "Why are you here?" Although Qian Tong's voice was a little weak, it was not a serious problem. Looking at Yang Kai and the other three who had suddenly stepped here, he asked in surprise. "Elder Qian, these puppets." Yang Kai didn't answer immediately, but stared at the dozens of puppets vigilantly. "It's okay, they guard this place, as long as you don't move on, you'll be fine." As for the old man, well, with this stone tablet as a deterrent, they dare not approach, and they can't die for the time being. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed. He pondered for a while, and told about Fei Zhitu's invitation to rescue Qian Tong. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at We Sent. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1357 Reappearance of the Jade Hand. Speechless, the internet was down last night, and it was only fixed now, the update is late. Hearing that Yang Kai and the others were called by Fei Zhitu to help rescue him, Qian Tong expressed his gratitude and thanked him. The three Saint King Realm Juniors naturally did not dare to even say it. After hearing that a group of people dispersed after passing through the black and white space formation gate after the old woman died tragically at the hands of the giant puppet, Qian Tong's face was gloomy, and he blamed himself faintly. After a short while, Yang Kai explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Qian Tong frowned and said, "So, you don't know where Lao Fei and the others are now?" Yang Kai and the other three slowly shook their heads. Qian Tong smiled wryly. "This time, the old man has troubled you. Now there is no way out here. Even if you go back the way you came, I'm afraid you won't find the way back." "Then what should we do?" Du Cece asked anxiously. "Now there are only two ways." Qian Tong sighed leisurely. "Any solution? Did you see the space magic circle over there?" Qian Tong pointed, and following the direction he pointed, Yang Kai and the others suddenly discovered that at the end of the palace, there was actually a complete space magic circle. It should be able to lead to the outside. If you are sure to get rid of these puppets, you can try it, but the old man does not recommend you to do so. Other puppets are fine, but the speed of this wolf-shaped puppet is extremely fast. Even the old man is not sure that he can beat it in terms of speed. Yang Kai and the other three had only fought against a puppet before. How could they still think about entangled with this kind of thing now? Even if the puppet here is not as good as the previous one, but the number is here, even Yang Kai's scalp is numb when he looks at it. What's more, although the space magic circle over there is intact, it still takes a little time to activate it. The delay of this time is enough for these puppets to attack. In such a situation, who would dare to act rashly? Other than that, it's just waiting. When Lao Fei and the others come over, let's figure out a solution together. Qian Tong noticed the helplessness and despair of Kai He and Du Cece, and couldn't help comforting him. "Don't worry, if it does not work, let the old man take action to delay these evil beasts and create time for you to escape." "Eh? Absolutely not." Kai He was shocked, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Qian Chengli can't act like this. Now that there are constant disputes in the Shadow Moon Palace, you still need to take charge of the overall situation. If you fall here because of us, then the three of us, but he is a sinner of all ages, and I cannot bear such responsibility." Du Cece also nodded fiercely. Qian Tong chuckled, and said freely, "There is no way to do this. Don't worry, the old man will not do this unless it is absolutely necessary, and I also want to live a few more years." Hearing what he said, Kai He felt relieved. There was no return route, and the way out was blocked. In desperation, the three Saint Kings could only sit cross-legged and meditate, chatting with Qian Tong from time to pass the time. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the inscription on the stone tablet turned out to be an incomparably exquisite artifact refining technique, although no one could understand the ancient text, but if the artifact refiner was beside him, he would be more interested in his own artifact refining technique. Skill improvement is also very helpful. The middle-aged man has now realized something, so he just needs to refine the virtual level secret treasure by himself. Once he can refine it, he will become a new generation of virtual level weapon refining masters in Shadow Moon Hall. With the help of this person, coupled with Qian Tong's means and prestige, it would be a breeze for Shadow Moon Hall to quell internal troubles and restore peace again. Time passed quickly, but waiting so hard made everyone feel anxious, and they didn't know what happened to Fei Zhitu and others, and they disappeared in the next half-month. After half a month of recuperation, Yang Kai and the other three had all healed from the hidden injuries they suffered from the battle with the puppets. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly noticed a strange energy fluctuation coming from all around him. He immediately opened his eyes and sensed it in surprise. At the same time, Qian Tong also noticed something, and released his spiritual thoughts leisurely. On the contrary, Kai He, Du Cece and others did not respond. But the next moment, they showed horrified expressions, because the palace where they and others were located was shaking violently, and dust and debris fell from the sky, as if the entire ancient ruins had become unstable. "This is..." Qian Tong's eyes widened, as if he had discovered something. Yang Kai also showed surprise in his eyes. He didn't know what Qian Tong had discovered, but he noticed that there was a palpitating space force in this ancient ruins. He has practiced this power, so he is naturally very clear about this strange fluctuation. Rumbling, violent noises came from all directions, like a landslide. The end of the world is approaching. Kai Hadu Sisi and the middle-aged man beside Qian Tong glanced around with panicked expressions. And the dozen or so puppets who had been gathering around Qian Tong also had a change at this moment. Red light flashed in the eyes of every puppets, and they retreated slowly like a little fear. The mutation came extremely fast, and before Yang Kai could investigate any more, an unimaginable repelling force came from the surrounding space, wrapping everyone's body, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai was not surprised but happy, because he had encountered this feeling once before. The current situation is exactly the same as the situation when the flowing flame sand field was closed a few years ago. Could it be? Yang Kai's thoughts were spinning, and at this moment, the aura of heaven and earth in the air suddenly gathered towards one place. Visible to the naked eye, those auras gathered into clusters, and immediately after that, rays of light suddenly shot out from the aura. These rays of light came to the top of everyone's heads in an instant, and twisted and changed for a while, forming a huge palm. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, his face ecstatic. Because this palm formed by spiritual energy looks so familiar, it is a jade palm belonging to a woman that I saw once in the flowing flame sand field. It's just that this Qianshan jade palm has been magnified countless times. At that time, the jade palm wanted to throw Yang Kai out of the flowing flame sand field, but was blocked by a piece of Star Emperor token he got occasionally, making Yang Kai stay in it for half a year after the flowing flame sand field was closed. With his previous experience, he was naturally calm. The jade palm was under the hood, and he held Yang Kai in the palm of his hand and squeezed it hard. During the whole process, Yang Kai didn't make any resistance. Seeing that Kai He and Du Sisi's faces were ashen, and their saints were rising, they seemed to want to resist, and quickly reminded, "Don't panic, we can go out." As the voice fell, the jade palm exploded. Yang Kai only felt the violent repulsion from the power of space around him, his eyes blurred, and the whole person had disappeared in place. After receiving Yang Kai's reminder, both Kai He and Du Sisi were stunned for a moment. The two jade palms also held them, and after the jade palm burst, the two disappeared. This scene also happened to Qian Tong and the middle-aged craftsman, and it even happened to the disheartened Fei Zhitu and others somewhere in the ancient ruins. In the blink of an eye, there was no living person in the entire ancient ruins. Somewhere about tens of thousands of miles away from Luodi Mountain, a figure emerged strangely. After shaking for a while, the figure stood firm, and it was Yang Kai who was rejected by the rules of heaven and earth in the ancient ruins. Almost at the same time as he appeared, figures around him appeared one after another. Everyone looked around, and after seeing each other's faces clearly, Kai He shouted happily, "Senior Fei, Senior Ning." Fei Zhitu raised his eyelids and showed joy. "You guys came out too?" "Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I suddenly left the ancient ruins and came here. Hey, where is Senior Wen?" Kai He suddenly found that the warrior surnamed Wen had disappeared. Fei Zhitu and Ning Xiangshan's faces darkened, and they both sighed deeply. Seeing this scene, the others immediately understood that the warrior surnamed Wen probably died in the ancient ruins. "My old friend." Ning Xiangshan also didn't find any trace of the old woman, and his expression was startled. Kai He smiled bitterly. "That senior has also fallen." Ning Xiangshan was stunned when he heard the words, and then smiled wryly for a while. "Fate, fate." This time during the trip to the ancient ruins, 2 of the 4 void returning mirrors died, but all the 4 Saint King realms escaped safely, including Lian Guang, who was unscathed, but following Fei Zhitu and others these days, repeated after suffering a catastrophe, he looked a little sluggish. "Old Ghost Qian, you are so lucky that you can't even die like this." Fei Zhitu looked at Qian Tong and snorted coldly. Qian Tong didn't answer, but everyone could see the self-blame in his eyes. Seeing this, Fei Zhitu didn't provoke him anymore. "It's just that this time the escape is inexplicable. Yang Kai and the others have been staying in the palace without any action. Naturally, it is not their fault. Thinking about it this way, it must be that Fei Zhitu and others touched some kind of restriction, which caused the entire ancient ruins to appear. The power of repulsion." And among the people present, although Yang Kai was the only one who had entered the flowing flame sand field, they had all heard of some situations in the flowing flame sand field, including the jade palm formed by the gathering of spiritual energy that appeared when it was closed. The situation just now was exactly the same as the situation when the flowing flame sand field was closed. Could there be some connection between the two? Not only Yang Kai frowned, thinking secretly, but also several void return mirrors. I am afraid that only Kai He, Du Sisi and others did not understand the situation. Just when Qian Tong opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, suddenly a rumbling sound came from a very far away place. In an instant, everyone's footing was unstable, their faces changed drastically, and they looked in the direction of the source of the sound in horror. Is that Luodi Mountain over there? Du Sujiao called out. There is indeed Luodi Mountain. Even if it is thousands of miles away, everyone can vaguely see the outline of Luodi Mountain. At this moment, the rumbling sound is coming from the inside of Luodi Mountain, as if at this moment, something huge happened over there. It can make such a noise, one can imagine how violent the movement over there is. And just now, everyone came out of the ancient ruins. Could it be that the changes at this moment have something to do with what happened just now? To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1358 The Birth of Emperor Garden. Amidst everyone's surprise, a violent and terrifying change took place in Luodi Mountain, which is thousands of miles away, and the aura of heaven and earth with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles frantically gathered towards this place. The warriors who stayed in the Luodi Mountain were all horrified, and fled to the outside with their body skills, but it was obviously too late to escape now. Just as these people made a move, an unimaginable power of the emperor fell from the sky. The strength of this imperial prestige is no worse than that in the center of Luodi Mountain. That Dewey was everywhere, and everyone could feel that there seemed to be a pair of indifferent eyes looking down on him. Under the gaze of these eyes, he seemed as small as an ant, his movements froze, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Fortunately, this emperor's prestige came and went quickly. When the warriors found themselves free again and wanted to act again, they were shocked to find that the surrounding world's aura was densely packed, gathering from a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The aura that came was visible to the naked eye, and it was colorful. At this moment, the entire Luodi Mountain seemed to be filled with countless bubbles. In each of the bubbles, there are energy fluctuations that make people palpitate. The violent rumbling sound came from under the feet, and the earth cracked one after another, like spider webs, with crisscrossed, terrifying, and many warriors who were caught off guard fell into the cracks, and were ruthlessly crushed by the strange force. Strangled, not even a chance to resist. In just a dozen or so breaths, the warriors who were cultivating in Luodi Mountain suffered countless deaths and injuries, and mourned everywhere. Only those martial artists who were not too strong and stayed on the periphery were lucky enough to escape. And thousands of miles away, Fei Zhitu, Qian Tong and the others were also pale. Although they were separated by such a long distance, they couldn't see it too clearly, but they could clearly feel the abnormal movement from Luodi Mountain. Chu and Chu looked at each other, and they both saw doubt and panic in their eyes. Before Qian Tong could ask what Fei Zhitu and the others had done to cause such a change in Luodi Mountain, the anomaly over there suddenly subsided, and the continuous rumbling sound disappeared without a trace at this moment, but the heaven and earth, however, it was filled with an extremely dangerous atmosphere. Especially the sliver of tranquility before the storm makes people feel flustered. The spiritual energy was still gathering there silently, faster and more terrifying than before. A moment later, a group of dazzling rays of light erupted from a certain part of Luodi Mountain, and a thunderbolt in the clear sky made people dizzy, and the burst of light made people unable to look directly at it. The feeling of almost destroying the world fell from the sky, and everyone's face was pale. When the light dissipated and everyone looked over there again, they couldn't help being dumbfounded. I saw a palace-like building appearing in the sky above Luodi Mountain. The palace was simple in shape and exuded a wild atmosphere. Outside the palace, runes flickered, one by one golden or silver mantras, flow like a fish. At this moment, this palace is flying towards the sky slowly. It seems that the speed is not very fast, but from that palace, there is an unfathomable power of Emperor gradually, covering almost the entire gloom star. This is. Ning Shangchen stared blankly at the palace, and suddenly seemed to think of something. His complexion changed drastically, with complex expressions of surprise, excitement, and anxiety. Diwan. Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong exclaimed at the same time. When the juniors of the Saint King realm heard them calling that weird palace like that, their eyes lit up and they showed incredulous expressions. The same is true for Yang Kai. As early as a long time ago, he knew that there were 3 forbidden areas on Gloom Star. One is the flowing flame sand field that he had been to before. Of course, there is no need to mention the various dangers inside. The last time tens of thousands of elites from various sects entered it, but only half of them fell into it. And this is under the premise that the power of the hot area in the flowing sands has weakened. If the flowing flame sand field had been opened before, the probability of this fall would be even higher. The second one is the Emperor Garden called out by Fei Zhitu and others. Rumor has it that this is the other garden of the Starry Sky Emperor. This name alone is enough to bluff people. As for the third one, it is Gloomy Soul Island on the worry-free sea of AA Gloom Star. The first forbidden area has always existed somewhere in Gloom Star, and it will be opened every few hundred years. Every force in Gloom Star is quite familiar with it, and every time it is opened, it will bring countless benefits to all major forces. But the second forbidden place, Emperor Garden, has never been entered by anyone. It occasionally appears briefly, but quickly disappears without a trace. The warriors on the Dark Star have only heard of the existence of Emperor Garden. Thousands of years later, some people have seen the scene of the Emperor's Garden appearing in shock, but there has never been a record of those who actually set foot in it. And the third forbidden Ghost Island is even more unsearchable. It is rumored that everyone who has seen Ghost Island has died, which is much more mysterious than the Emperor's Garden. At this moment, Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong actually called out the word Diwan, which made Yang Kai not surprised, calmed down, and asked respectfully, "Seniors, this is the rumored name of Emperor Xingkong." Yuan. Fei Zhitu's eyes were blurred into a slit, and there was an occasional flash of light. Hearing the words, he nodded lightly. It should be true. Although the city lord has never seen it before, it is exactly the same as the records in the palace, but... Just what? Several Saint King Realm juniors looked at him. It's just slightly different. Qian Tong frowned. What's the difference? Qian Tong pondered for a while, and said slowly, "It's okay to tell you. Since the Emperor Garden appeared at this time, even if the old man didn't say it, the news would definitely spread quickly. You should have heard some rumors about the Emperor Garden. It has always been short-lived and disappeared soon. More than 1,000 years ago, a senior in my Shadow Moon Palace was lucky enough to witness the appearance of Emperor Garden once, so there is only a record of this in the palace. The appearance of the Emperor Garden once was not so grand, it appeared quietly, and then disappeared without a sound, and did not disturb too many people, but now this. I am afraid that half of the people in the Gloomy Star can see it." Qian Tong said with a wry smile. Not only that, the Emperor Garden that appeared before was all illusory, like a mirage, visible to the naked eye, but extremely illusory, not a real entity. But this time, Fei Zhitu said, with worried brows, as if he was worried about something. There was no need for him to remind, everyone could clearly see that the Emperor Garden that appeared this time seemed to be real, not some mirage-like scene. If they could fly to the Emperor Garden, they might have a chance to enter it. Could it be that the ancient ruins we went to was the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai's expression flickered and he asked suspiciously. Neither Qian Tong nor Fei Zhitu answered, but judging from their expressions, they clearly thought so too. After all, the front feet of the people were excluded from the inside of Luodi Mountain, and the back feet of the Emperor Garden rose slowly from the direction of Luodi Mountain. There must be some connection between the two. If the previous ancient ruins were really the Emperor Garden, it would be easy to explain why there are many extinct things in it. The name of the Emperor Garden is so famous, it would be strange if there were no good things in it. As soon as they thought that they had entered the Emperor Garden and walked out of it alive, Kai He, Du Sisi and the others couldn't help trembling slightly, feeling agitated. And now that the Emperor Garden was born out of nowhere, they might not have the opportunity to enter it again. While the few people were talking, the Emperor Garden was still slowly flying upwards. The strange thing was that no matter how high or how far it flew, the people standing in place could still see it clearly, and they didn't feel that it had changed. The small trend is really extremely weird, but as it soars, the Emperor's prestige shrouded in its surroundings is indeed slowly weakening. The Emperor Garden is now, the star field is chaotic, and the records in the ancient books are not true. Fei Zhitu muttered to himself with a blank face. No matter what, Lao Fei, you and Qian will go to investigate first. If Diwan is really born this time, it may not be a good thing for us. Qian Tong's eyes showed worry. Okay, don't tell me, the lord of the city also has this idea. Fei Zhitu nodded calmly. The two powerhouses of the void returning third layer reached a consensus. Qian Tong immediately told a few juniors to return to Tianyan City as soon as possible and not to rush to join in the fun. Shining all the way, this and Fei Zhitu turned into streamers and flew in the direction of Diwan. After they left, Ning Shangchen stood where he was, his face was uncertain for a while, and then he sighed, let's go back. He also wanted to go to the Emperor Garden to have a look, but he had to give up when he sensed the mighty power of the Emperor emanating from the Emperor Garden. Was strangled by Emperor Wei and turned into powder. At that moment, he took the 4 Saint Kings and the middle-aged refiner, and flew in the direction of Tianyan City. On the way, Yang Kai looked suspiciously at the Emperor Garden. The more he looked, the more puzzled his expression became. He had seen a flying palace before. It was a secret treasure of Mengwuya, Tianxing Palace. In this way, this Emperor Garden may also be a secret treasure, but it is countless grades higher than Mengwuya's Tianxing Palace. And the owner of this secret treasure must be the Starry Sky Great Emperor, and the imperial prestige emanating from it cannot be faked. What made Yang Kai puzzled was not this, but he always felt that there was something missing in this Emperor Garden. This was just a feeling, and he couldn't tell what was missing. At the moment, I kept this idea in my heart, and didn't intend to inquire about it. After all, it was related to the Emperor's garden. If I asked someone to inquire, I might not find much. On the way back, Kai-he and Du Sisi asked Ning Xiangchen some questions, and learned that after they were separated from themselves and the others, they had fought several puppets one after another, and they were disgraced. He died tragically at the hands of an astonishingly powerful puppet. My friend Blue Collar Xiao Xiaosheng's new book, Done Step, ISBN 3068255, is on the list. Please support 1 or 2. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1359 Nearwater Towers. Chapter 1359 Nearwater Towers. Hearing this, Du Sisi looked at Kai-he gratefully. If it wasn't for Kai-he's quick eyesight and quick hands to pull her, she must have passed through the white space gate together with Ning Xiangchen and others. With her cultivation level, going there must have been a disaster. Regardless of Lian Guang's safe return, after all, he is proficient in the art of driving puppets, and in times of crisis, he can still let the puppets block the disaster for him, but Du Sisi has no such ability. Although there was also a puppet encountered at the gate of the Black Space Formation, overall it was safe, and it only dealt with one battle. After several battles, Fei Zhitu and others entered an abnormally cold secret room. In the secret room, they found an ice crystal jade coffin. It seemed that there was a person lying in the jade coffin, but it was not yet. When they found out who was lying inside, they accidentally touched the restriction. What happened next? Yang Kai and others also knew that the rules of heaven and earth in the Emperor Garden took effect, repelling everyone and sending them to a place thousands of miles away from Luodi Mountain. Now it seems that the jade coffin is the root cause of this change. Fei Zhitu and others touched the prohibition near the jade coffin, so that everyone was excluded, and then the Emperor Garden was born again. It's just that Ning Xiangchen couldn't tell who was in the jade coffin, he only knew that the person was a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and became thoughtful. He was repelled by the laws of heaven and earth twice, and saw a jade palm, which obviously belonged to a woman. In the ice crystal jade coffin in the Emperor Garden, there was a lifeless woman lying there. It doesn't matter, Yang Kai knows nothing. Moreover, he was even more at a loss as to what kind of connection between the flowing flame sandfield and the Emperor Garden. Unable to understand, Yang Kai shook his head secretly. Moreover, many things in Gloomy Star are treacherous. There are no Void King realm powerhouses here, and even the highest level of alchemists and crafting masters are only void level low ranks. It seems to be suppressed by some force, so that those who have reached the bottleneck cannot break through. With his own shackles, Yang Kai faintly felt that this star looked a bit uneasy. All the way was safe, but within a few days, a group of people returned to the vicinity of Tianyan City. Kai-he, Du Sisi and Lian Guang bid farewell one after another, while Ning Xiangchen had a pleasant chat with Yang Kai before leaving. Knowing what he was thinking, and along the way, Ning Xiangchen took good care of himself. Of course Yang Kai would not be stingy, and immediately told him that he could come to Longshe Mountain as a guest if he had time, and if he needed to repair the secret treasure, he would directly just let me know. Obtaining the promise, Ning Xiangchen was overjoyed, thankful, and left in a hurry. It seemed that he was preparing for it. After all, to restore the secret treasure, he had to collect some materials, and Yang Kai couldn't even release the materials together. Standing outside Sky Fate City, Yang Kai raised his head and stared at the sky. At this moment, the Emperor Garden seems to have stabilized, suspended somewhere above the gloomy star. Its size still seems to have not changed, but the power of the Emperor has disappeared without a trace, obviously because it is too far away from the ground. I don't know what Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong are investigating, but Yang Kai estimates that in the next long period of time, the major forces on Gloom Star will be surging. After all, the birth of Emperor Garden has a lot to do with it, and no force will be indifferent to it. If they all want to get a share of it, there will definitely be some friction and conflicts. After watching for a while, Yang Kai's expression suddenly sank, becoming extremely ugly. He didn't pay much attention to it before, But when he looked at the Emperor Garden again at this moment, he suddenly found that it was actually staying in the sky above Tianyan City, or it could be said that it was staying in the sky above Longshe Mountain. Yang Kai almost couldn't hold back his curses. Emperor Garden stays here. Although Longshe Mountain can be close to the water, it will definitely cause some unnecessary troubles. The powerhouses of the major forces on the Gloomy Star will definitely come here to investigate, and they will not provoke them in the Shadow Moon Palace. Longshe Mountain is not necessarily the case. Even if you are protected by Qiantong, it is impossible to live in peace. With a gloomy expression on his face, he stood there thinking for a while, then Yang Kai stamped his feet, his figure flickered, and he flew towards Longshe Mountain. Worrying about these things is meaningless now. He doesn't have the means to get the Emperor Garden away. What needs to be considered now is to strengthen the protection ability of Longshe Mountain, so as not to mix fish and dragons from time to time, and be targeted by some young people. While cursing Starry Sky Great Emperor, Yang Kai rushed back quickly. After a short time, he came to Longshe Mountain's protective formation, took out the token that Yang Yan had given him, and poured it into the Holy Yuan. The next moment, a stream of light shot out from the token and poured into the formation. A straight passage suddenly appeared in front of the hazy place. Yang Kai's face was indifferent. He put away his token and walked inward. After he walked in, the passage disappeared, and the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was once again shrouded in clouds and fog. From the outside, there is no reality at all. As soon as you entered it, several figures flew towards him, and after seeing that it was Yang Kai, these people all showed joy and clasped their fists in salute. Yang Kai didn't remember the names of these people, but he only knew that they were originally the disciples of the Hai Kei family. After Wu Yi left the family, he joined Dragon Cave Mountain. But with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain's amazing financial resources, everyone's cultivation level has been greatly improved. Now the leader has reached the Holy King level, and the rest are also in the third level of Holy level. This level of cultivation is naturally nothing to the outside world, but it is not something that a small force like the Heike family can cultivate in a short period of time. Sovereign, you've come back. The leading Saint King Realm shouted in surprise, but there was a trace of anxiety on his face. Yang Kai frowned, and said in amazement, "What suzerain?" The leader smiled, and said, "Miss said, I will call you suzerain when I see you in the future. She said that you are going to start a sect anyway, so it doesn't matter if you call me earlier." Yang Kai was speechless immediately. He does have the idea of establishing a sect, not to develop his own power, but to pave the way for those relatives and friends on the Tongshuan continent. Once he has the opportunity to bring them to the star field, he will definitely need a place to stay. The land, with the number of those people, is enough to form a sect. He never mentioned this, but Wu Yi was careful and observed it. Yang Kai didn't want to get to the bottom of it. He looked at him and said, "Did something happen while I was away? Why do you look so worried? Did the Xie family do something else?" He took it for granted that before leaving, the Xie family was targeting Longshe Mountain. Yang Kai thought that after he left, Longshe Mountain had suffered something, and immediately became a little angry. Hearing his question, the leading martial artist quickly said, No, a mere Xie family can't pose a threat to our Longshe Mountain. After you left, they tried it a few times, but how many people came or dead? After a few times, they have also learned how to be good, and they dare not trespass on our big formation again. Then why do you look like this? Yes. The martial artist looked at Yang Kai eagerly, as if he was a little bit embarrassed. Just say what you have to say, why hesitate? Yang Kai's face sank. It's Miss Yang Yan. The warrior gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Yan. Yang Kai's face changed. What's wrong with Yang Yan? I don't know, I just heard from Miss that Miss Yang Yan has been in a coma for a few days, and I don't know what happened. Miss and Miss Qianyu are trying to find a way. The leading warrior was answering Yang Yan. The question he asked, before he finished speaking, Yang Kai disappeared. With his first order Saint King cultivation base, he didn't even realize how Yang Kai disappeared, an envy. Hearing that something happened to Yang Yan, how could Yang Kai listen to his ramblings? Since coming to Gloomy Star, he has met only a handful of friends, and even fewer friends he can talk to. And Yang Yan is one of them. The weight in Yang Kai's heart can definitely be ranked first. Without her, Longshe Mountain would not have such a scale. Without her, Yang Kai would not have so many secret treasures. Longshe Mountain can have today's development. Yang Yan has made great contributions. Yang Kai can practice with peace of mind, without any worries, and it is all thanks to Yang Yan's blessing. Back then, this mysterious woman was still in the artifact refining hall of Sky Fortune City refining saint level artifacts to earn saint crystals. If it wasn't for a coincidence, Yang Kai brought her back, and the two of them would have missed each other. But as time went by, Yang Kai became more and more aware of the importance of Yang Yan, and now hearing that something happened to her, he was naturally anxious. The divine sense was released, and soon found out where Yang Yan was, which was the attic where she lived. At this moment, Qianyu and Wu Yi are also here. One took a bowl of potion, one don't know what it is, and sent it to Yang Yan's mouth, while the other sat cross-legged on the side of the bed, continuously pouring the holy essence into Yang Yan. In Yan's body, wanting to wake it up. The two women's brows were full of worry and anxiety. In a daze, a figure suddenly appeared. Wu Yi and Qianyu's complexion changed, and they were about to launch an attack, but they saw that it was Yang Kai, and immediately looked at him with joy. Yang Kai didn't have the time to chat with the two of them, so he glanced at Yang Yan and found that she was pale and unconscious. Even in a coma, it seemed that she had encountered some kind of nightmare, and the expression on her pretty face was full of panic. And the Shengyuan in her body was also ups and downs, extremely uneasy, as if she was about to go mad, which was worrying. Yang Kai quickly came to the bedside, picked up her hand, put his fingers on her wrist, and began to examine carefully with his spiritual mind. After a while, he frowned tightly, let go of Yang Yan's wrist, and then asked, "What happened? When did it happen?" Wu Yi and Qianyu looked at each other, and the former replied, "Just 4 days ago, she was fine, and I was making some things for her, and suddenly her complexion was not right, and then she didn't know what to say. In other words, I just passed out on the ground. I don't know what happened. After I brought her back, she has been unconscious all the time. The healing elixir you left before, and the elixir for restoring spiritual consciousness have been taken a lot and there is no improvement." To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1360 Yang Yan's Sea of AA Consciousness Defense. 4 days ago. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Wasn't it the day when Luodi Mountain had a change 4 days ago, and the Emperor Garden was born? Why did Yang Yan faint at that time? What is the relationship between the two? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head, feeling that his idea was a bit too inexplicable. Both Luodi Mountain and Diwan are related to Xingkong Emperor, and if they can't get along with Yang Yan, how could they be involved? Yang Kai, what's wrong with her? Wu Yi asked worriedly, with a look of concern on her pretty face. I don't know. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Have Chang Gongfeng and Hao Gongfeng come to investigate? Well, but the two priests can't do anything about it. Shall we send her to the medicine pill gate and let the people there have a look? Wu Yi bit her thin lips and proposed. Although the medicine pill sect is famous for its alchemy techniques, the Gloomy Star has an extraordinary understanding of pharmacology and medical principles. Wherever you send Yang Yan, you may be able to see something. She had this idea before, but Yang Kai hadn't come back and couldn't make a good idea. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, not to mention the delay in time. Even if it is sent over, it may not be able to invite the other party's elder-level figures to take action. Then what should I do? Wu Yi was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. In the entire Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai Shenlong was always in a state of retreat and going out on adventures. She and Yang Yan got along best. Now, seeing that Yang Yan was in such a catastrophe, but he was helpless, naturally extremely anxious. Don't worry, I'll try and see if I can find out the reason. Yang Kai comforted, and explained casually, I just checked a little bit, and there is nothing wrong with her body function, but since she is unconscious, I want to come what happened to the Sea of AA Consciousness. As long as I can break into her Sea of AA Consciousness and take a look, I will know. Then be careful, don't hurt her. I understand, you go out first. Yang Kai waved his hand. Wu Yi and Qianyu looked at each other, and they both walked out with worried faces. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Yang Yan were left in the room. He glanced at Yang Yan who was lying on the bed with a pale face. Yang Kai sighed slightly, reached out to help her up, and placed her cross-legged face to face with him. And sitting posture, and then slowly pointed out a finger, touching her smooth forehead. Immediately, Yang Kai closed his eyes, and the power of his consciousness burst out slowly, pouring into Chaoyangyan. At this moment, Yang Yan is in a coma, and her Sea of AA consciousness will be closed automatically. If she wants to break into her Sea of AA consciousness, she must break through the defense of her Sea of AA consciousness. Doing so may cause some damage to Yang Yan. Damage, but Yang Kai has confidence in his own means, so he is not worried about anything. After all, under the nourishment of Wen Shenlian for so many years, his own spiritual cultivation has far exceeded the realm of cultivation. The next moment, Yang Kai's soul spirit body came out of its shell and came directly to a barrier, which was Yang Yan's Sea of AA consciousness defense. Looking at it, Yang Kai was slightly moved. He didn't expect that Yang Yan would even in a coma. This defense also looks so solid, it is like a thick wall of an impregnable city, blocking in front of him, preventing him from taking a step beyond it. Not only that, but there are runes flowing on the city wall, which looks extremely difficult to mess with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Yan's ability. Ever since he met this woman, Yang Kai had never been able to figure out her true cultivation level, and he had never asked her what kind of special purpose secret treasure was carried to prevent others from prying, but now it seems that her cultivation level seems to be much higher than she expected. She is indeed a mysterious woman. Yang Kai was not surprised but happy. Looking at the thick barrier, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the next moment, his divine sense burst out, forming a powerful soul attack, hitting the barrier. The runes on the city wall flickered for a moment, and Yang Kai's attack disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face was slightly stern, and he couldn't help but increase his attack a little bit more, constantly bombarding the barrier. During the whole process, Yang Kai was careful not only to ensure the effectiveness of his attack, but also to be careful not to, after breaking through this barrier, what kind of damage will Yang Yan cause? The hardships of the process are really not enough for outsiders. The runes on the city wall continued to flicker with light. One by one strange runes flew out of the city wall, meeting Yang Kai's spiritual attack and offsetting it. But Yang Yan was in a coma after all. Even if the Sea of AA consciousness defense formed by himself was not weak, it couldn't withstand Yang Kai's continuous attack. After a full hour, Yang Kai finally tore a hole in the wall-like barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed, and just as he was about to rush into Yang Yan's Sea of AA consciousness, suddenly 3 beams of brilliance flew out from the hole. One is full of purple, one is pure white and flawless, and one is as blue as the sky. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, instinctively aware of the great danger coming. It seemed that if he didn't withdraw his soul and spirit body, he would encounter some kind of disaster in the next moment, and retreated in a hurry. Looking at it again, Yang Kai couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. Those 3 rays of light turned out to be 3 secret treasures of different shapes. The purple one is a secret treasure in the shape of a dagger. In a burst of twists and changes, it has formed the appearance of a snake with fangs. The pure white one is a circle that seems to be made of white jade. It is big and small, and there is a terrifying restraint force coming from inside. The last piece of azure light is the light emitted by a secret treasure like a seal. The azure light swept Yang Kai's soul and spirit body, giving him the illusion that the snowflakes were exposed to the scorching sun, as if it looked like it was about to melt, but the power of its own soul melted at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai suddenly changed color. Even though she already knew that Yang Yan was a craftsman with a wealth of wealth, she didn't expect that there were 3 powerful soul treasures in her Sea of AA knowledge. And judging from the functions of these 3 secret treasures, they are obviously self-protective. This is troublesome. Yang Kai's face is ugly. Although he had torn apart Yang Yan's Sea of AA consciousness defense, if he didn't block the attacks of these 3 soul treasures, he couldn't go straight to Wonglong and get inside Yang Yan's Sea of AA consciousness to see what happened. And judging from the power of these 3 soul treasures, it is not an easy task to block them. If you really want to fight with these 3 secret treasures, you will either be injured or Yang Yan will be injured. No matter what the result is, it is not what Yang Kai wants to see. His face sank like water. His soul and spirit body stayed in front of Yang Yan's Sea of AA consciousness defense, not daring to act rashly again. After a while of delay, Yang Yan's Sea of AA consciousness's defense began to take the initiative to mend the gap that was torn just now. I'm afraid it will be back to normal in a short while. At that time, Yang Kai's previous efforts will be in vain. Seeing that the opening closed at an extremely fast speed, and the 3 divine soul artifacts were staring at the side, as if Yang Kai dared to move forward and then launched an attack, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a way. A burst of spiritual power burst out, mixed with Yang Kai's call, and rushed into Yang Yan's Sea of AA consciousness silently along the hole. Immediately, he watched nervously. But to his disappointment, the defense of Yang Yan's consciousness was still being repaired, and it was completely restored in the blink of an eye. Yang Yan seemed to have never heard the voice of calling. Just when Yang Kai sighed and was about to give up this action, the wall-like defense of the Sea of AA consciousness suddenly opened a gap, and the 3 secret treasures flew back along the crack with a whoosh. Yang Kai stood on the spot and watched for a while, and suddenly found that the crack had no intention of closing again. He was overjoyed immediately, and with a sway of his figure, he rushed into Yang Yan's sea of AA consciousness along the crack. Yang Yan really heard his call. That's why he took the initiative to let go of the sea of AA consciousness defense and let himself in. Just now Yang Kai just tried it temporarily, but he didn't expect it to succeed. From this point of view, Yang Yan is not unconscious at the moment, but his soul is immersed in the sea of AA consciousness, and he has no reaction to the outside world. Entering Yang Yan's sea of AA consciousness, Yang Kailing stood in midair, looking around, with a hint of surprise on his face. Because he found that the situation in Yangan's sea of AA consciousness was very similar to his own. The tumbling sea below was also in the shape of flames, extremely hot, and even the sky was crimson. Standing here, it was like being in a flame land. The fire of consciousness. The last time Yang Kai brought back 9 flowing flame flying fires from the flowing flame sand field, and gave Yang Yan a few. Flowing flame flying fires are good things that can mutate a martial artist's consciousness. At that time, Yang Kai didn't bother to give them to her. Did she succeed? Now it seems that Yang Yan really succeeded. Not only that, her current fire of divine consciousness is not far behind her own. Even if the power is slightly insufficient, it is only a matter of time accumulation. After all, the fire of Yang Kai's own consciousness was born longer than Yang Yan. In the tumbling flame-like sea of AA consciousness, one by one bubbles floated on it peacefully, and those bubbles contained some inexplicable things. These things were exactly Yang Yan's life experience, memory, and what he had learned. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be bored enough to spy on Yang Yan's privacy, but many of these bubbles exuded some special charm, which surprised him greatly. There is no such unfathomable charm in my own sea of AA consciousness. Shaking his head, suppressing this suspicion in his heart, Yang Kai raised his head and looked towards a certain place in the sky. His face changed immediately, and he quickly approached there. Somewhere above the sea of AA consciousness, a figure curled up into a ball, with his hands hugging his knees, his long hair reaching his buttocks, wrapped in a layer of inexplicable transparent energy. Yang Yan's soul and body. At this moment, she is like a baby in the mother's womb, looking a little fragile, with her eyes closed and her eyelashes trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai inexplicably burst out a trace of pity, which made him frown. Even though Yang Yan's soul and spirit body were not covered at the moment, and every part of his body was exposed to Yang Kai's eyes, there were no evil thoughts, only the thought of pulling her out of here and awakening her lingered in my heart. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at We Sent. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1361 Safe and Sound. As if aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Yan slowly opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at him through the transparent energy film. Looking at each other, Yang Kai was startled. Because at this moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Yan's eyes were a little strange, which made him involuntarily develop a humble attitude, as if in front of her, he was as insignificant as an ant. But when he looked carefully, Yang Yan recovered as before, as if everything just now was just his own illusion. After Yang Yan glanced at him, he closed his beautiful eyes again, looking distracted and flawless. Yang Kai tried to call a few times, but couldn't get any response. At this moment, the sea of AA consciousness below rolled up, and an orange bubble suddenly appeared from inside. The bubble rose slowly, came to Yang Yan, and burst with a bang. With the burst of the bubble, a kind of Poplar Kai's almost imperceptible energy poured into Yang Yan's soul and body. The next moment, Yang Yan's expression became extremely painful, as if he was going through some ordeal. His black eyebrows were furrowed, his delicate body trembled constantly, and his arms hugged his body even tighter. Yang Kai shook his head, his face was cloudy and uncertain. He didn't understand what happened to Yang Yan, but at this moment, he finally saw that the reason why Yang Yan behaved like this was completely related to the bubbles in her sea of AA consciousness. Aren't these bubbles enveloping Yang Yan's life experiences and memories? How could it make her feel so uncomfortable? Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered one thing. Yang Yan once told him that she had no one to teach her knowledge of weapon refining and formations, and she had comprehended them all by herself, and with the study of formations and formations she would understand more and more. More and more esoteric. Could it be that what is sealed in these bubbles is the knowledge that Yang Yan has never mastered? But where did these things come from? Why were they stored in her sea of AA consciousness, and why did she comprehend them at this juncture? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Yang Yan's situation at the moment is like a person receiving too much unknown information to digest immediately, so he can only accept it passively, and instead seals his soul and body in the sea of AA consciousness to seek self-protection. Although these are only Yang Kai's guesses, they are estimated to be close to each other. If this is the case, Yang Kai can't help, unless he takes away the knowledge sealed in those bubbles and shares one or two for Yang Yan. But this is Yang Yan's wealth after all. Without her permission, it is impossible for Yang Kai to do so. If you really want to do this, it is a robbery. Although Yang Yan is suffering a bit now, as long as she survives this period of time, her gains will be unimaginable. After trying to understand this point, Yang Kai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he has found the root of the problem, it is not what Yang Kai imagined before, so he naturally no longer worries. However, I am not in a hurry to go out for the time being. Staying here can protect Yang Yan's dharma, in case there is any accident and cannot be rescued in time. After making up his mind, Yang Kai whispered a few words to Yang Yan, told her his plan, immediately swayed, hid in the distance, sat cross-legged in midair, staring at Yang Yan's movement. I don't know if it's an illusion, it seems that because I stayed, Yang Yan was encouraged. In the following time, the bubbles in the sea of AA consciousness popped up one after another, rising to Yang Yan's side continuously. It burst open, pouring all kinds of information sealed in it into her body. Even though Yang Yan's expression was still painful, his reaction was much better than before. And with the passage of time and the reduction of the bubbles, Yang Yan's expression gradually stabilized. In the blink of an eye, it was about half a month. During this period, Yang Kai didn't leave a single step, he didn't even close his eyes, paying attention to Yang Yan's movements all the time. Finally, the last bubble in the sea of AA consciousness rose and burst, and the information sealed inside was quickly absorbed by Yang Yan. And at this time, the layer of energy membrane outside Yang Yan's body also shattered, and Yang Yan, who closed his eyes, slowly straightened his delicate body, wrapped one hand around his chest, and blocked the other between his beautiful legs, leaning back slightly, a head of long hair spread out in an extremely exaggerated way, automatically without wind. The entire sea of AA consciousness suddenly returned to calm at this moment. Yang Kai stared blankly. This beautiful scene made him feel that Yang Yan was like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. For a long time, Yang Yan has been wrapped in a black robe. Even if Yang Kai wanted to see her true face, it was not easy, but he didn't expect this woman to be so attractive. It will drive countless men crazy. Just as Yang Kai was staring blankly, a circle of dazzling light suddenly burst out from within Yang Yan's soul and body. The light was extremely dazzling, not only that, but also a breath that made Yang Kai's color change leisurely. The breath hit him, making him tremble uncontrollably. Dewey, Yang Kai's eyeballs instantly widened. He had felt this kind of breath in Luodi Mountain, so it was impossible to admit his mistake. This power of emperor prestige appeared strangely, and disappeared quickly. When the light disappeared, Yang Kai looked again, and Yang Yan's spirit body had already transformed into a black robe, wrapping her head and face. When she got up, her beautiful eyes looked towards Yang Kai, looking a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned slightly, stood up, quickly flew towards her, stayed close, looked up and down a few times, showing a strange color. Yang Yan is still the same Yang Yan. It seems that there is not much change, but everything he saw before made Yang Kai suspicious. Are you all right? Yang Kai was silent for a while before asking. Well, it's all right. Yang Yan stroked the hair around his ears, and smiled slightly at Yang Kai. The smile is full of confidence. This is a smile that Yang Kai has never seen before. Yang Yan was as timid as a mouse before, and he would only show this confidence when refining weapons and setting up formations. I made you worry this time, Yang Yan said softly with a grateful face. It's good that you're fine. Wu Yi and Qianyu are both worried. They don't know what happened to you. Since you're fine now, let's go out. You go out first, I have to stay for a while, there are some things I want to deal with. Yang Yan bit her red lips lightly. Yang Kai looked at her, nodded and said, all right, come out after sorting it out. After finishing speaking, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared into Yang Yan's sea of AA consciousness. After Yang Kai, a complex look suddenly appeared on Yang Yan's face. She didn't know what she was thinking, a blank look appeared in her beautiful eyes. After a while, she sighed lightly and sat down cross-legged, closing her beautiful eyes to feel the countless extra messages in her mind. In the attic, Yang Kai opened his eyes, glanced at Yang Yan who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, and found that her complexion had become much more rosy, and her breathing was also very steady. The body is still immersed in the sea of AA consciousness, and it is not willing to wake up for the time being. No matter what she encountered and what she got, Yang Kai didn't bother to ask. For him, Yang Yan only needs to be Yang Yan. If she is willing to tell him, she will definitely not hide it. Carefully put her down on the bed, tucked in the quilt, and then walked outside. Outside the door, Wu Yi and Qian Yu were still waiting anxiously. Yang Kai had been doing this for half a month, during which time no news came out, so they were naturally very anxious. He didn't dare to interrupt at will, but he was extremely anxious. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two women were overjoyed, and after seeing Yang Kai, Wu Yi hurriedly asked, "How is it?" "It's okay, don't worry, I will probably wake up in a few days." Hearing what Yang Kai said, both Wu Yi and Qian Yu couldn't help but look happy, patted their chests, and let out a big breath. Let's not talk about Yang Yan, the birth of Emperor Garden. Has Longshe Mountain been affected in any way? You also know that it is Diwan. Wu Yi showed a look of surprise. After all, Diwan was born not long ago, and Yang Kai has been by Yang Yan's side during this period. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to get the news so quickly. Yes. The reason why Wu Yi knew the news about Emperor Garden was because there was news from Shadow Moon Palace. But soon, Wu Yi sorted out his thoughts and replied, "There are more strange faces appearing nearby, and the number of warriors in Tianyan City has also increased sharply, but it has not had much impact on our Dragon Cave Mountain now, but if it continues like this, if not, it's not good, eh?" Yang Kai nodded slightly. What Wu Yi said was exactly what he was worried about. It was no coincidence that Emperor Garden was born floating above Longshe Mountain. It has attracted so many foreign warriors to observe and inquire about the news in just 10 days. As time goes on, there will definitely be more strong people coming. At that time, there will be mixed fish and dragons, and no one can tell what will happen. Mr. Qian Changeling sent you a message a few days ago, do you want to see it? Wu Yi remembered something again. Oh, where is it? Yang Kai looked towards her. Wu Yi immediately took out a letter-like thing from her space ring and handed it over. Yang Kai took it, but after opening it, he found that there was nothing written on it, and he was not surprised. Then check the information contained in it. The news from Qiantong is very simple. There are only two things. One is that the internal troubles in the Shadow Moon Palace have subsided. It is not difficult to imagine, since the other party will choose to act only after Qiantong disappeared for half a year. It is obviously because of fear of him. Now Qiantong returned safely. Not only that, but also brought back a refiner who was very likely to break through to the virtual level, so naturally he immediately seized the initiative and stifled internal troubles invisible. What's more, now that the Emperor Garden is born, those people in the Shadow Moon Palace don't want to fight anymore, and the battle will come to an end when the Hall Master speaks. At the end of the internal battle, Qiantong finally told Yang Kai with deep meaning that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between Longshe Mountain and the Xie family, and also restored the trade relationship between Longshe Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall, and took the initiative to lower the price of materials by 10%. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1362 Shaking the Sky Pillar. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Qiantong is really good at being a man, and he took the risk to rescue him, and it finally paid off. Not to mention the grievances with Xia's family, the 10% price of the material alone affects the Moon Palace gave up a lot of benefits. Judging from the speed of Longshe Mountain's purchases and the huge demand, it can save a lot of Saint Crystals this year. The second is about the Emperor Garden. On that day, Qiantong and Fei Zhitu joined hands to investigate the reality of the Emperor's Garden. Although they were forced to retreat by the Emperor when they failed to get close, one thing can be confirmed from this. The Emperor Garden was really born, not just a flash in the pan and then disappeared like before. This time, it really appeared in the field of vision of all the Dark Star warriors with a very shocking gesture. And after so many days, many void-returning mirror powerhouses have gone to investigate the situation, but no one can get close to the Emperor Garden, and no one knows how to enter it. As the host of this place, Shadow Moon Palace has already distributed invitation letters, inviting representatives from various forces on the Gloomy Star to come to the main hall to discuss about entering the Emperor Garden. Qiantong told Yang Kai that in the recent period of time, there will be many strong people from all directions rushing to Tianyan City, and many of them are void return 3 layers strong. Although it's just a piece of news, Qiantong's meaning is already very obvious, that is to let Yang Kai be more stable during this period of time, and don't cause trouble. People. Seeing this, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a smile that was not a smile. In fact, without Qian Tong reminding him, he would keep his own way. It is really inappropriate to take any action during this time, and Yang Kai still has a lot of things to deal with, so he just took this opportunity to completely seal off Longshe Mountain and practice for a while. After the matter of the Emperor Garden has a clue, it is not too late to make other plans. If the powerhouses find a way to enter the Emperor Garden, he will naturally take a share of it. If nothing else, I don't know Yang Kai is sure to get the life nectar hidden somewhere, and the ice-type spirit of heaven and earth. If the Phoenix Empress inheritance can swallow it, then the remnant soul of the Ice Phoenix will definitely grow stronger, and when the time comes to find Su Yan, if you pass this on to her, Su Yan will benefit even more. Already thinking about it, Yang Kai rolled the magic flame in his hand and burned the letter sent by Qian Tong, and immediately told Wu Yi and Qian Yu, telling them to take care of Yang Yan, and handed over his damaged purple shield to the two daughters, asked them to tell Yang Yan to repair it, and then returned to Shifu alone. Yang Kai first went to look at the red candle fruit that had been cultivated in the stone mansion, and found that over the past few years, under the nourishment of the red candlestick and the nourishment of the abundant spiritual energy, the red candle fruit showed no signs of withering and there was no trace of medicine. I can't help being very satisfied with the state of the elapsed effect. At that time in the flowing flame sand field, it was the right choice to snatch the red candlestick back. Yang Kai didn't know how the other forces preserved the red candle pulp, but even if they saved it well with their methods, the medicine is now effective. I'm afraid it's all gone, unlike my side, which is intact. This is a good thing, refined into a pill, it can help warriors break through the bottleneck of the third layer Void Return Realm, and advance to the Void King Realm. Although Yang Kai can't use it now, but there will always be a day. The Wanian incense floating in the stone mansion is extremely light, but it has the magical effect of calming the mind, and the 9-curved crystal jade tree exudes an indescribable charm all the time, helping people to practice and understand the mystery of the secret skills of the exercises. The small stone mansion contains countless treasures that make people jealous. After inspecting these few treasures, Yang Kai returned to his usual retreat position, sat cross-legged, and sorted out his thoughts. No matter what, improving one's own strength right now is the kingly way. If those strong men really figured out a way to enter the Emperor Garden, they must have strong strength as a backing to enter it and compete with the powerful parties of the Gloomy Star. It is hopeless to break through to the Void Return Mirror in a short period of time, but there are many other ways to improve one's strength, not only through realm cultivation. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression was firm, and with a wave of his hand, he took out what he had gained from going out this time. There are not many things harvested this time, but each one is of immeasurable value, not to mention the extinct life nectar. The formation card of the light-splitting Cloud Sea formation alone is a big killer, and the two pieces that Yang Kai originally owned during this operation, one of the secret treasures blew itself up, and the other was damaged. They happened to lack some substitutes in their hands, so the appearance of this array of cards was just right. As long as it is refined, it will not take long to increase its own strength. There is also that extremely heavy pitch-black stick. Yang Kai has never seen what material it is made of, but the weight of this stick is simply unimaginable. It does not need to have any power, it alone surpasses the weight of imagination. As long as someone can move it, it will be unstoppable when it is swung. This is the reason for one force to drop 10 meetings. But Yang Kai found helplessly that even with his own strength, he couldn't even think of using this stick as a weapon, so he couldn't help but sigh. 3 things, no more and no less. But Yang Kai has to deal with far more than these 3 things. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai raised his hand, and the virtual king-level refining furnace appeared leisurely, and immediately the bird chirping of the weapon spirit came out, and a strange bird with a height of 3 feet appeared in the stone mansion immediately. With a flash of Qi Ling's figure, she flew down to Yang Kai's shoulder and stood there, combing her feathers with her long beak. Yang Kai glanced at it, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and immediately communicated with it with spiritual mind. After a while, Huo now tilted his head to look at the special ring on Yang Kai's hand, a dignified and excited expression flashed in his eyes. There are still some hesitation and fear. Extremely humane. If you don't want it, then go back and help me refine the Dragon Bone Dragon Ball. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As soon as the words fell, the artifact spirit turned into a ball of fire, and rushed directly towards the ring. Yang Kai raised his brows, driven by spiritual mind. The ring sent out a suction force, sucking the artifact spirit into it. Qi Ling really couldn't resist the temptation Yang Kai just proposed. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. After a while, the ring flashed, and Yang Kai released the artifact spirit again. It's just that at this moment, Qi Ling's body is slightly different from just now, because there is a crimson light in its fiery red body, swimming like a spirit snake. While Qi Ling screamed sharply, his body was full of flames, as if he was struggling to fight against the crimson light, trying to assimilate it. The sun is really hot. In Yang Kai's ring, there are only two items, one is the 10,000 Zai Ice Jade platform, and the other is the true essence of the sun. The last time Qi Ling devoured and refined a trace of the real sun fire, and gained huge benefits and growth, but when he fought with the ice-type heaven and earth spirit in the Emperor Garden, he still looked like he was not an opponent. It can be seen that the ice-type heaven and earth the cruelty and intractability of the spirit. Since Yang Kai wanted to attack the ice element heaven and earth spirit, he naturally wanted to increase the strength and power of the artifact spirit, and devouring and refining the sun true fire was the most effective and fastest way. Of course, there are certain dangers, that's why he had to consult Qi Ling's own wishes. Qi Ling lived up to his expectations, his desire for the true sun fire surpassed its fear of it, so he took the initiative to get into the ring and absorbed a trace of the real sun fire to come out. After all, he has experience in this area, and Qi Ling's performance this time is much better than last time in the corpse cave, although it seems that under the impact of the sun's real fire, his form has become a little unstable, the fluctuation of the fire element's spiritual power was even a little disordered, but after all, he didn't directly fall into a coma. Yang Kai showed a smile on his face, and stretched out his hand towards the refining furnace, and the artifact spirit immediately returned to it, and began to assimilate the energy of the real sun fire. I believe that it won't be long before the spirit of the weaponry appears, and it will become stronger than before. After dealing with the matter of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace, and reached out to pick up the formation card of the split light cloud sea formation, and carefully observed it in front of his eyes. When he got the array card, he didn't have time to look at it carefully. He only learned from Kai He and Du Sisi that it was very valuable and had long been lost. Now that he observed it, he suddenly found that the material of the array card was very Jinfaimu looks like a wooden sign, but it has a certain weight, the size of a palm, and there are many white cloud patterns on the back. If you stare carefully, it will give people the illusion of being trapped in the sea of AA clouds and cannot break free. Rin quickly retracted his gaze, held it in the palm of his hand, closed his eyes, and the envoy Shengyuan and divine sense began to refine. Array cards are refined by array masters, similar to the existence of secret treasures. Refining it is naturally the same as refining secret treasures. Moreover, it does not require too much effort to refine completely, which can be described as extremely convenient. Time goes by, and it takes a month in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yang Kai has been refining the formation card, and now he has finally refined it successfully and put it in his body. Mysterious, he can set up a big formation anytime and anywhere. Yang Kai was overjoyed to get this rare treasure, and he finally made up for the shortcomings of Baiyu 2's self-destruction, and the power that this card can display is definitely much stronger than Baiyu 2. At this moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a feeling, and suddenly found that Yang Yan was sitting in front of him at some point, staring at the 1-foot-long pitch-black stick on the ground, dazed. Although she was still covered by the black robe, Yang Kai noticed that her expression was a bit strange, as if she was thinking about something. "When did you come?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. Although Yang Yan also has the prohibition token of Shifu, but he didn't notice her coming, which is a bit inconceivable. "It's been a few days. I saw that you were refining the array cards, so I didn't bother you." Yang Yan replied casually, with a happy expression, pointing to the dark stick on the ground and saying, "This Tianxia pillar is yours from the Emperor Garden. Bring it back." Shaking Tianju, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and immediately seemed to remember something, and looked at her in surprise. "Do you recognize the text on it?" "Provided by M. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 1363 Who can use it? There are 3 ancient characters on this black stick, which are so weird that Yang Kai didn't know them at all, but now when he heard Yang Yan mention Shaking Pillar, he immediately thought of it. Yang Yan glanced at him, Chong snorted softly, and said indifferently, "Is there anything strange about it? So the formation cards you refined before were also brought from the Emperor Garden?" Yang Kai nodded subconsciously, and kept looking at Yang Yan. Noticing the difference in his eyes, Yang Yan chuckled lightly. "Why, do you think there will be any changes in me?" "That's not true, it's just that although I know that you are knowledgeable and know a lot, I don't want you to know this ancient text. This is not an ancient text, it's just something tens of thousands of years ago. It's just that the gloomy star has undergone a major change, and these texts have been lost. This Tian shaking pillar is a good thing. It is actually composed of Tianjingshuan made of iron. What a big hand. Sky crystal black iron. Yang Kai raised his brows with an unbelievable expression on his face. Although he is not proficient in refining equipment, he still has heard about precious refining materials. Sky crystal black iron is an extremely precious kind, and it is the top material of Zhuang class. It is rumored that the weight of this kind of thing itself is immeasurable, as big as a palm. It weighs 10,000 catties, and it is so strong that it is difficult for anything in the world to destroy it. Adding a little when refining the weapon can increase the strength of the secret treasure, which is a big advantage when fighting with people. But Yang Yan actually said that the whole of this shaking pillar is made of Tianjingshuan tea. This is too incredible. But in this way, it can explain why it has such a bizarre weight. It must be dangerous to get it, right? Yang Yan asked with concern. Yang Kai chuckled and briefly talked about the battle with the puppet. After listening, Yang Yan nodded slightly. Your choice is not bad. Although the puppet is precious, it is still far inferior to this shaking pillar. You have taken advantage, and only that kind of puppet can wield such secret treasures. Would you like it? I'll give it to you. It's useless for me to take it and melt it. I'm sure you can refine a lot of secret treasures. Yang Kai's heart moved. Originally, the reason he chose this pitch-black giant stick was because he liked its material, itself. Melting. Yang Yan curled his lips. Why should I melt? I can't refine this kind of secret treasure now. There are many surprise formations in it. Melting it would be too wasteful. If you can find the right person to use it, that. Who can use it? Yang Kai laughed loudly, unless you also refine a puppet like that. Someone can use it. Yang Yan smiled mysteriously. Who is it? Yang Kai's face twitched. He couldn't believe that on this gloomy star, there was someone with such strength as to swing the shaking pillar. That was simply inhuman. I'm afraid that even a strong man in the Void Return 3 layer can't hold on to this secret treasure for a while, and the Saint Yuan will be exhausted. It's it. Yang Yan pointed, and Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing, and suddenly found Stone Puppet looking ghostly at the side. Seeing Yang Kai and Yang Yan staring at it together, the stone puppet no longer hides its figure, and uses both hands and feet, like a stone monkey, galloping towards this side, rushing directly in front of Yang Kai, its two eyes staring. Di Luyuan looked at Yang Kai. Stone puppet. Yang Kai frowned. Is it possible? Just try it. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled, stretched out his finger and shouted coquettishly, Xiao Xiao. Hearing the shout, Stone Puppet glanced at Yang Yan, then at Yang Kai, and after getting his permission, he came to the foot-long sky-shaking pillar and walked around it. After a while, the Stone Puppet's eyes revealed a look of joy and excitement, and his stooped waist straightened. He slapped his chest vigorously with both hands, and then grabbed the Tiansha pillar. Yang Kai shrank his eyes and watched without blinking. He clearly saw that the shaking pillar, which made him helpless, was grasped by the stone puppet as if lightly. The foot-long stick seemed to have no weight at this moment, and the stone puppet seemed to have obtained it. It was a novelty toy with smiles in its eyes and its big mouth was split open. It held the center of the shaking pillar with both hands, and when it was swung, the shaking pillar was swung out with a stick. Hoo-hoo! The whistling sound of the fierce wind came out, and the aura in the entire stone mansion was instantly disordered. The position of the stone puppet formed a tornado in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the restrictions in all directions shone with light, as if they were blocking invisible attacks. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a series of invisible wind knives cutting his body, making a hissing sound. Yang Kai looked dumbfounded. At that time in the Emperor Garden, when the puppet wielded the huge stick, it was not as smooth as the stone puppet. It was hard to believe that such a huge power was contained in the small stone puppet's body. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that the stone puppet was not as simple as he imagined. It could only refine materials for the refiner, and it seemed to have more and greater potential to be tapped. The last time in the corpse cave, the stone puppet suddenly grew a lot bigger, swallowed the true sun essence in one gulp, and kept it in the body for a long time. If it wasn't for it, Yang Kai couldn't take the true sun essence away at that time. This little guy is really surprising. Okay. The corners of Yang Yan's eyes were full of smiles, and he waved his hand at Stone Puppet. Go outside and play. If you continue to do this, the restriction here will be destroyed, and I will repair it when the time comes. Very troublesome. The Stone Puppet was ordered, and the movements of its hands stopped immediately, and the tornado formed before suddenly disappeared. Immediately, the Stone Puppet opened its mouth wide and swallowed the shaking sky pillar into its stomach. With a flash of its body, it disappeared into the ground and disappeared. When Yang Kai sensed it again, it had already appeared somewhere more than a dozen miles away. Realizing the potential of the stone puppet, Yang Kai was very excited. There was no other reason. In his black book space, there was still a stone puppet embryo. It is a pity that he has not found such a thing as a blood essence stone, otherwise it would have been born. Over the years, this stone puppet embryo has also maintained its vitality, and there is no sign of stillbirth. This is your shield. Be careful next time. Although I can repair it once or twice, but the damage is so serious every time, I'm afraid it won't be able to repair it after a few times. Yang Yan said as he spoke, while handing over a purple shield. Yang Yan didn't care about shields, but even a top-rank shield was damaged so badly, one can imagine what kind of danger Yang Kai encountered at that time. She was worried about Yang Kai himself. Yang Kai knew it in his heart, and didn't say anything, just nodded his head and said yes, took the shield, felt it silently, found that the shield became the same as before, flawless, and put it away happily. Show me your array card again. Yang Yan stretched out a jade hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not hesitate, took out the array card and handed it to her. Yang Yan stared at the formation card, checked it over and over for a while, and then threw it to Yang Kai. The formation card of the split light cloud sea formation is quite powerful. I will tell you how this formation changes, and you can understand it yourself, so that when facing the enemy in the future, the power of this array can be maximized. Yang Kai was slightly moved. Yang Yan was worthy of being a formation master, just glanced at it, and knew that this was the formation card of the light-splitting cloud sea formation, and it was absolutely impossible for other formation masters to identify it so easily. Even if her tone was louder than the sky, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest doubt. While speaking, Yang Yan had already pointed out a finger, and there was a white light cluster around the fingertips pointing towards Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai didn't move, and let her do what she did. After a while, Yang Kai's body shook, and he felt a wave of information rushing into his mind inexplicably. After a little research, he found that it was indeed a wonderful description about the light-splitting cloud sea formation. He was overjoyed immediately. Originally, he was going to ask Yang Yan about this formation, but he didn't want Yang Yan to take the initiative to tell him, which saved him effort. However, after using such means, Yang Yan's complexion was slightly pale, and he looked exhausted. Okay, you should study it yourself. It's a mess outside now. There are countless warriors coming and going, and there are many strong ones. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has also been closed according to your intention. I just use this time to busy myself. Something. By the way, I will bring some things over in a few days, and you can refine them for me. Understood. Yang Kai nodded lightly, seeing that she was about to turn around and leave, he pondered for a while and suddenly shouted, Yang Yan. What's wrong? Don't you have anything to tell me? Yang Kai looked at her with a half smile. Not now, I'll tell you when the time comes. Yang Yan glared at him with a happy and angry expression, twisted his waist, opened the restraint and left. Looking at the direction where she disappeared, Yang Kai smiled slightly. No matter what changes happen to Yang Yan, but she is sure that she has no malice towards her, and she still treats herself as a friend as before, which is what Yang Kai hopes to see. As for her privacy and secrets, Yang Kai didn't have to inquire. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think about it, and began to comprehend the mysteries of the light-splitting cloud sea formation. Less than 2 hours before and after, Yang Kai had already mastered the changes in this formation, and the rest was just adapting to the situation during the battle, and it was only at this moment that he gave birth to a trace of fear. This split light cloud sea formation is one of the ancient strange formations, and the arrangement alone is extremely difficult. It needs to refine the clouds in the sky. This method is really appalling. As an ancient strange formation, it is of course impossible to have the power that Yang Kai saw. It's just that in the Emperor Garden at that time, there was no one to host this formation, and it could only play a superficial role, so Yang Kai and others jointly smashed it and let him take advantage of it. Although with Yang Kai's attainment and strength of the formation, it is not possible to display the full power of this formation, but it is still enough to play 30% to 40%. With the help of this formation, his own strength will greatly increase, as long as it is not Qian Tong for a strong man like Fei Zhitu. Yang Kai estimated that he would have no problem dealing with it. Of course, if he wanted to kill the enemy, it would depend on the strength and means of the enemy. Under normal circumstances, even those who are strong at the Void Return level 2 will surely die if they fall into it. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1364 Making Golden Blood. After dealing with the cards, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle in front of him. The thing contained in this jade bottle is nothing else, it is the life nectar obtained in the Emperor Garden. However, in Yang Kai's guess, this is the diluted life nectar. In order to verify his conjecture, Yang Kai opened the jade bottle and took a sip without hesitation. If others saw Yang Kai's actions like this, they would have to yell at him as a prodigal. Life nectar can prolong the lifespan of warriors, enhance the power of qi and blood, and has the magical effect of rejuvenating dead trees. It is extremely attractive to those strong void-returning mirrors who have a short lifespan. Just a small sip can prolong their life for 100 years. Shodan, Yang Kai's one bite has almost killed other people's lifespan for hundreds of years, it is simply a waste of money. The mouth is clear and mellow, and even has a sweet taste, like a clear spring in a mountain stream, and after entering the stomach, it immediately turns into streams of pure energy, swimming in the limbs and bones. Yang Kai silently felt the changes in himself, with a joyful expression on his face. He found that his energy and blood power was increasing crazily, and the blood all over his body was faintly showing signs of boiling. Soon, the huge energy and blood power reached a limit, and the excess energy and blood power had nowhere to vent. It made Yang Kai blush until his neck was thick, as if he was about to explode and die in the next moment. However, Yang Kai didn't show any panic at all, he used his profound art silently, urged the Saint Yuan, and guided the energy and blood that seemed to be exploding to gather in a certain part of the body. With the gathering of qi and blood, the blood flowing in the body seems to be pulled, and various essences are separated from the blood and gathered here. Time passed slowly, before and after about half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly heard a ticking sound coming from the depths of his heart. He raised his brows and released his spiritual thoughts to observe, and then his expression was startled, revealing a look of surprise. He found that there was an extra drop of golden blood in his body. It's not the blood that flows in the flesh and blood, but the pure golden blood that can be cultivated into golden blood threads. There are not many of this kind of golden blood in Yang Kai's body. When he first came to Gloom Star, there were more than 90 drops, but after so many years, with the use of the battle, he distributed it to the divine tree for various reasons such as nourishing. Since then, the number of golden blood has dropped by about half. Since Yang Kai knew that the golden blood had a great effect on the divine tree, he gave it a drop every few months, and the consumption in the long run was not a small effort. Now that he has practiced the golden blood thread secret art, a drop of golden blood can only cultivate one golden thread. Even if Yang Kai refines all the golden blood into silk, there are only a few dozen threads, which is far from his plan. Although this kind of golden blood Yang Kai himself can also be replenished through penance, but the birth of every drop of golden blood will consume his 3 months of penance accumulation, which he has verified a long time ago. He never thought that this nectar of life could actually give birth to new golden blood in his body. This is not difficult to understand. After all, the life nectar, one of the 3 major divine waters, is originally intended to enhance the power of the warrior's vitality, and this is the greatest element that gives birth to golden blood. Keeping the surprise in mind, Yang Kai continued to operate the cultivation technique to refine the efficacy of life nectar. Another half an hour later, a second drop of golden blood appeared in his body. It wasn't until the third drop of golden blood was formed that the effect of life nectar disappeared completely. A small sip of life nectar can make 3 more drops of golden blood in the body. The weight of this bottle, at least you can save 30 drops, right? It has almost made up for the consumption of these years. Yang Kai was overjoyed, cheered up, and drank the life nectar one after another, continuously refining its effects into his own golden blood. He didn't think it was a pity at all. The life nectar may be a life-saving medicine for those strong people with a short lifespan, but for him, as long as it can promote the birth of golden blood, it is the most useful. But even so, Yang Kai can be sure that the life nectar he got is indeed just a diluted product. The real life nectar must have more powerful effects, and it is hidden somewhere in the Emperor Garden. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart became hot. If he really entered the Emperor's garden and got the life nectar, then he would not have to worry about the amount of golden blood at all. It might not be a dream to replace all the blood in his body with this pure golden blood. With the powerful vitality and recovery ability contained in this golden blood, even if he was injured, he would be able to recover extremely quickly. In just 2 days, a bottle of life nectar was consumed, and Yang Kai was still a little unsatisfied, so he didn't force it, but closed his eyes, held the void spirit crystal in his hand, and began to absorb the energy in it. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In the past 6 months, Yang Kai did not leave Shifu, and only did 3 things. One is to cultivate the mystery of space power by absorbing the energy of the void crystal, and the second is to refine the golden blood threads in the body. Now there are several golden blood threads in the body. With previous refining experience, if Yongkai refines the golden blood thread again, the speed will undoubtedly be much faster. The number of golden blood threads has increased, but the power has not changed. The main reason is that Yongkai only got the first half of the secret technique of the demon blood sect. How to combine and change more golden blood threads should be hidden in the lower half. Yongkai is not in a hurry. As long as the demon blood cult still exists, he will always have a chance to deal with it, and now he has to refine some golden blood threads in advance to be prepared. The third is to promote the fusion speed of the colored glaze beads and the world-exterminating demon eye. After the glass beads were refined by him last time, they turned into a cloud of haze and enveloped the world-exterminating demon eye. Although there are similarities between the two wonderful, but the integration is quite slow. Now that he has free time, Yongkai naturally has the mind to promote one or two. Besides, it was Yang Yan who brought some weird things from time to time and asked him to inject space power into them. These things are big and small, strange in shape, and I don't know what they are. Yongkai asked once, but Yang Yan smiled and didn't answer, just told him not to worry about so much, just inject the power of space into it. Yongkai shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that no wonder Yang Yan had greeted himself before, saying that he needed help with something, this kind of thing, other than himself, no one else could really help. Occasionally, in his spare time, Yongkai would also refine some pills. After all, there are so many people in Longshe Mountain, and they need pills to practice now. If you only buy them from outside, the price is too expensive, so Yongkai ordered Wu Yi to purchase more medicinal materials, and let him refine them, which can save some expenses. Second, it can also improve one's own alchemy skills. In half a year, Yongkai could refine a lot of pills, but he didn't do too much to shock the world. Basically, the refining pills were just ordinary pills. The panacea of Aa Danwen. Yongkai found that with the improvement of his own strength, this alchemy seems to have improved a lot. Now it seems that it is not difficult to refine the mid-grade void level pill. When he is promoted to the void returning mirror, he may be able to try to refine the void level top grade pill. The artifact spirit had already awakened, and it was the second awakening. After the first awakening, Yongkai let it swallow a trace of the true sun fire. Counting the previous one, the artifact spirit swallowed a total of 3 rays of the true sun fire. Now the scorching aura on Qiling's body is more than twice as strong as when Yongkai first got it. When Yongkai was doing his own business, Qiling activated the power of the refining furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon ball for him, without Yongkai needing to spend much time. On this day, Yang Yan brought a bunch of messy things, and let Yongkai inject the power of space one by one. Yongkai didn't complain and did as she said. During this period, Yang Yan told Yongkai the dynamics of the forces outside during this period of time. Because Qian Tong will send people here to deliver news from time to time, Longshe Mountain is well aware of the changes in the outside world. Shadow Moon Hall issued invitation letters, inviting experts from all major forces to come to the main hall to discuss the matter of the Emperor Garden. After some discussions, 50 top experts who returned to the third layer of the void finally gathered. That's the way to get in. There were 50 people when we went, but only half of them came back. The remaining half, all fell. This happened 4 months ago. When Yongkai heard it, he almost bit off his tongue. After some questioning, he learned that these 50 people did not know what kind of restriction was touched. Under the shroud of the emperor's prestige exuded by Yuan, without the power to resist, he was crushed into powder by the jade hands transformed by the aura of heaven and earth. Half of the survivors escaped by relying on their own secret techniques or self-exploding secret treasures, otherwise they might be completely wiped out. A lesson from the past is a guide for the future. Since then, no one has dared to approach Diwan without authorization. Even the powerful lineup composed of 50 void-returning third-layer realm experts can't do anything against Diwan, let alone other people. But the major forces didn't leave just yet, instead they left some manpower to monitor the dynamics of Diwan at all times. Everyone is guessing that maybe the Emperor Garden has not yet opened. This guess is not without reason, because the flowing flame sand field is extremely dangerous when it is not opened. Anyone who enters it will undoubtedly die. Warriors in the King Realm can enter it to practice. It is impossible to verify who made this guess, but it has been recognized by most people. Those strong people naturally don't have time to stay here for a long time to wait for the Emperor Garden to open, and they are all busy with their own affairs, so how can they have so much free time? Naturally, only one group of people can be left. And after this incident, Shadow Moon Hall was also in a state of distress. They invited powerful people from all sides to investigate the Emperor Garden together. It was originally out of good intentions, but more than 23rd layer powerhouses fell in one fell swoop, and almost every major force suffered losses. On the head of the Shadow Moon Palace. Shadow Moon Hall's good intentions were not rewarded this time. They may not care about the accusations of 1 or 2 forces, but Shadow Moon Hall can only deal with more than 20 forces carefully. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1365 Expropriation of Dragon Cave Mountain. In fact, there is no reason at all for this unfavorable accusation. People in Shadow Moon Palace know it, and people in other forces also know it. But who made the Emperor Garden float above the Shadow Moon Hall? Everyone was afraid that the Shadow Moon Palace would be close to the water, but they didn't say it clearly. Now that something of this magnitude has happened, it is natural to make a big fuss about it. After a lot of bargaining and even quarreling, the major forces on Gloom Star have reached a consensus, that is, even if the Emperor Garden is opened, many masters of Shadow Moon Palace cannot enter in advance, and they must wait for other forces to gather together. Make a plan, or you'll be a public enemy. Although the current situation of Shadow Moon Palace cannot be said to be like walking on thin ice, it is not good either. After all, it has only experienced an internal trouble before, and people are panic-stricken and urgently need to recuperate. Faced with such an unfair proposal, he could only agree. But now, Sky Fate City can almost be said to be overcrowded, and there are a huge number of people left behind by various forces. The post houses and inns in Sky Fate City are already full of people, and business is booming. Even some small families in the surrounding area had to be responsible for receiving 1 or 2 and providing accommodation for those forces. When there are many people, there will be more conflicts. After all, the major forces on Gloom Star are not very harmonious, and there are many competitions and grievances among them. Once they meet together, it is common for them to disagree and fight. Warriors die almost every day. As the host, Shadow Moon Palace will naturally not interfere with the grievances of these external forces. As long as they do not hinder their own interests, they will maintain a stance of watching from the sidelines. In the Stone Mansion, Yang Kai injected space power into those strange things according to Yang Yan's request. While listening to her talk, he interjected a few questions from time to time, and Yang Yan answered them one by one. When he was busy, Yang Yan suddenly changed his expression, took out a communication compass from the space ring, released his spiritual sense to sense it, and then gave Yang Kai a strange look, with an ambiguous expression. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. "Someone is looking for you." Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled, and said meaningfully, "You are an old acquaintance." Old acquaintance? Yang Kai's face turned dark. He didn't know many people on Gloom Star, and there were not many people who could really make friends. Yang Yan's old acquaintance stumped him, and he thought about it for a while. I don't know who came looking for her, and when she said that old acquaintance, she obviously had a weird taste. Who is it? Yang Kai simply refused to guess. Dai Yuan, Yang Yan replied with a smile. She. Yang Kai frowned. If someone else came, he could declare that he was not in Longshe Mountain and would not meet each other, but for Dai Yuan, it would be inappropriate to do so. In any case, she gave herself a glazed bead, and she got a lot of benefits from it. Moreover, the last time Stone Puppet dug a passage in the Thousand Illusion Glazed Mountain, Yang Kai didn't know that there was something wrong with the glazed gate afterwards. If he didn't find out, maybe he could find out through her. Thinking of this, Yang Kai stood up and said, "I'll go and have a look." While talking, he went towards the layman. After a while, the man came to the front of the big formation of Longshe Mountain, took out the token and poured the holy yuan into it, and shot out a mysterious light from the token, and the big formation that sealed Longshe Mountain immediately split open. Direct access to the road outside. Before Yang Kai took a step, he heard a burst of noisy voices from outside, and couldn't help feeling suspicious in his heart. Could it be that in Shang was more than one person from Dai Yuan? After hearing clearly what those people outside were saying, his expression darkened again, and his pace quickened a little. At this moment, outside the big formation of Longshe Mountain, Dai Yuan was standing there pretty. If one only looked at her back, then anyone would think that this woman was a peerless beauty. It involves people's spirit and sinks into the depths continuously, making people unable to extricate themselves. But if you look at her positively, no one can associate her with the word beauty. Dai Yuan was still the same as before. Her face was black with a yellowish tinge, and her face was full of pouts, ugly, and she didn't cover it up with a face scarf. She showed her face openly and without embarrassment at all. Beside her, a group of more than a dozen martial artists of different cultivation levels were looking at her, and many of them unscrupulously showed disgust, pointing at her, and in the crowd, a few women slightly raising his smooth chin, he looked superior to others. They are not very attractive, but when compared with Dai Yuan's face, everyone immediately becomes a beauty, and they have a sense of superiority for no reason. Hey, young master is talking to you, are you a dumb woman? Among the group of people, the leader shouted loudly at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan turned her head, glanced at him lightly, and didn't intend to answer. This ignoring attitude immediately annoyed the leading martial artist, and said with a sneer, "Smelly woman, don't be ashamed, don't think you are a woman, so you dare not do anything to you, although you are ugly, but after all, you are a woman, so my young master will give you some face, so don't toast or eat fine wine." Dai Yuan frowned, a trace of disgust flashed across her face, but she quickly recovered. In the past, if she heard these words, she would definitely be unable to hold back and fight. Her appearance was reversed before. But now, after being detoxified by Yongkai, her appearance has long since returned to the original, and the current face is just a disguise, so even if the other party said something ugly, she didn't take it to heart. "Senior brother, hi, what are you talking about nonsense with her, just capture her directly." Seeing that she came here to find someone, she must have something to do with the people inside. "We have waited here for several days, and the owner of this place has not yet shown up. It is too shameful, put us in your eyes." In the crowd, another person cried out impatiently, with a look of eagerness to try. "Oh, who should I focus on?" A slightly mocking voice suddenly came from the inside of Longshe Mountain. While speaking, a gap suddenly opened in the barrier-like formation in front of him, revealing a young figure from inside. Yongkai. Dai Yuan looked happy, and quickly walked up to him. "Miss Dai Yuan." Yongkai nodded slightly at her, then raised his eyes and glanced at the group of people standing outside, and said indifferently, "Are these people with you?" Dai Yuan shook her head slowly, and said softly, "They belong to the Hexen sect." Hexen Gate? Never heard of it. Yongkai pouted. Although he still doesn't know much about the distribution and strength of the major forces on Gloomy Star until now, at least he has heard about the relatively large forces. He really hasn't heard of this Haishinman, so it can be seen, this force should not be very good. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, has a lot of experience, otherwise she would not be able to tell their origins from their clothes. She said in a low voice, "It's a force in the Wu Sea, it's normal if you haven't heard of it." So that's how it is. Yongkairen, worry-free sea, is already far away from here. If Di Yuan was not born, they definitely would not have come here. "Are you the master of this place?" On the other side of Hexen Gate, the leading martial artist sized Yongkai up and down and asked in surprise. "Yes, I am the owner of this place." Yongkai grinned. "Exactly, since you are the owner of this place, you can speak up." The warrior saw that Yongkai's cultivation base was not high, and he was only at the 3rd level of the Holy King, so he couldn't help but be a little contemptuous, and there was a hint of arrogance on his face. They are disciples of Wuyuhai Hexen sect, and this mountain range is now requisitioned by our Hexen sect. You go back and ask the people inside to tidy up and make room for them, eh?" He looked carefree, as if he was ordering his subordinates to do something, and he was not polite. After hearing this, Dai Yuan had a weird look on her face. She turned her head and glanced at Yongkai, wondering if these people regarded Yongkai as the patriarch of the small family attached to His Highness Shadow Moon. Yongkai also had this conjecture, although he didn't understand what happened when he first came out, but after thinking about it for a while, he guessed the matter roughly. Today, Tianyan City is overcrowded, and many foreign warriors can't find a place to stay. As a result, some small families nearby have become their targets. In order to monitor the dynamics of the Emperor Garden, it is natural to find a good location. And Longshe Mountain is located almost directly below the Emperor Garden, with an excellent location, so it will naturally be favored by many people. Speaking of which, since these days, many martial artists belonging to various major forces have taken a fancy to Longshe Mountain, and want to enter the interior of Longshe Mountain, and stay for a while, but the formation of Longshe Mountain is extremely exquisite, and some people see that this place is extraordinary. Did not dare to interrupt rashly. Some people also know that the owner of Longshe Mountain is a young man who can kill the strong void returning mirror, and he has a good relationship with Qian Tong. If you don't know anything, you will inevitably do these things. There are many secrets inside Longshe Mountain, and various large formations are covered, let alone Haishinmen. Even if people from Zontianmeng or Leitezong come, Yongkai will not let them go, let alone, these people say something it was a matter of course, as if letting them live in Longshe Mountain was his own glory. It really made Yang Kai angry and funny. With a word of requisition, you have to give up Longshe Mountain by yourself. This Haishinman's tone is louder than the sky. Thinking of this, Yang Kai rolled his eyes, chuckled, and clasped his fists together and said, "It turns out to be friends from Hexen sect." The expression he had admired for a long time made everyone in the Hexen sect very useful. Everyone was thinking that the reputation of his sect was so great that it had spread to the Shadow Moon Palace, and a sense of pride rose leisurely at the same time. The leader looked back at his younger brothers and younger sisters triumphantly, then turned around and looked at Yang Kai, and said with a smile, "There is no need to say polite words, since we know that we are Hexen. Dear fellow, let us get ready quickly. The dozen or so of us don't matter. But when my uncle comes, you have to take good care of him. Unclea's temper is not very good. If you make him dissatisfied, you know the consequences, of." When he said this, the martial artist had a strong sense of threat, as if he didn't serve well, he would bring disaster to Longshe Mountain. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1366. Oh, there are still seniors in your family who haven't arrived yet. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's natural. Uncle Shi is taking a nap in Tianyan City right now. Let me find a good place first. Now that I have a place to go, I will send a message to him. Saying so, the leading martial artist took out the communication compass of his own sect, penetrated his spiritual sense into it, and communicated with someone. Yang Kai didn't intend to stop him, he just looked at it with a smile, and after he put away the compass again, he squinted his eyes and asked, "It's no problem to make some accommodation, there are many attics in Longshe Mountain, and the scenery is beautiful. The aura is not bad, it must be in line with your requirements." Hey, seeing your hill, it means that the aura of this place is good. Otherwise, why do you think I have been waiting here for a few days? The leading warrior shook his head for a while, and said as a matter of course, "With the strength of our Haishinman, you can go and look for the small families nearby, presumably they will sweep the couch to welcome you. Boy, you are lucky, although my uncle has a bad temper, he is still very generous, this time you just need to make him happy, without your benefits." Really? Yang Kai was overjoyed, he looked a little excited, and asked, "Then you all came from afar, do you want to prepare some banquets for you?" "Well, if you have the heart, we are not greedy for words, it doesn't matter if we have it or not, but the uncle is good at this way, so let's do it like this, but don't take it out for leisure, the uncle doesn't like it." Seeing that the old man's name is so good, the warrior immediately pulled up the tiger skin as a banner, and said, "Master Uncle," and, "Senior Uncle," as if he had become a roundworm in the uncle's stomach. Yes. Yang Kai nodded incessantly. "By the way, I dare to ask this friend, besides this hobby, does that senior from your family have any other hobbies?" "Other hobbies?" The martial artist of Haishinman raised his brows and smiled knowingly. "You mean?" "Hey." Yang Kai smirked endlessly, looking like he was in trouble with the martial artist. Dai Yuan saw her at the side, she was speechless. She had never known that Yang Kai had such a side, but she knew in her heart that Yang Kai was obviously teasing the other party, but the other party didn't know it, thinking that Yang Kai was really afraid of power and flattering, it seemed extremely funny. Okay, you really know how to do things." The martial artist laughed loudly, leaned into Yang Kai's ear, and whispered a few words with a wretched face. Yang Kai raised his brows and said happily, "Well, that's easy, we don't have many other things in Longshe Mountain, but there are many beauties." As soon as this sentence came out, many male disciples of the Hexen sect showed joy, and the leader even said, "That's good, but before that, I have to take a look at it first, so that you don't make a fool of yourself and pass it off as a good one. Ruined the spirit of the uncle and the old man." "It's no problem." Yang Kai patted his chest, pulled Dai Yuan in front of him, pointed at her and said to the warrior, "Look, friend, how is this girl?" Dai Yuan was ashamed and angry, and gave Yang Kai a vicious look. Although she didn't hear what Yang Kai said to the other party just now, but seeing the wretched looks of both of them, how can she not guess that it has something to do with beauty? Although she has restored the appearance of turning all living beings upside down, she is still a little annoyed to be pulled out by Yang Kai. The martial artist of Hexen Gate was startled, looked at Dai Yuan, the smile on his face quickly subsided, his eyes flickered coldly, and he said coldly, "Boy, are you joking? This is also a woman." Dai Yuan's pretty face was even colder. "I'm not kidding." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "This girl is so beautiful, her appearance is so beautiful, can't you see it?" Hearing what he said, Dai Yuan couldn't help giving him a look, and all the annoyance in her heart disappeared. Others don't know the true face under this ugly face, but Yang Kai knows it clearly, so when he said this, he didn't have any intentions against his will, he was extremely calm, and the smile on his face was extremely sincere. Are there any other girls here? The Haishinman warrior asked a little bit unwillingly. Yes, but it doesn't seem to be as good as this one. Yang Kai shook his head. The group of Haishinmen were stunned for a moment, and the leading martial artist felt something was wrong, his face was gloomy, and he said with a fake smile, "Boy, are you serious? You think I'm joking?" Yang Kai raised his mouth slightly and squinted at him. Only then did this person realize that Yang Kai was just teasing him, all the admiration and flattery before were just fakes. He was furious, and shouted, "Boy, you are courting death." Saying so, he grabbed Yang Kai without any explanation. His cultivation is also at the 3rd level of the Holy King, and he is an elite disciple of Hexen sect. He feels that it will be easy to deal with people like Yang Kai, so he doesn't take Yang Kai in his eyes at all. Grabbing it with a big hand, the holy energy in the palm was full of ferocity, and the aura of heaven and earth condensed and twisted, turning into a giant blue palm full of water, covering Yang Kai's head. Hexen sect has lived in the worry-free sea for a long time, so most of the disciples in the sect practice water-type exercises and martial arts. With the favorable location there, they can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The watery blue giant palm enveloped Yang Kai and Dai Yuan in an instant, and the power in the palm was ready to go. At this moment, a golden glow suddenly flashed across the sky, and the sky seemed to be filled with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the watery blue giant palm suddenly burst, like a bubble, vulnerable to a single blow. The warriors of Haishinmen turned pale with shock, while they murmured, "Not good." At the same time, their spiritual sense had activated their secret treasures. As soon as you fought, he found that Yang Kai was a little different from the Saint King realm fighters he had dealt with before, so he didn't dare to neglect at all, and immediately used the power of secret treasures. But at the next moment, the golden light suddenly withdrew and turned into a golden silk thread, winding towards him. This person's reaction was not slow. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, and hit the golden thread with several bursts of energy, but the golden thread seemed to be alive, and he avoided all the attacks while twisting, and the gold thread wrapped him up. Sensing the deadly threat coming from the golden thread, the warrior's forehead instantly oozes sweat, he dare not move, and at the same time he sternly shouted, "Stop!" The Haishinmen disciples behind him were about to launch an attack, and when they heard the shout, they all hurriedly withdrew their shenyuan and stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. This senior brother Hai is the #1 person in the Saint King realm in the Hexen sect. He usually competes with his senior brothers in the sect, and no one is his opponent. The juniors and sisters adore. But it was such a person who was subdued by a warrior of the same realm on the top of a small hill with one move, without the power to resist. A few Haishinmen disciples even wiped their eyes in disbelief, and found that they were not mistaken. The majestic senior brother Hai in the past was indeed entangled with a golden thread, and his life was hanging by a thread. With Yang Kai's current means, dealing with a martial artist of the same realm is simply a matter of hand, and it doesn't take much effort at all. With a soft snort, he pulled the martial artist surnamed Hai to his face, raised his hand and slapped him. With a crackling sound, the Hai surname warrior's head was tilted, a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth flew out, and his cheeks were immediately swollen. He also seemed to be stunned by this slap, and he was stunned for a long time before recovering. Yang Kai shook his hand, as if he was about to shake off something unclean. He looked at him lightly and said, "Do you know why I beat you?" The martial artist surnamed Hai shook his head subconsciously. "Pa!" There was another crisp sound, and his other cheek swelled up. Yang Kai sucked his nose and said lightly, "Because you have no eyes." The martial artist surnamed Hai suddenly came back to his senses, nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, Hai has blind eyes and offended your lord, please be merciful to me." "Hey!" Yang Kai chuckled nonchalantly, raised his slap with the size of a cattail leaf fan, and raised it on the cheek of the martial artist Hai, then slapped it again, and said, "It's not this, be careful think." After taking 3 slaps in a row, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, the martial artist surnamed Hai felt dizzy, with gold stars in front of his eyes, bloody smell in his mouth and nose, and said incessantly, "It's Hai who doesn't know good and bad, and actually wants to expropriate expensive land. It's not this." Yang Kai slapped again. The dozen or so warriors of Hexen sect were dumbfounded, and the warrior surnamed Hai even wanted to die. Yang Kai said that he had no eyes, and he only had these 2 reasons when he thought about it, but no matter what he said, he was wrong. "Yes, being restrained under the golden thread, I dare not resist at all. This shameful scene was watched by all the juniors and sisters. How can I have any prestige in the Hexen Gate in the future? Thoughts turned sharply in his mind, and he didn't know if it was a blessing in his heart. The martial artist surnamed Hai suddenly widened his eyes, looked at Dai Yuan and said, "It's Hai who can't distinguish people, but he can't see that this girl is so beautiful, she turns all living beings upside down." Dai Yuan blushed slightly when she heard this. Even though the other party was hitting her right, such compliments against her will still made her feel a little ashamed. Yang Kai raised his brows, smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad, I finally grew 2 eyeballs for nothing. If you say something wrong again, maybe I will dig your eyeballs out." Martial artist surnamed Hai broke out in cold sweat. Although he was disgusting to death, he still had to praise Dai Yuan for being ashamed of the flowers enclosing the moon, and for being so overwhelmed by the city. Praises, this is not something ordinary people can do. Yang Kai could hear goosebumps all over his body. Yang Kai. Dai Yuan stomped her feet. She couldn't take it any longer, even though she knew that Yang Kai was just looking for an excuse to teach this person a lesson. These words of praise sounded really awkward. Understood. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and when he was about to let go of the martial artist named Hai, he suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. Over there, a ray of light quickly approached this place. Before the person arrived, the divine sense had already stretched over. After checking the situation here, he couldn't help shouting angrily, "Who dares to insult my disciple?" To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1367. Chapter 1367 Bringing Your Own Humiliation. That voice was extremely annoyed, and even carried a trace of inexplicable shock, pushing towards Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and the power of his consciousness burst out, offsetting the impact. But hearing this voice, the martial artist surnamed Hai who was entangled in golden threads was overjoyed, and opened his mouth and shouted, "Uncle Master, save me." Hearing his shout, Yang Kai immediately understood that the person who came must be the void-returning mirror warrior from Hexen sect. After all, Sky Fortune City is only a few tens of miles away from Longshe Mountain, and it won't take long for the other party to arrive after this person sent a message just now. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. He had originally intended to wait for this void return mirror, and now that the other party had arrived in time, it was in his favor. Staring at the direction the person was coming from, he revealed a strange smile, and the power of spiritual consciousness burst out from the sea of AA consciousness, forming an invisible sharp blade, and blasted towards that side. The other party wanted to attack and sneak attack him with his divine sense, so Yang Kai naturally had to be courteous and show 1 or 2. The rainbow light flying over there suddenly froze, and then there was a low cry of surprise, and then the rainbow light shook again, as if it was a little unstable, and it looked like it was about to fall. Although the person who came was a void return 1-layer strong man, he still suffered a small loss under the attack of Yang Kai's divine sense, and his expression was a bit suspicious at the moment. Arrogant, but vigilantly approaching Longshe Mountain. He just received a message from his disciples saying that this place has a good place to rest and stay, and the owner of this place is also very knowledgeable and willing to greet him respectfully. He just thought it was some small family, so he rushed over enthusiastically, but encountered this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, the void-returning mirror of Hexen Gate came to the front of Longshe Mountain, revealing his figure. Yang Kai glanced at him, and found that this person was mighty, not too tall, but with big arms and round waist, a head of red hair, messy like a chicken coop, sunken nose and sunken eyes, and a swollen face. He looked fierce and extremely dangerous. Momentum. Scanning the situation in front of him, the visitor's eyelids shrank, and his heart was extremely annoyed. Although it is said that the strong dragon does not suppress the top snake, but his Hexen sect is also a good force, but it is far away from this place. Seeing the disaster of the disciples under the sect, he immediately shouted in a low voice, "Boy, are you the one who beat it?" When he said this, he stared straight at Yang Kai, a ray of cold light bloomed in his eyes, and an invisible coercion came towards Yang Kai. Although he suffered a small loss just now, after he checked out Yang Kai's true cultivation, he was not afraid, and subconsciously thought that the other party's ability to display such a method just now should be due to the power of a secret treasure. With the cultivation base of the void-returning mirror, to deal with the Saint King realm, it is natural to use power to take people away. So what? Yang Kai grinned at him, not caring about his coercion at all, and still had a calm expression on his face. "Why hit someone?" the red-haired warrior asked sharply. "Why?" Yang Kai smiled faintly, and glanced at the martial artist surnamed Hai with a bruised nose and swollen face. Your Excellency, why not ask your own disciple how? The red-haired warrior frowned, glared fiercely at his disciple, and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what is it? If you make mistakes first, don't blame the old man for standing idly by, but if someone bullies others, HMPH, although I have lived in the worry-free sea for a long time in the Hexen sect, I am not a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch." There is a lot of meaning in these words. When the martial artist surnamed Hai heard the words, his eyes lit up, and he immediately showed an extremely sad expression, and cried out with snot and tears, "Uncle Mingjian, I will come to look for you under your order. The place to stay, I finally found this good place. I wanted to discuss with the owner of this place, and pay some spirit stones to let him spare some disciples for us to live in, but I don't know that this person is unreasonable, no matter what the reason is." Fighting violently, the disciple is ashamed, not good at skills, and was caught by mistake. This person not only refuses to give up, but also humiliates the disciple, forcing the disciple to speak against his will. The disciple is so ashamed that he does not want to live, and I ask the uncle to uphold justice. Yang Kai stared at this martial artist surnamed Hai in astonishment, and found that he had no shame at all, and he spoke in a clear and orderly manner, with a look of pain, as if he had really suffered a great grievance. He was angry in his heart, but his face remained calm, and he sneered endlessly. Hearing the words, the red-haired old man's eyes became even colder, and he said in a low voice, "Can you tell him that you are a disciple of Hexen sect?" The disciple said, "But it's useless. He didn't pay attention to our Hexen gate at all." The warrior surnamed Hai replied with a mournful face. Okay. The red-haired old man took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Yang Kai, and shouted vigorously, "Boy, do you have anything else to say?" "There's nothing to say." Yang Kai shook his head slowly, with a weird expression. "Your Hai Shin sect's martial arts skills don't look very good, but this reverse black and white kung fu is first class, I admire it." "Boy, how dare you insult my Hai Shinman?" The red-haired old man was furious, and he was about to attack immediately. Although he also understands that the forces living near Sky Fate City must have something to do with Shadow Moon Palace, but now that Shadow Moon Palace is being persecuted by various forces, he can't take care of himself. If he just teaches this kid a lesson, there must be no big problem. Shadow Moon, there is no need for Dian to make trouble with Haishinman because of these people. At that time, it would not be considered bullying to force the other party to give up this Dragon Cave Mountain. Presumably the Shadow Moon Palace has nothing to say. Bring yourself to shame, can you blame others? Yang Kai snorted coldly, staring at the martial artist surnamed Hai and said, "Do you think I dare not kill you?" Ah, the martial artist surnamed Hai noticed the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, and his face changed slightly. "Boy, how dare you?" The red-haired old man also sensed that something was wrong. He let out his momentum while roaring, and enveloped Yang Kai, wanting to limit his movements before saving others. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously, with a slight movement of his fingertips. There was a faint sneering sound as the golden thread flickered. His movements were like the wind, and he was not affected by the red-haired old man's posture at all. The secret technique of the Demon Blood sect is a secret technique that can break the power. The golden blood that Yang Kai used to practice is infinitely stronger than the energy and blood used by those high-level members of the Demon Blood sect. How could the red-haired old man's potential be able to stop it? The golden wire cut the body of the high surname warrior, and shuttled back and forth more than 10 times in the blink of an eye. After Yang Kai took back the gold wire, the high surname warrior still stood there in a daze, as if he hadn't figured out what happened. But the next moment, his face changed. He lowered his head and looked at his body, and suddenly found that his body was filled with thin streams of blood. There was a crash, as if a mirror had been shattered, and the martial artist surnamed Hai collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. The bloody smell soared into the sky. This appalling scene made the other 10 disciples of Hexen sect all change color, and a few women who were less timid even turned pale and wretched when they turned around. The red-haired old man's eyes widened in an instant, and he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if he didn't expect this kid to be so cruel and ruthless. He would kill him if he said he would kill him. For Yang Kai, at first he didn't mean to take someone's life, he just planned to teach the other party a lesson, which can be regarded as killing chickens and monkeys, so that those outsiders who want to attack Longshe Mountain will quit. But with the development of the situation, the martial artist surnamed Hai, his nonsense and the attitude of the red-haired old man moved him to death. So he didn't bother to argue with the other party. He really didn't pay attention to a mere force in the worry-free sea. And after the tragic death of the martial artist named Hai, the red-haired old man was naturally extremely angry. His red-haired head was calm and automatic, and his momentum rose wildly. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Boy, I want you to pay in blood." The one who died was the most elite disciple of Hexen sect. This loss is not insignificant. This time he was ordered to stay near Tianyan City to monitor the movement of the Emperor Garden. He deliberately brought the warrior with the surname Hai with him because he wanted to sharpen him. Who would have thought that he died tragically here before leaving the teacher, and even he himself would be punished after returning. The martial artist surnamed Hai is the direct relative of the great elder in the sect. Dare to be presumptuous in my Dragon Cave Mountain, no one can leave alive. Yang Kai's expression turned violent. Killing one is killing a group is also killing, it doesn't make any difference to him, but killing more people has a better deterrent effect, in order to avoid unknowing people coming to requisition the treasure land of Longshe Mountain every now and then. Hey, it's so lively here. Just as Yang Kai and the red-haired old man were ready to fight for their lives, a suspicious voice came from afar, and immediately, two streamers of light flew over there. At the same time, two powerful spiritual senses belonging to the void-returning mirror covered this side. Sensing the strength of the approaching person, the red-haired old man's expression turned serious, and he quickly looked over there. On the other hand, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of surprise and understanding. Senior brother Yang seems to be about to fight with someone. Immediately after that man's voice, another gentle female voice sounded. Well, senior brother saw it, but I don't know which blind person dares to provoke Longshe Mountain. It's really interesting. The male voice who spoke earlier seemed to be a little gloating, and the red-haired old man couldn't help but listen to these words in his ears. Suddenly, I thought to myself that this Dragon Cave Mountain can't be provoked. Isn't this a small faction attached to His Highness Shadow Moon? The red-haired old man frowned, but he wasn't stupid. He immediately suppressed his murderous intentions and began to think with a solemn expression. In an instant, the two streamers of light had already flown to the front, and the brilliance retracted, revealing their true faces. One person is tall, looks imposing, and his eyes are shining. The red-haired old man feels like a thorn on his back when he stares at him, and the anxiety in his heart is even stronger. Like snuggling up to the man's side, the two looked very close, obviously they had an unusual relationship. After the woman landed on the ground, she looked around with her beautiful eyes, showing curiosity. After seeing Dai Yuan standing behind Yang Kai, the woman exclaimed in surprise, Sister Dai Yuan, you are here too. Shuaner. Dai Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. On the first day of the month, ask for a few monthly tickets. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1368 It's just a misunderstanding. Brother Wei. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists at the man. The person who came was one of his few friends, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Gucheng and Dong Shuaner. Brother Yang, long time no see. Wei Gucheng responded happily. Yeah, it's been a few years since we last saw each other. I didn't expect Brother Wei and Miss Dong to be promoted to Void Return Mirror. Congratulations. Yang Kai expressed his sincere congratulations. After returning from the Flowing Flame Sand Field last time, Wei Gucheng and Dong Shuaner entered into a state of retreat, ready to attack the Void Returning Mirror, and now they meet again. The two have succeeded, and have reached this realm one after another. Moreover, judging from the aura exuded by the two of them and the fluctuation of the Saint Yuan in their bodies, their cultivation has already stabilized at this level, otherwise they would not have run out of the main altar of Shadow Moon Hall. But Dai Yuan also said last time that she wanted to retreat and attack the Void Returning Mirror, but she didn't know why there was no movement. Thinking of this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Dai Yuan, and found that she was holding hands with Dong Shuaner, whispering intimately, not knowing what she was talking about. Dai Yuan spat with a blushing face, while Dong Shuaner had a smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Kai's side. No matter who it is, it seems that the red-haired old man and the disciples of the Hexen sect are nothing, and ignore them. The red-haired old man was naturally angry in his heart, but after carefully looking at Wei Gucheng and Dong Shuaner, after recalling Yang Kai's previous address, his complexion changed slightly, and he solemnly clasped his fists and said, Dare to ask your excellency, but Wei Gucheng from Shadow Moon Palace. Quote. Hearing this, Wei Gucheng nodded lightly. That's right, it's Mr. Wei, what advice can seniors have? Although his seniority and age are much lower than that of the red-haired old man, but now that his cultivation level is at this level, there is no need to be too polite to him, so his tone is neither salty nor weak. Don't dare. The red-haired old man was startled. Don't look at Wei Gucheng who has just been promoted to the Void Returning Mirror. But the other party has long been known as the gloomy star, and in terms of aptitude and speed of cultivation, he can't keep up with these handsome young men who are well known in the north and south. But they are all the masters of the future gloom star. If you offend him now, there will definitely be nothing good to eat in the future. After knowing that the other party is Wei Gucheng, how dare the red-haired old man be presumptuous? He was muttering in his heart, judging from the close relationship between the owner of Longshe Mountain and Wei Gucheng in front of him. It is impossible for him to avenge his disciples, but it is really uncomfortable to swallow such a bad breath, and it will damage the majesty of Haishinmen. For a while, instead, he hesitated, not knowing what to do. At the same time, he was also cursing in his heart. If it weren't for the martial artist surnamed Hai, he had no eyes. Provoked such a person, how could he be tied up? And if he was replaced by an ordinary warrior from a small family and small force, it would be no problem for the other party to kill first and himself to take revenge later. But now, there is no hope of revenge, and it depends on the other party's will whether he can escape unscathed. Brother Yang, what happened here? Why are there so many people gathered here? Wei Gucheng changed the subject and asked, are you going to fight with someone? Wei just broke through not long ago, and he was worried that he didn't have a chance to verify what he had learned. If there is such an opportunity, how about giving this opportunity to Wei? His appearance of taking care of everything made the red-haired old man's complexion even more ugly. Hey, Yang Kai laughed, it's nothing serious, it's just that someone has taken a fancy to my Dragon Cave Mountain and wants to requisition this place. Expropriation. Wei Gucheng frowned, and sneered again and again. It's a big tone, I don't know who wants to expropriate this treasure land, you might as well talk to Wei. Having said that, Wei Gucheng looked straight at the red-haired old man with a bad look on his face. The red-haired old man was secretly startled, but he was very knowledgeable about current affairs. He clasped his fists and said, Nephew Wei Xian misunderstood. These words are just the words of the disciples in the lower sect. It's not a big deal, it's just a misunderstanding. This person is also a person who can bend and stretch. When he said these words, his expression was indifferent, without the slightest resentment. It seemed that he didn't even care about the death of an elite disciple just now. Misunderstanding. Wei Gucheng didn't mean to stop there, pointing to the broken corpse on the ground and said, this misunderstanding is a bit big, how come there are still people dying here? The red-haired old man's eyes shrank, his face twitched slightly, and he said, Nephew Wei Xian, don't worry, it's not a pity for this short-sighted thing to die, the old man will order someone to clean up this place, so that this precious land will not be polluted. Eh? Wei Gucheng narrowed his eyes, staring at the red-haired old man. He smiled for a long time, turned to Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, what do you mean? Since it's a misunderstanding, then there's nothing to say. But it's best not to have this kind of misunderstanding next time, so as not to cause some bloody disasters. Yang Kai looked at the red-haired old man with a smile on his face. Your Excellency's words, I will keep this old man in mind, and I will definitely restrain my disciples in the future. The red-haired old man nodded slightly, seeing that Wei Gucheng and Yang Kai didn't mean to speak anymore, and then ordered the disciples to clean up the broken corpses and blood in front of them, and clasped his fists again, leading more than a dozen Haishinmen disciples to leave quickly. Looking at the disappearing figure of this person, Wei Gucheng frowned, and reminded, Brother Yang, be careful with this person can endure humiliation, and he will definitely not let it go. I know, the soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it. Yang Kai grinned, not paying attention at all. Wei wants to be with Brother Yang again. It's not intentional to hinder you, but you know the situation of Shadow Moon Palace now. If there is a conflict here, there will be troubles between Shadow Moon Palace and the forces behind this person. Conflict, let other forces find an excuse, my Shadow Moon Palace. I know, Brother Wei, you don't have to care. Yang Kai certainly knew what he meant. In fact, if Wei Gucheng hadn't come, he must have already killed him. We'll ignore it, now that the situation is in turmoil, any conflict may cause a big dispute. But since Wei Gucheng came to intervene, it would be better for him not to lose face. Don't talk about this, please come in first. Yang Kai smiled, waved to open the restriction of Longshe Mountain, and led Wei Gucheng and the others to enter the interior. As soon as you set foot here, abundant aura came from all around. Wei Gucheng took a deep breath, and praised incessantly, Brother Yang, Longshe Mountain is really amazing, and now you have gathered such a rich aura of heaven and earth, compared to my Shadow Moon Hall the several ley lines of the land must not be far behind. Brother Wei, the prize is too high. There are few villains in Longshe Mountain, so it can't be compared with Shadow Moon Hall. However, the aura here is more than enough for dozens of people to cultivate. The scenery here is also good. I have been telling my senior brother that if I have the opportunity, I can come here for a few days. It is also good to relax. I am afraid that senior brother Yang will not welcome you. Dong Xuaner pursed her lips and smiled. Haha, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Miss Xuaner will also say such probing words. How can I not welcome you if you want to come? The gate of Longshe Mountain is open for you at any time. Dong Xuaner listened, her pretty face blushed, and she stuck out her tongue, looking very ashamed. In the midst of embarrassment, he suddenly saw something and couldn't help crying out. Wei Guchang also frowned, looked over there, and said in surprise, Brother Yang, you actually have a psychic tree here. What they saw was the divine tree of Yang attribute. Ever since Yang Kai released the divine tree from the Black Book space, the divine tree has been living in Longshe Mountain. At this moment, the sacred tree is moving its nest. The roots of the tree are twisted around, like oars, and they shuttle back and forth. With the swing of the roots, the sacred tree moves forward little by little. And on the thick trunk of the sacred tree, there is a withered face, although it is like an old man, but the facial features are clear. This is clearly a sign of Shenwu psychic. Seemingly hearing the sound of talking, the tree of God stopped and looked this way. Immediately, the leaves rattled, and after a while, two branches like ropes extended from the tree, spreading like tentacles. In front of Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan. And at the front of the branches, there is a golden yellow fruit that exudes fragrance, and the withered face on the trunk of the sacred tree seems to be smiling, looking amiable. Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan looked at each other with surprise expressions, and immediately stretched out their hands to take the fruit, thanking them endlessly. Yang Kai was also extremely surprised. It was the first time he saw the divine tree do such a thing, secretly surprised, but also extremely happy. It seems that the spiritual wisdom of the divine tree is more comprehensive than before. Release it, it is really helpful for its evolution. After the sacred tree sent out two fruits, it continued to move its roots and continued to move forward. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing. This psychic tree is also divided into men and women as gifts. Why do both younger sisters have it, but I don't? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was overjoyed. This was just a small episode. Although the fruit of the sacred tree was not a great thing, it was the first time for Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan to receive such a special gift, so they naturally kept it as a treasure. Yang Kai led several people to continue walking forward. At the same time, outside Longshe Mountain, a group of people from Haishinmen, led by the red-haired old man, all looked mournful and had ugly expressions. They thought that their uncles would definitely avenge Hexen warriors when they came here, but they didn't want to end up in the end. With such a disheveled exit, everyone naturally felt uncomfortable, all of them were disgraced and the atmosphere was dull. But at this moment, there was another void-returning mirror warrior standing in front of them, which made the red-haired old man furious. He just pretended to be a snake, and he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of Wei Guchang, but what is the origin of this one in front of him? Actually stopped in front without saying a word. If he hadn't seen that the other party had no malice, with the anger in his heart, the red-haired old man would definitely have shot directly. What's the matter with this friend? Why did you stop me? The red-haired old man held his breath, looked at the other party coldly and asked. Brother Kui, don't be nervous, I'm a friend rather than an enemy. The man smiled slightly. Do you know my origin? The red-haired old man couldn't help but turn cold and vigilant when he heard him call out his surname. Chapter 1369 Sending Invitations. Although Hexen Gate is located far away from Worry-Free Sea and far away from this place, it is not weak after all, and I have heard about it a lot, and Brother Kui must be the only one with such red hair in Hexen Gate. The martial artist in front of everyone at Hexen Gate explained calmly. Hearing his compliment, the red-haired old man turned pale, but he didn't relax his vigilance, and asked, Who are you? My surname is Xie. The man showed an enigmatic smile. Surname Xie, what does it have to do with me? The red-haired old man frowned. The warrior surnamed Xie frowned, looking a little surprised, thought for a while, and asked tentatively, Brother Kui came from a long way, how long has it been? It's only 3 days, but what does this have to do with you? The red-haired old man was a little confused by what the other party said. The other party didn't explain why he came here, and secondly, he didn't reveal his identity. It was really suspicious, and he asked such nonsensical questions the question made him impatient. So that's the case, Brother Kui must not have carefully investigated the situation around Tianyan City, right? The warrior surnamed Xie seemed to understand something, and smiled slightly. The red-haired old man snorted coldly, so what? Say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush. The warrior surnamed Xie chuckled. Brother Kui, don't blame me. If that's the case, then it's not difficult to explain why the noble disciples went to Longshe Mountain to stroke the tiger's beard. Stroke the tiger's beard? The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes. On that hill. Are they worthy? The warrior surnamed Xie said indifferently. If Xie tells Brother Kui, the owner of the hill has a good relationship with Elder Qian Tong in his hands, will Brother Kui still despise him like this? What? The red-haired old man suddenly changed his face. His face was cloudy and uncertain, and he said in a low voice, is this true? Xie doesn't need to lie to you. Even so what? Killing my elite disciple will require his blood to pay. The red-haired old man sternly shouted, although the information given by the warrior surnamed Xie made him a little jealous, but today's matter is of great importance. He didn't want to find ways to get revenge. If he didn't do anything, he wouldn't even be able to go back to Hexen Gate. Ha, what Xie wants is Brother Kui's words. The warrior surnamed Xie laughed out loud upon hearing this. His eyes flashed sharply, and said in a low voice, Brother Kui, let me tell you the truth. The void returner who died at the hands of the owner of the hill mirror, it is an old man from my Xie family and that kid are also inseparable. Oh, the red-haired old man seemed a little surprised, and then seemed to think of something, looked up and down the warrior standing in front of him, and said hesitantly, there is a deacon named Xie Li in the Shadow Moon Palace, and your excellency. Xie Li is my cousin. The warrior surnamed Xie smiled slightly. Hearing this, the red-haired old man was overjoyed, and he didn't dare to push him any further. He cupped his fists politely and said, so it's Brother Xie, Kui has been negligent. It's okay. The warrior surnamed Xie waved his hand indifferently, and said affectionately, those who don't know are not to be blamed. Brother Kui brought his disciples to stay nearby to monitor the movement of the Emperor Garden. If you don't mind, you might as well go, thank you. How about living in a small family for a while? Although my Xie family is not a big family, but a good other courtyard, a few wing rooms can still be vacated. It's so good, I don't know if I'm going to bother your family. The red-haired old man looked happy, and was worried that he couldn't find a good place to stay, but he didn't want to be invited here, and what he said just now seemed to be incompatible with the owner of the small hill seemed to have a lot of grievances, and he felt a little sympathetic with him, and he agreed without thinking about it. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. I don't care either. Brother Kui, what did you say? The noble family can come to Xia's house to settle down, but it makes the place full of brilliance. Please, let's have a good chat while walking. I yearn for the worry-free sea very much, but I have no chance to go. The warrior surnamed Xie invited. Please. The red-haired old man was polite, and immediately the two of them rushed to the Xie family's main altar with a dozen Haishinmen disciples. The warrior surnamed Xie was very talkative. He chatted endlessly with the red-haired old man about some strange people and strange things along the way, and even expressed his yearning for the worry-free sea appropriately, which immediately made the red-haired old man feel what it means to be at home. After chatting for a while, the red-haired old man began to inquire about Yongkai's situation. After learning that his backstage was actually Qian Tong, his face changed slightly. If this is the case, then the difficulty of revenge is not small. Moreover, the Xie family is considered to be within the sphere of influence of the Shadow Moon Palace, so there shouldn't be any problem with being so blatantly hostile to that Dragon Cave Mountain, right? As if knowing what he was worried about, the warrior surnamed Xie immediately told him that Shadow Moon Hall would not interfere in the grievances between Xia's family and Longshe Mountain. That's right, as long as the Shadow Moon Palace doesn't interfere, with the Xie family and strength combined with your own strength, wouldn't it be easy to destroy a small mountain? Thinking of this, the red-haired old man's expression turned ferocious, as if he had seen the moment when Yongkai's body was broken into pieces. In Longshe Mountain, in a relatively large attic, Yongkai welcomed Wei Gucheng and others in. The guest of honor was seated. Wu Yi personally brought up a few plates of spiritual fruits, and ordered someone to offer fragrant tea, and then retreated. Brother Yang, please be respected by Wei and Shuaner. To Yongkai's surprise, Wei Gucheng suddenly stood up again, and Dong Shuaner saluted him sincerely. Brother Wei, what are you doing? Yongkai was stunned, and quickly got up to lift the two of them up. Wei Gucheng grinned. Wei has lived these years and has never admired anyone. Even Ku Changfeng and Fang Tianshan are not worthy of letting Wei bow his head. Brother Yang, you are the first and only one. Yongkai thought for a while, and then he understood why he was so serious, waved his hand and said, Brother Wei is serious. The last time Elder Qian Chengxi was able to escape from trouble, it has nothing to do with me. The specific process must be heard by Qian. Elder Cheng said, I just followed Lord Philadelphia into the Emperor Garden. If Lord Philadelphia and the others hadn't touched the restriction, I'm afraid I would be trapped in it too. However, I know that if it wasn't for you, Brother Yang, Kai-he and Du-Sisi would surely die. If the two of them perish in the Emperor Garden, the two families will definitely feel resentment towards me in the Shadow Moon Hall. Therefore, no matter what, Shuner and I both thank you. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai didn't try to defend himself. The more he talked about this kind of thing, the more hypocritical it became, but Dai Yuan listened and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if he didn't expect him to enter the Emperor Garden. It's a shame that Shuner and I were consolidating our own cultivation at that time, and we didn't know any news from the outside world. If it wasn't for someone talking about it by chance after leaving the customs, I'm afraid we would have been kept in the dark. Wei Gucheng's face flashed a gloomy look. Although he is not Qian Tong's disciple, but has been practicing with the chief palace master, but after so many years, Qian Tong treats him as his own, and Qian Tong is in trouble, but he doesn't do anything, and every time he thinks about it, he blames himself. The seniors in Shadow Moon Palace are also thinking about the two of you. You two have just broken through the Void Return Mirror not long ago. When you need to strengthen your cultivation, why would you tell you this and disturb your state of mind? Don't talk about this, Brother Wei, you came here today, but what's the matter? Seeing his sullen look, Yang Kai quickly changed the subject. It's nothing important, but I'm just here to send an invitation. Wei Gucheng chuckled, and signaled to Dong Shuner. The latter understood, took out a golden invitation card from the space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. Whose invitation? Could it be that Brother Wei and Miss Shuner are going to accomplish something good? Yang Kai chuckled and asked meaningfully. Dong Shuner blushed immediately, spat lightly, and ran to Dai Yuan's side, a little embarrassed to see anyone. Wei Gucheng smiled inscrutably. That's not true, but there is always a chance. When that day comes, I will definitely not forget to send an invitation to Brother Yang. But this invitation is not something ordinary people can get. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked down, stunned. Treasure Julo. That's right, it's the treasure building. Wei Gucheng returned to his seat, took a sip of the tea, and said slowly, Brother Yang is interested in participating in the invitation letter for the auction of the treasure building. Yang Kai didn't answer right away. Speaking of which, he participated in an auction in Jubao building last time, and he gained a lot. He is also somewhat interested in this kind of thing, but he doesn't have to go, and the current situation is turbulent. Jubao building suddenly wants to hold an auction, and I don't know what the purpose is. Hey, are you still in Sky Fortune City? Yang Kai was even more surprised now. Based on his understanding of Jubao Tower, this force is considered to be the largest business alliance on Gloomy Star. It mainly focuses on doing business to earn Saint Crystals. The auction will be held every few years or 10 years, but the location of each time is not fixed, and it is held in turns in the cities belonging to the major forces. Now that the last auction is only a few years away, it is obviously a break from the previous practice that the auction will be held in Sky Fortune City again, because strictly speaking, the next time it will be Sky Fortune City's turn will be 100 years later. Naturally, it will be in Sky Fortune City. Now that all the forces are gathered here, and the Emperor Garden is born, even if Treasure Tower doesn't hold the auction in Sky Fortune City, no one will agree to it. Wei Gucheng laughed. Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai understood that there are so many martial artists gathered in Tianyan City, big and small, and taking advantage of the opportunity to hold an auction is a good time and place. Moreover, although the Emperor Garden is born, although it is temporarily inaccessible, no one can say when it will open. Many warriors are already planning ahead and trying to increase their own strength. They will rush in to get a share of the pie when the Emperor Garden opens. Here under normal circumstances, once the auction is held, there will definitely be a lot of guests. After all, the last time the treasure building was opened when the Flowing Flame Sand Field was open, the auction was held, and the harvest was huge. This time, the treasure building is obviously going to repeat the old trick. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1370 Love of Beauty. As for Jubalo specially sending him an invitation card, it is not difficult to explain. After all, in the auction a few years ago, the last few auction items were all sent by himself. Others don't know this information, but Jubalo should know it. Eligible to participate in this auction. This invitation is Mr. Yan Pei, who specially handed it over to Mr. Qian Changli, and ordered Wei to hand it over. If Brother Yang has time, you might as well go and have a look. Wei Gucheng laughed. Listening to him talking about Yan Pei, Yang Kai immediately remembered an old face like black charcoal, thought for a while and said, Mr. Yan specially asked you to send this invitation, isn't it just an invitation? What else is there? Quote. Wei Gucheng touched his nose, and shook his head with a wry smile. Xuaner, let me just say it, Brother Yang is very smart, even if we don't mention it, he will definitely be aware of it. Dong Xuaner also smiled wryly at the side. Yang Kai looked at Wei Gucheng and said, Brother Wei, just say it, you and I are not outsiders. Wei Gucheng pondered for a while, nodded and said, Mr. Yan really has something to tell me, but I don't want to mention it. But since Brother Yang said so, then I won't beat around the bush. Mr. Yan hopes you can give him a few more finale auction items. The last auction item. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard the words, and curled his lips. What does he think of me here, an inexhaustible treasure house? Where are there so many final auction items? Wei Gucheng shrugged his shoulders with a look of helplessness. These are indeed Yan Pei's original words. If it weren't for the good relationship between Qian Chengxi and Yan Pei, he would not come to be the person who spread the news. Hearing the words, he said freely, Then I will go back and tell Elder Qian Changeling that there are no more treasures here. Yang Kai nodded. Speaking of it, he really has a lot of treasures in his hands. Taking them out for auction can definitely hold the place. Even if he doesn't, it's still too late for Yang Yan to refine a few high-grade virtual treasures now. The Emperor Garden was born out of nowhere. Presumably the secret treasures of virtual and high-grade grades will be very sought after. But Yang Kai is well aware of the truth that a big tree attracts the wind. Last time he accidentally took out a few things, which caused many forces in the Gloom Star to rob his head. He didn't even allow Yang Yan to sell secret treasures without authorization, so how could he do such a stupid thing like revealing his wealth? But Brother Yang, you can really go and see this auction, maybe you can find something you like. Wei Gucheng smiled. The next few pages of the invitation in your hand are printed with some items that will be auctioned in this auction thing. Oh, Yang Kai heard the words, and suddenly became interested, turned the invitation to the next few pages and browsed, and found that what Wei Gucheng said was indeed good. There were some exquisite patterns printed on those pages, and some simple instructions, all it is the item that will be auctioned in this auction. There are high-quality secret treasures, elixir to enhance cultivation and strength, powerful secret techniques, and rare and hard-to-find materials. Yang Kai browsed through them one by one, secretly shocked by the handwriting of Jubaolo. This faction really has its own uniqueness. The last auction held was only a few years ago. Now that they have collected so many good things, I don't know what kind of connections they have. But although these things are good, they don't catch Yang Kai's eyes. It's not a matter of grade, but it's useless even if Yang Kai buys them. Whether it is secret treasure pills or secret techniques, he has a lot of them, so he is naturally not interested in this auction. But when he turned to the last page, his expression suddenly froze, staring at a pattern on that page. A trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes, and then he became ecstatic. Although this change of expression was extremely fast, it still failed to hide from the observation of everyone present. Seeing this, Wei Gucheng laughed. It seems that Brother Yang really found the good thing he needs. It's true that I found one, but I didn't expect that Treasure Tower could even take out this kind of thing. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. He didn't need to hide it in front of these people, and solemnly put away the invitation. He asked, when will this auction start? 1 month later. The location is still where it was last time, but Brother Yang decided to go. Such a grand event, naturally you can't miss it. Yang Kai laughed. Then Wei will be waiting for you. Wei Gucheng also showed joy. He is also going to the auction. It will not be too boring if he can go with like-minded friends. Next, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. After all, since the last retreat, several people have not seen each other for several years, and Yang Kai has now reached the 3rd level of the Holy King. I am afraid that it will not be long before he will hit the level of the Void Return Mirror. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner are just now those who have gone through this process, have not hidden their clumsiness, and have taught their own experience one by one, which has benefited Yang Kai and Dai Yuan a lot from listening. Especially Dai Yuan, who listened attentively, and would interject to ask a few words when she encountered something she didn't understand. Naturally, the two brothers and sister Wei Gucheng patiently explained without any sign of impatience. Half a day later, the two of them bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Dong Xuaner invited Dai Yuan to the Shadow Moon Palace, and the latter also agreed. After the Shadow Moon Palace and the two left, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan with a smile. The latter glared at him, and the ugly face suddenly twisted and changed, and the next moment, his own face appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Skin like creamy fat, eyebrows like moon, eyes like stars, beautiful nose and red lips, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as an upside-down sentient being. This sudden change of appearance made Yang Kai stunned. Dai Yuan stroked her hair beside her ears, she smiled lightly. Junior brother Yang thinks this appearance is more attractive. Yang Kai looked serious, shook his head and said, the skin is just the appearance of a person, ugly and beautiful or born like this, bestowed by parents, not the point, the most important thing about a person is the inside. Dai Yuan thought so, and when she was about to nod her head, Yang Kai changed the topic, but this look is indeed much more eye-catching, after all, everyone has a desire for beauty. Dai Yuan was extremely annoyed, she gave him a hard look, and her peerless face disappeared instantly, replaced by the ugly, pockmarked yellow face just now. Just now, she almost naively believed Yang Kai's words, she was quite moved, how could she know that this emotion would be killed by Yang Kai in an instant? Yang Kai coughed lightly, knowing that he had annoyed her, he quickly changed the subject and said, by the way, Miss Dai Yuan is here, what do you need my help for? What, you think I'm here to ask you for help, so I can't help but come and see, aren't you welcome? Dai Yuan snorted, looking like she didn't want to see Yang Kai. That's not true. Yang Kai knew that he had said something wrong again, and he didn't know what to do for a while. But Dai Yuan pursed her lips and smiled, you are only allowed to lie to me, and I am not allowed to joke. To tell you the truth, I really need your help this time. Yang Kai looked relieved, and quickly said, if there is anything I can help, Miss Dai Yuan just say it. Dai Yuan gently parted her vermilion lips, and said bluntly, congealing void pill. Yang Kai showed a clear look. Dai Yuan explained, originally, I was going to retreat for a while and attack the void return mirror, but now that Diwan is born, it won't wait for me, so I need a void condensation pill to assist me. For you, senior brother Yang, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Not counting. Yang Kai smiled confidently, he was an alchemist, besides Wu Yi and Yang Yan knew about it. Dai Yuan also knew, after all, the last time she helped her detoxify, she used the method of alchemy. As for a mere void condensation pill, it would not take much effort to refine it with Yang Kai's current methods. Dai Yuan's expression brightened, and she said, I have prepared all the materials, so I will be in trouble, junior brother Yang. While talking, he took out a few medicinal materials for refining congealing void pill from the space ring. Yang Kai did not show any politeness to her, and said after taking it, just stay here for a day, tomorrow I will make congealing void Dan brings it to you. Dai Yuan nodded happily. Refining the congealing void pill was really simple and unusual for Yang Kai, it was only a stick of incense before and after, and the refining was successful, but he still waited until the next day before handing over the pill to Dai Yuan himself. Dai Yuan took it, and naturally thanked her endlessly. Immediately, she told Yang Kai that Lulaman also sent many people to stay in Tianyan City to monitor the movement of Emperor Garden, and her junior sister Yin Sudi was among them. Yin Sudi is now the same as Wei Guchang, has also been promoted to the Void Return Mirror, but the time is a little short, and she is consolidating her cultivation, and she seems to have some ill intentions towards Yang Kai. Dai Yuan told Yang Kai to be more careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face. He made some indirect remarks, and immediately concluded that after he came out of the Lulaman last time, he had a conflict with Yin Sudi and even killed a Lulaman disciple. Dai didn't report to the sect, and she didn't know what method she used to cover up the death of her fellow sect. But this is good news for Yang Kai, Yin Sudi is willing to cover up, he can't wait for it. Then, Dai Yuan intentionally or unintentionally talked about the change of Qianwan glazed glass mountain, which really made Yang Kai break out in a cold sweat, and when this woman said these things, she looked at him with deep meaning. Fortunately, she didn't intend to continue the conversation, but just mentioned it a little, and then passed it by. After sending Dai Yuan away with great difficulty, Yang Kai stood in front of the stone mansion with a pensive look in his eyes. Yang Yan appeared beside him like a ghost, frowning and said, judging from that woman's tone, she seems to know something. Others don't know, but it doesn't mean she doesn't know. After all, Stone Puppet entered the interior of Luli Mountain from her Thousand Illusion Peak. Although I covered up the traces, if she investigates carefully, she might be able to find something. I found out that she also practiced the Thousand Illusion glazed art, so there might be some connection with that glazed glass mountain. Yang Kai was thoughtful. Although he didn't know the truth of the matter, this speculation was almost inseparable. The reason why Daiyuan knew that the situation inside Luli Mountain was not right was that a large part of the reason was because she had practiced Luli Gong. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1371 Take you to see. Then what should we do? Yang Yan asked with some concern. It doesn't matter, she mentioned here specifically. In fact, she wanted to tell me not to be nervous. The vast majority of people in Lulaman still don't know about this, otherwise she wouldn't come here to find me to refine the congealing void pill. Having said that, you should be more careful. After all, Lulashan is the treasure of Lulaman sect. Once the news is leaked, Lulaman will definitely not let it go. I know the severity. Yang Kai nodded lightly. By the way, Qian Yu is not retreating now, is she? No, Yang Yan shook his head. Tell her to come to my place, I have something to look for her. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the stone mansion. Inside the stone mansion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, with an indifferent expression, as if he was contemplating something, and when he sensed someone approaching from outside, Yang Kai immediately opened the restriction and let him enter. Sure enough, it was Qian Yu who arrived. Yang Kai, are you looking for me? Qian Yu asked. Well, come and sit. Yang Kai motioned to her. Although Qian Yu didn't understand why, she still came to him, sat cross-legged on a futon, looked around in surprise, showing an interested look. Speaking of which, besides himself, Yang Kai's stone mansion is the place where Yang Yan enters and exits the most frequently, and other people will not set foot here when they are free, only when the warriors of Longshe Mountain want to break through the bottleneck. Only then did he come to retreat and practice in the secret room specially prepared outside the stone mansion, because there he could feel the aura emanating from the 9-curved crystal jade tree, as well as the assistance of Wanyanxiang, which would be of great benefit to the warriors' breakthrough. It was also the first time for Qian Yu to come here, so she was naturally a little curious. This is also one of the most secret places in Longshe Mountain. What do you want from me? Qian Yu looked at it for a while, and then she looked serious, and asked. She and Yang Kai both came from Tongzhan continent, although many years ago her strength was enough to overlook Yang Kai, but now, she can have an excellent cultivation environment and a large amount of cultivation materials, all thanks to Yang Kai's blessing, not to mention that Yang Kai's strength is already ahead of her. So Qian Yu now only treats Yang Kai as a peer, and even has a hint of awe in her heart. Let me do you a favor. Qian Yu smiled slightly. Okay, I'm still worried that there is no place for me to contribute here. If you want to help, just tell me. I need your spiritual body to enter my sea of AA consciousness. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes and said solemnly. Ah, Qian Yu's face was startled. She looked at Yang Kai in amazement. She never thought that he would make such an unimaginable request. Letting other people's souls and spirits into one's sea of AA consciousness is not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, it is only among the most trusted or intimate people. After all, there are too many private things hidden in a person's sea of AA consciousness, and no one would want to let outsiders know about such things. The last time Yang Kai entered Yang Yan's sea of AA consciousness, it was also because Yang Yan took the initiative to let go of his divine consciousness defense and was extremely relieved of himself, otherwise Yang Kai would have no way to break into it. Now hearing what Yang Kai said, Qian Yu was of course very surprised, but also a little grateful. No matter what the original intention of Yang Kai's request was, he could say that, obviously he didn't regard himself as an outsider. Entering is fine, but what do you want me to do? Do you want to practice some secret technique? Qian Yu guessed casually. No, you don't have to think too much, I just let you find a place. Yang Kai explained. Find a place? Qian Yu frowned, even more confused. Why would she need to enter Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness to find a place? Look for the place where you and Su Yan are separated. Yang Kai's face was serious, and he shouted in a low voice. Before Qian Yu could ask, he continued, you will know when you come in, it's too troublesome to explain. Although Qian Yu is still confused, she is no longer vague, and lightly nodded her head and said, then let go of the sea of AA consciousness defense. Yang Kai nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind into the sea of AA consciousness. The next moment, the spirit body appeared, standing somewhere above the sea of AA consciousness. Not long after, Yang Kai felt another wave of divine soul energy rushing straight into his sea of AA consciousness. He frowned and didn't resist, letting it drive straight in. A moment later, a flash of light flashed in front of Qian Yu's spiritual body revealed. As soon as she appeared, she couldn't help screaming coquettishly, and quickly mobilized her spiritual power to resist the heat coming from all directions. Yang Kai's sea consciousness situation is similar to Yang Yan's, but the power is stronger, the sea water below is all burning like flames, and Qian Yu's current cultivation base of the Saint King is naturally immediately affected. Seeing this, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a wave of divine soul energy rushed out, wrapping Qian Yu, isolating the impact of the divine consciousness fire on her. Your sea of AA consciousness is really dangerous. Qian Yu's face was full of lingering fear. She turned her head and looked around, and with her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai's consciousness had mutated, and it was so powerful. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's intention asylum, she can't last long here. Let's go. Yang Kai waved at her, and took the lead in flying towards the sky, and at the same time, he was urged by his spiritual sense. The next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The sky above the sea of AA consciousness suddenly flickered with stars, dots of light, as dense as fireflies, and immediately, these star-like lights spread out and expanded rapidly. Qian Yu only felt a flash of light in front of her eyes. Flowers involuntarily give birth to an illusion of being in the starry sky. This is. Qian Yu showed a startled expression, and when she looked around, she suddenly found that the scene around her had changed drastically in an instant. If she hadn't been sober enough to know that this was Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness, she would have mistakenly thought that she was here again. Once in the sky. Seeing this familiar scene, Qian Yu couldn't help recalling all the situations and tribulations she had experienced when she and Ice Lord Qingya and others passed through the starry sky gate above the ice sect and entered the star field. The stars are so huge and bright that they are daunting, and they can't help but feel their own insignificance. The desperate starry sky storm and the boundless meteorite sea are also presented one by one at this moment. Thinking of the tragic deaths of the elders of the ice sect, Qian Yu's expression darkened. All kinds of things in the past are now vividly remembered, as if the scene of yesterday reappeared. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Yang Kai. Qian Yu turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of loneliness and depression. For her now, Yang Kai may be the only person she is still familiar with. She has no sense of belonging to star territory, and Qian Yu can't help but murmur, Yang Kai, I want to go back to Tongshuan continent, I want to go back to the ice sect. The weakness deep in her heart seemed to be completely exposed because of the scene in front of her, making her look extremely delicate and fragile. A strange color flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he said lightly, there will be such a day, but before that, you have to improve your own strength first. There seemed to be a kind of magical power in the voice. Qian Yu heard it. Her beautiful eyes became a little confused. Yang Kai frowned when she saw this, and let out a low drink. The sound of drinking exploded in Qian Yu's ears like spring thunder, and she couldn't help shaking her delicate body. The weakness in her eyes suddenly disappeared, and she regained her previous look. After she understood what happened, she couldn't help showing a trace of fear and gratitude. Seeing this weird starry sky just now, a huge hole appeared in her mind immediately. This hole looks inconspicuous now, but if left alone, it will definitely become her inner demon. When she is promoted and breaks through, it will be huge. Hidden danger. Once the inner demon breaks out at the threshold of the breakthrough, at least it will cause her to fail in promotion and suffer backlash, and at worst it is very likely that she will be wiped out on the spot. Although Yang Kai's words were light, he faintly used the power of his soul shock to wake her up from her weakness and memories. After understanding this point, Qian Yu has no reason not to be grateful, and at the same time she is a little thankful, secretly feeling that compared with Yang Kai's tenacity, she is indeed a bit overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath and calming down the confusion, Qian Yu asked, what is this? Why are there these things in your sea of AA consciousness? Star map. Yang Kai stood beside her, staring at the stars that were far or near, exuding light of strength and weakness. This star map was obtained from a map master named Wu Suo, a force belonging to the Purple Star, when he first entered the star field. I don't know what kind of adventure this map master named Wu Suo had, actually possessed such a star map. He died tragically on the spot after the Purple Star's battleship exploded, and the energy of his soul was swallowed by Yang Kai. After the soul energy is purified, this star map is left. Yang Kai had also explored this star map before, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After coming to Gloom Star, he didn't have the opportunity to use the star map, so he never studied it. But ever since he found Qian Yu and learned that she was separated from Su Yan and the others in the starry sky, Yang Kai began to use the star map in his sea of AA consciousness to search. He once asked Qianyu carefully about the situation where the location was separated from Su Yan and others, and now he has found several similar locations, but he can't be sure, so Qianyu needs to enter the sea of Aaa consciousness and let her identify it. 1-2. Yongkai has no way to find Su Yan now, but if he can determine her approximate location, Yongkai will also have a direction to work hard. After briefly explaining the mysteries of this star map to Qianyu, the latter was very impressed, as if he did not expect such a magical thing to exist in the star field. And the profession of map master almost does not exist on Gloom Star. After all, Gloom Star is so closed that it cannot communicate with the outside world. Master has no future on this star. You mean, this star map includes the stars of the entire star field? Qianyu asked in surprise and joy. Yes, even if not all of them, it shouldn't be much. Yongkai nodded. What about Tongzhan continent? Qianyu turned to look at him. Want to see? Yongkai grinned. Qianyu nodded heavily, with an impatient expression on her face. I'll take you to see it. Yongkai waved his hand, urging the energy of his soul to wrap Qianyu, and took her to quickly shuttle through the star field transformed into this star map. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1372 Overcrowded. One after another, the bright stars passed by, and Qianyu felt that she could even reach out and touch them, but she knew that these seemingly real stars were actually just reflections of the star map, and did not really exist. Traveling through the star map world, Qianyu felt like she was in a dream. There are not only the shining sun and star, but also the moon and star emitting a quiet light, and countless lifeless dead stars, as well as the sea of AA meteorites that made her look change. It seems that the entire star field has been reduced countless times and placed here. She flew forward with Yongkai without making a sound. It seemed that it was only a moment, and it seemed that after a long time, Yongkai suddenly stopped, with a complex look on his face, looking forward, silent. Following his gaze, Qianyu saw a faint blue star. That star is not too eye-catching in the entire star field. There are countless stars bigger and brighter than it, but at this moment, but the stars have become everything in Qianyu's eyes. She stared blankly, a feeling of seeing home rose leisurely, and Fang felt warm in her heart. Tongzhan continent. This star is exactly the hometown she has longed for, and it is the Tongshuan continent where she was born and raised. After entering the starry sky from the ice sect back then, she once turned her head and looked at it, and the scene she saw was exactly the same as now. The faint blue star was like a gorgeous blue rose, which made her obsessed and nostalgic, but at that time she had no choice but to stay away from this homeland with the Ice Lord Qingya. Qianyu burst into tears. Even though she is already a warrior of the Saint King realm, even if she has practiced for decades, she still cannot control her emotions at this moment. Like a wanderer far away from home, the thoughts deep in her heart burst out at this moment. Yongkai didn't say that when he explored the star map alone and found the star where Tongzhan continent was located, his emotions were no better than Qianyu's, but he was a man, so the way of expressing emotions was different. After a long time, Qianyu gradually stopped sobbing and turned to look at Yongkai and asked weakly, "Yongkai, can we go back there?" "Yes." Yongkai nodded, resolutely. Qianyu's eyes glowed with surprise, even though Yongkai's answer was groundless and she couldn't see any hope now. Hearing this answer, the emptiness in her heart was instantly filled. Thank you, thank you." Qianyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed again. It was really inappropriate to lose her composure in front of a junior, but when she saw that piece of homeland, she couldn't control her emotions anyway. The grievances I suffered in the Heihuan building are also rolling like tides. Fortunately, all of this is gone now, and she regained her composure. Yongkai smiled slightly, and the power of his consciousness burst out, wrapping Qianyu once again, gradually moving away from the blue star. After a while, the two stopped at a certain place in the star map world. Yongkai asked, "Take a closer look, is this the place where you and Su Yan are separated?" After looking around for a while, Qianyu slowly shook her head. "It's not here, I remember that the meteorite sea there was bigger than here." Yongkai nodded, once again wrapped around Qianyu and shuttled around. Half a day later, the restriction of the stone mansion was opened. Qianyu walked out, and Yongkai sat alone in the stone mansion, with a smile on his lips. Finally, through Qianyu's identification, the location separating her from Su Yan and the others was found. Although Su Yan and the others also passed through the void tunnel at that time, it was an extremely precious clue after all. At that time, as long as the strength is strong enough, Go directly to that place, find the void tunnel. Yang Kai can follow the vines, and may not have the possibility of seeing Su Yan again. Of course, all of this has to be based on strong strength, and it is too early to consider these now. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai took out the alchemy furnace, took out a lot of medicinal materials, and began to use alchemy to calm his mood. In a flash of time, it was 1 month. On this day, Longshe Mountain's Prohibition Formation was opened, and 2 figures slowly walked out from it. It was Yang Kai and Yang Yan. The 2 of them went here to participate in the auction of Jubao building. In fact, Yang Kai's attitude towards this auction was optional, but after seeing a certain auction item printed on the invitation card, he immediately changed his original intention. That thing was of great use to him, and he had to get it no matter what. For this reason, he also took all the saint crystals from Wu Yi, ready to give it a go. Now Longshe Mountain does not have too many saint crystals, but it is definitely a lot, a total of 70 million. According to his and Yang Yan's estimates, such a sum of saint crystals is enough to take the item. After all, although the thing is precious, it is just a piece of material. Except for people like Yang Kai who have other uses, no one should spend a lot of money to bid for it. Yang Kai still has some confidence in this. 50 miles away, the 2 royal envoys, Xing Shuo, arrived at Sky Fortune City within a short time. Today, Tianyan City is full of people, and in order to maintain the order in the city, Fatu, the city lord, is in a state of distress. He is a person who does not want to cause trouble, otherwise he would not have let the old palace master send him outside to Tianyan City to be the leader of the city. Lord, how did you know that things turned out to be contrary to your wishes? The Emperor Garden was born out of nowhere, and as a result, it floated in the sky above Tianyan City, which led to so many warriors coming now. The large array of the city is fully activated, and no one is allowed to do anything in the city at will, otherwise they will be severely punished, and if they enter the city, there will be strong restrictions, and flying is prohibited. This is different from the previous rules. In the past, when Yang Kai came to Tianyan City, he would fly in and then fly out. But now, in front of Tianyan City, they had no choice but to fall to the ground and enter through the city gate with Yang Yan. The city gate was also crowded. Yang Yan shrank his body under Yang Kai's wings, and it took a lot of effort to pass safely. Entering the city, looking at the lively scene of rubbing shoulders, both Yang Kai and Yang Yan felt a headache. Today, the population of Yuncheng is more than 10 times more than before. Fortunately, the auction starts today, and there are special personnel at the gates of the major cities to clear the roads and maintain order, leading directly to the treasure building, which saves people from crowding around and loses their identity as the big bosses of all parties participating in the auction. Finding the reception place, Yang Kai took out the gold-plated invitation card and gestured for it, and the martial artist in charge of the reception immediately showed a flattering look, and said respectfully, "Welcome to the auction in the lower building, both of you here please." While talking, he directed to a young woman beside him, "Chinger, take the 2 distinguished guests to the private room in the building." Although the cultivation realm of Yang Kai and Yang Yan is not high, the number of bronzing invitations is not much. Yan Pei is well aware of the amazing financial resources of Longshe Mountain, and also hopes that Yang Kai can get a few more finale auction items, so the invitations handed out by Longshe Mountain are of high quality. Extremely high, even if it is not as good as those first-tier sects, it is not far behind. The martial artist who was in charge of receiving the invitation near the city gate saw the invitation. How could there be any reason to be disrespectful? Hearing his order, the girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old immediately came out of the line. With a blessing, she lightly parted her lips and said, "You too, please follow me." Although the young girl is not particularly beautiful, she is quite pretty, and her strength is not high. She is only at the level of Immortal Ascension boundary, but her voice is extremely beautiful, as sweet as a lark, and her every frown and smile reveals a charming charm. It looks like he has cultivated some kind of charm skill faintly. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded calmly, knowing that treasure building had put in a lot of effort for this auction, and probably every faction that came here to participate in the auction would be received by a special girl. Disciple, there are countless in the treasure building, and it is not difficult to train them, but this arrangement can please some female warriors. Maybe when he is happy, he spends money like water. The girl named Chinger walked in front, leading Yang Kai and Yang Yan towards the Jubao building, and explained in a gentle voice as she walked, "Chinger will be responsible for all the auction matters of the 2 seniors this time. If something is auctioned, Chinger will pay the Saint Crystal for the 2 seniors and get back the auction item. If the 2 have other orders, please don't be polite. All the requirements of a senior." "All requirements?" Yang Yan raised his brows, showing a smile that was not a smile. The girl named Qinger nodded lightly, her delicate earlobes revealed a touch of seductive pink. Yang Yan giggled, glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, and immediately whispered in that Qinger's ear. The other party's face turned redder, but still nodded. Yang Kai sniffed. Even though he didn't deliberately eavesdrop on the conversation between Yang Yan and the girl, he knew what questions Yang Yan asked. Since this girl fell into a coma once, her personality seems to have changed a bit. Yang Kai was thoughtful. She was not so bold and presumptuous in the past, but this is not harmful. He has always felt that Yang Yan's character is too introverted, and he is happy to see this change. There was a lot of voices along the way, and the surrounding area was even more crowded, but with the passage deliberately opened up by the Jubao building, a group of 3 people walked very smoothly. After a while, the 3 of them arrived in front of the Jubao building. There were not many people in front of that building, only 2 people, but when Yang Kai saw them, his eyes shrank. Because these 2 are all strong at the Void Return 3rd layer. One is Fei Zhetu, the lord of this city, standing there with an unhappy expression, his face darkened. Thinking that he intended to be free and easy, how could he know that this time he took on such a mess, and ended up having to stand here to intimidate all visitors? It's strange that he has a good-looking face, only a little bit better than the person next to him. The one next to him with darker complexion is naturally Yan Pei. This old black face not only has a dark face, but also a darker heart. All the items auctioned by him have been copied to sky-high prices. The last auction of a congealing void pill with pill patterns broke the mark of hundreds of millions, created a miracle. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1373b No. 13. The powerhouses of the major forces on Gloomy Star have a love-hate relationship with Yan Pei's black face. What they love is that once he presides over the auction, the things must be excellent. What they hate is that the old guy's asking price is outrageous, even if big forces can't stand his exploitation. The 2 void returning 3rd layer realms are standing here, which shows how much Jubao building attaches importance to this auction. Seeing that it was Yang Kai who arrived, no matter it was Fei Zhetu or Yan Pei, they all showed smiling expressions. The young girl who was leading the way, Qinger, couldn't help but bewildered when she saw him, as if she didn't expect that the young man she received seemed to have an unusual identity. Even the eldest elder had a rare smile, and he was even more happy at the moment. For her, the more noble Yang Kai's status is, the more rewards she may get. If she is lucky and can be favored by Yang Kai, then she doesn't have to worry about the resources for future cultivation. Those who come will definitely not lack Saint Crystal. I've seen the 2 seniors. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to go forward and salute. This is the disadvantage of being low in seniority, and you will be a dwarf wherever you go. Hee, there is no need to be too polite. Fei Zhetu smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and an invisible force lifted Yang Kai up. Body, Fei Zhetu did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai anymore. Even if it is just a wisp of remnant soul, it is the legendary ancient holy spirit that has long since disappeared. It can be said that as long as Yang Kai is not dead, as his strength improves, the power that can be exerted by the ancient Holy Spirit remnant soul will become greater and greater. Repressed by the laws of the dark star heaven and earth, Yang Kai may not have the chance to advance to the Void King realm, but at the level of the Void Return Mirror, with the help of Bingfeng remnant soul, he is absolutely invincible. Now if you don't sell him when he is weak, it will not be so easy to make friends when he becomes stronger. I heard that you got into trouble some time ago. Fei Zhetu chuckled, meaning something. I don't know what senior is referring to. Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Don't pretend to be confused, you killed the people at Hexen Gate, right? Fei Zhetu glared at him. It turned out to be Hexen Gate. Yes, I killed the person. What? Did senior hear something? Yang Kai raised his eyes. That's not true. Fei Zhetu slowly shook his head. It's just that although Haishinmen lives far away in Wuyuhai, it is a second-tier sect after all, and its strength cannot be underestimated. Have you considered the consequences when you strike so recklessly? Yang Kai chuckled. Being bullied to the top, do you want me to endure it, senior? Seeing his sharp-edged appearance, Fei Zhetu laughed dumbly. If you can bear it, then it's not you. The last time he made a big fuss in Tianyan City, dealt with 7 or 8 void returning mirrors, and even killed a strong man from the Xie family, Fei Zhetu knew that Yang Kai was not a safe person, but reminded lightly, but I heard that people from Haishinmen are now staying in Xia's house, and the relationship between the two seems to be very good. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for reminding me, senior." Well, besides that, it seems that there is also a force called Luyun Valley who has also settled in Xia's house. Anyway, you just need to be careful. Luyun Valley. Yang Kai frowned, his face slightly changed. Why, you kid won't have enmity with this Luyun Valley, right? Fei Zhitu was stunned. Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing his acquiescence, Fei Zhitu was speechless, waved his hands and said, "Forget it, young people are full of energy, so just make a fuss, don't make trouble in my Tianyan city. Anyway, Luyun Valley is also can't get on the stage." Junior wrote it down. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Fei Zhitu thought that Luyun Valley was just an insignificant small force, but Yang Kai was a little afraid of it. For no other reason, there was Lu Yi in Luyun Valley. Yang Kai didn't know where he provoked this Lu Yi. This person wanted to put himself to death in the flowing flame sand field, and after a fight, although he successfully cut off his arm, he still let him escape. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this Lu Yi was a bit unusual, even an elite like Wei Gucheng might not be his opponent. Facing this Lu Yi, Yang Kai faintly had the feeling of facing that young man named Lingqing in Xingdi Mountain. Both of them gave him a great threat. This feeling was not possessed by Ku Chengfeng and Fang Tianzhong. A mere Luyun Valley can cultivate such a disciple, even if it is insignificant. Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate it, so he deliberately collected the information of Luyun Valley. Now when Fei Zhitu mentioned it, he naturally thought of Lu Yi, this person. It has been several years now, and Lu Yi doesn't know how advanced his cultivation is. But Yang Kai is not afraid of him. After all, his own strength has improved a lot compared to a few years ago, and he has more means to fight against the enemy. The conversation between Yang Kai and Fei Zhitu ended here, but Yan Pei seemed impatient to answer. Little friend Yang is able to participate in the Bailu auction, it really makes the Bailu brilliance. Hehe, senior, you are being polite, it is an honor for this junior to be able to participate in this auction. Yang Kai looked humble. Yan Pei was still amiable, and lowered his voice and said, "Little friend, do you want to send some more things? Although the auction items have been confirmed, if it is sent by you, I can open the door for convenience. This old couple is not that difficult, eh? Senior, I was joking. All the good things that my master has accumulated for many years have been put up for auction last time. There is really nothing to sell now." Yang Kai said nonsense. Anyway, he has been talking about the non-existent master. With the tiger skin as the banner, no one can be sure if there is such an expert in Longshe Mountain, so it doesn't have the slightest psychological burden for Yang Kai to open his eyes and tell nonsense. "That's it." Yan Pei showed a look of disappointment, and suddenly said in a low voice, "How about I let you pay 50% of the handling fee?" "It's really gone." Yang Kai looked bitter. Hehe, that's a difficult thing for the old man. "Well, since you're here, don't stand outside, go in and rest for a while, the auction will start on time in an hour." Yan Pei no longer forced himself to let him go. Yang Kai apologized, and Yang Yan and Yang Yan walked directly into the treasure building under the leadership of the young girl Qinger. Same as what I saw last time, the lobby inside the building was already full of warriors who came to participate in the auction. Even if there were a few vacant seats, the number was not many, and there was a round platform in the middle, which was it as the place where Zhu Baolo presides over the auction. There are strange stones inlaid on the surrounding walls, beams of light emanating from the strange stones, showing every detail reflected on the high platform. "Seniors, wait for a moment." The young girl Qinger entered the place, said something softly, then went to the side, and chatted with the warriors of Jubao Tower over there. After a while, she returned with a smile, and handed something like a wooden sign to Yang Kai respectfully. "This is the prohibition token of the two-wing rooms, please keep it, senior." Yang Kai took it, glanced at it, and found that the word Yi Shisen was engraved on the wooden sign. After all, he had participated in such an auction before, so Yang Kai was familiar with it, knowing that his room number was Yi Shisen. But it is also a coincidence, the last time I participated in the auction here, the number of the wing I got was Bing 13, but today it is B13. Although the number has not changed, the grade has obviously risen by one level. The last time it was because of Qian Tong, but this time, he did not rely on anyone's prestige, but relied entirely on Longshe Mountain's own reputation. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, put away the token, and signaled the girl to lead the way. After a while, Yang Kai and Yang Yan had already taken their seats in the wing room B13, and Qinger was waiting on the side, serving tea and water. Except for her, there was no one else in the wing room. Pointing to the spirit fruit on the table, the girl said slowly, "This is the bird spirit fruit specially collected by the building for this auction. It tastes sweet and has some pure holy essence. You too may wish to taste it or two, eh? Yang Kai nodded slightly, picked up one and stuffed it into his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Seeing that he had a good expression, the girl boldly asked again, the auction will start in another hour. If the two seniors don't mind, you can invite some people to dance to relieve boredom. Oh, your reception in Jubaolo is so considerate. Yang Yan asked in surprise. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Not every guest who comes here has this right, only the wing rooms above the B-size can. Yang Yan looked her up and down, and said with a coquettish smile, you don't need to call someone. Seeing that your waist is soft and your steps are light, you should be very familiar with this. How about you come and dance to a song? Junior. The young girl blushed and looked at Yang Kai timidly. Although she was not of a high level, she could tell that the two distinguished guests here were mainly Yang Kai, so naturally they had to get his approval first. Stop making trouble. Yang Kai glared at Yang Yan, looked at the girl and said, she was joking with you, you don't have to take it seriously. Yes. The girl replied softly, a look of happiness and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Fortunately, the two guests I received seemed to be good. Although the woman liked to tease him, she was not a bad person, and the man was obviously an upright person. To my disappointment, I had no chance to show myself. Yang Kai was able to guess what she was thinking by observing her words, and immediately said, the two of us have no other requirements, you should do your own thing well, and your benefits will be indispensable after the auction is over. The girl was overjoyed when she heard the words, and said, thank you, senior. Seems to have figured out the temperament of the two honored guests, the young girl is quite in place in the next service, unless Yang Kai and Yang Yan have something to ask, she never takes the initiative to speak, just stands quietly and waits. During the period, Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner came once and chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. It is not surprising that the two of them could find this place, they only need to find Yan Pei a little bit to find out where Yang Kai is. After the two left, the auction almost started. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1374 Reserve Spirit Orb. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar walked up to the high platform, and the beams of light from the strange lighting stones around him shone on him, which set off his temperament quite unparalleled, especially this man was still holding a paper fan, he looked more chic and suave. This middle-aged Confucian scholar's red lips and white teeth, and some corner lines around his eyes not only do not make him look old, but add a kind of maturity and stability that has gone through vicissitudes of life. Looking at it now, people can't help but have a dreamlike feeling. At the very least, many young girls and wives in the hall who participated in the auction couldn't help showing obsessive expressions, as if they were attracted by it and secretly agreed. On the contrary, many warriors who recognized the identity of this middle-aged man all had their expressions collapsed and their faces were ugly. There were even more whispers and whispers. Damn it, it's the little black face who is hosting this auction. What the hell is going on in Jubaolo? It's over, I fell into the pit again this time. I knew Jubaolo must have no good intentions, but I didn't expect this guy to come out. He hasn't made a move in more than 10 years. All kinds of discussions were endless. Although those voices were not loud, the warriors who participated in the auction were not low in cultivation. Naturally, they could hear these words clearly, and the middle-aged Confucian scholar called Little Black Face was not only lifeless meaning, on the contrary, he still showed a warm smile on his face, as if he didn't care about those people's criticisms. On the contrary, the girls and women who were fascinated by them all swept around with their beautiful eyes viciously, defending him. Little Black Face. In the private room No. B13, Yang Kai frowned, and thoughtfully asked, what does this person have to do with Mr. Yan? Since Yan Pei is an old black face, then this person must have some relationship with Yan Pei to be called a little black face, but Yang Kai doesn't understand why the warriors below treat him like a tiger and leopard, with a look of extreme fear appearance. Yang Yan also turned his consulting gaze to the girl beside him, expecting her to give an explanation. Chinger pursed her lips, as if she wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare to lose her composure, and finally held back her smile, and then said softly, returning to the two seniors, this Mr. Ren Tianrui Ren is an auctioneer in the building, and Mr. Yan Lao is his master, so everyone calls him. Chinger didn't dare to say any more when he said this. It doesn't matter if others call it, Little Blackface and Old Blackface. Although it is just a nickname, it is also the reputation of Yan Pei and Ren Tianrui. As a member, of course I dare not criticize the seniors in the building behind my back, otherwise it will be known that she will not be able to eat and walk around. Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly, nodded and said, so that's the case, I understand. It seems that this auctioneer named Ren Tianrui has Yanpei's true biography, otherwise he would not be called so. If he participates in the auction then, he has to be careful. On the high platform, Ren Tianrui had a warm smile on his face, punched his arms round his body, and said loudly, everyone has come from afar and worked tirelessly to participate in this auction of my Jubaolo. Everyone in Jubaolo is very grateful. This auction will be held by Ren come to host, if there is any inappropriateness, please forgive me. What he said was so decent that no one could pick out any flaws. No matter what he looked like when he presided over the auction, at least his words had attracted the favor of countless people. Ren Tianrui said again, speaking of which, this auction was originally hosted by the teacher himself. As soon as these words came out, many people's complexions changed slightly, they subconsciously covered their space rings, and looked up to the high platform vigilantly, their faces were ugly, as if they were afraid that Yanpei would suddenly pop out from some corner. Fortunately, Ren Tianrui smiled slightly and said, but the younger generation thinks that the teacher is old, and it is better to stay behind the scenes. This kind of opportunity to show off is left to me to wait for young people. Well said. There was a burst of applause from below. Brother Ren is so courageous and courageous. Just let Mr. Yan stay behind the scenes forever. There was a burst of laughter. Ren Tianrui also looked at a certain place in the hall with a smile, nodded and said, that's what Ren also meant. After this auction is over, I will definitely go to persuade the family teacher to live up to the old age and stop working hard. Although these words sound a bit rebellious, it is undeniable that they quickly arouse the goodwill and resonance of many people, and all of a sudden the vigilance of everyone against him just disappeared. Instead, he felt that he could stand here and host the auction. It was a fluke. It's not easy. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Ren Tianrui indifferently. With just a few words, he allowed himself to blend into the group. Although it was just a simple opening statement, he had already laid enough auction capital for him. When the auction starts, even if he asks for a higher price, not many people will reject him. This Ren Tianrui is well versed in people's ways of life, no wonder he can be called a little blackface, but this hosting style seems to be completely different from Yanpei's, which is quite interesting. Okay, I won't gossip anymore. I'm afraid many friends have been waiting impatiently. Let's start the auction now. Ren Tianrui slapped the folding fan on his hand, turned half of his body, and gestured behind him. Over there, a woman in palace attire smiled and stepped up to the high platform with light steps. Ru Yuhao, holding a jade plate on her arm, came to stand in front of Ren Tianrui. Although the lady in the palace dress is very beautiful and has spring in her eyes, not many people are looking at her at the moment. Since they are here to participate in the auction, everyone's attention is naturally attracted by the jade plate she put away. Needless to say, what was on the jade plate must be the first auction item, but unfortunately it was covered by a red cloth, making it hard to see what was real. Many warriors who participated in the auction stretched their necks anxiously to look around. Ren Tianrui took a good look at the situation, and said a little bit, according to the basis of each auction, although this first auction item is not as good as the finale, it is not trivial. If you are interested, you must take it. Otherwise, if you miss this village and lose this store, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Saying so, he stretched out his hand to uncover the red cloth, and suddenly a colorless ball the size of a goose egg appeared in everyone's field of vision. The ball looked transparent, but inside there were inexplicable silk threads like fish. It seems to be swimming, and what's even more strange is that this bead has no energy fluctuations at all, as if it is just an ornamental object with no real value. What is this? Never seen it. Since Jubaolo dares to put up the first auction, it must have its unique features. It will be clear if Mr. Ren can explain it. Chu Lingju. In the private room B13, Yang Yan's eyes lit up, and he called out the name of the first auction item. Yang Kai cast a glance at her, already seeing the strangeness. He suspected that there was nothing in this world that Yang Yan didn't recognize, otherwise he wouldn't have brought Yang Yan to the auction alone. Yang Kai also didn't ask what the purpose of this Chu Lingju was, because he knew that Ren Tianrui would definitely explain it in detail. On the high platform, Ren Tianruzong picked up the storage spirit bead, held it up high to show others, did not speak, just encouraged his own holy energy, and poured it in crazily. Under the eyes of everyone, the colorless round bead seemed like a bottomless pit. All the holy yuan he poured in was absorbed. But as time went by, the round bead emitted a faint light, and then, a wave of Saint Yuan that was exactly the same as Ren Tianrui's body emanated from the bead. After a while, Ren Tianrui stopped his movements, smiled strangely again, and silently urged the exercises again. An astonishing thing happened. Sheng Yuan, who was swallowed by the spirit bead before, returned to Ren Tianrui's body again, and looking at his expression, he couldn't see anything wrong or uncomfortable. In an instant, the spirit storage bead returned to its original transparent appearance, but there was no energy fluctuation inside. The whole process was clearly seen by everyone. At this time, 99% of the warriors who participated in the auction had vague guesses about the function of the spirit storage bead, and immediately looked at the high platform with excited expressions. Ren Tianrui chuckled, and said loudly, "I think you all know the purpose of this spirit storage bead. Yes, it can store the holy energy in the warrior's body, and feed it back to the warrior's body when needed, providing the warrior with the power to fight. The friends who came here must have fought with others before. They know that in the process of fighting, the way to replenish the holy essence is nothing more than taking pills and absorbing the energy of the holy crystal, but no matter which one, the effect is very slow, but this one, the spirit storage bead, is different. It can restore a warrior from the state of dryness to the peak in a very short period of time. The premise is that enough energy is stored in the beads." Quote. As soon as this remark came out, the hall immediately exploded. Although Ren Tianrui had made some guesses just now, after Ren Tianrui explained it carefully, everyone realized that they had underestimated the value of the Lingju. If this is the case, then this spirit storage bead is equivalent to a second life. The reason why many warriors will fall is because when they are fighting with others, the Saint Yuan is not enough. If they can replenish the Saint Yuan with the spirit storage beads, they can turn defeat into victory. For a moment, countless fiery eyes looked up the high platform. Their eyes were full of greed and possessiveness. If it wasn't for the fact that this is the auction of Jubaolo, and countless masters were placed inside and outside to control the field, someone would definitely try to snatch it recklessly. Even Yang Kai in Yisen's private room showed emotion. Such a thing can almost be said to exist against the sky. Even with his wealth, he can't turn a blind eye, let alone other people. But this thing is useless to him, because Yang Kai has never been short of Saint Yuan, so this idea is just a flash, and he calmly waits and sees. After all, such a good thing must be auctioned at a high price. Although he brought 70 million saint crystals here, he still has no idea whether he can get the auction item he needs. If he uses up the saint crystals now, when the funds are insufficient at that time, the loss outweighs the gain. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1375. The change in his expression did not hide from Yang Yan's observation. Seeing that he seemed to have no interest in Chu Lingju, Yang Yan pursed his lips and said with a smile, "Although it is good, it has limitations in use, so you don't have to feel sorry for it." "Oh, what restriction?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Although the item is good, nephew Ren Xian doesn't have to preach like this. If there are any restrictions on the use of this bead, you might as well tell them all. Before Yang Yan could answer, Yang Kai heard a message from a certain side room. Come, an extremely majestic voice, extremely resonant. It seems that Yang Yan is not the only one who knows Chu Lingju, Yang Kai thought to himself. Ren Tianrui looked over there, smiled slightly, clasped his fists and said, "It turns out to be the senior Cheng of Leitai sect. Senior knows everything. Although this Lingju is convenient to use, it does have some restrictions. Even if the senior doesn't ask, the junior is ready to explain it in detail. Yes, I won't let friends who came to the auction buy it in a daze. I still have this reputation in Jubaolo, eh?" Hearing what he said, the martial artist surnamed Cheng snorted lightly, non-committal. As to whether he believed the other party's words, only God knows. Many people secretly estimated that if no one questioned it, Ren Tianrui would definitely not speak out about the restriction requirements. At most, he would send someone to quietly notify the owner of the Lingju he bought after the auction. It's not the first time Jubaolo has done this kind of thing. Who is this person? Yang Kai looked in the direction of the source of the voice and asked the girl. Although Chinger's cultivation base is not high, but she was born and raised on Gloomy Star, she naturally guessed the identity of the person who spoke. When she heard Yang Kai's question, a flash of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to be a little puzzled why Yang Kai did this. He asked like a question, and said, "If the junior guessed correctly, it should be Cheng Pengchuan of Lei Taizong who has become a senior. After all, he is the only strong person with this surname in Lei Taizong." Yang Kai nodded slightly, satisfied with her answer. At the same time, Ren Tianrui is already explaining the restrictions on the use of Chu Lingju. It's not too disappointing, but this lingju was purchased by Zhu Baolo accidentally from a dilapidated small family. According to the person who sold it, the holy yuan stored in this lingju has a certain degree of restriction. The specific limit is roughly equivalent to the sum of the saint yuan in the body of a saint king third-layer warrior. That is to say, it can't accept the energy that exceeds the energy of the saint yuan in the body of a warrior at the third level of the saint king, and once it exceeds it, it will escape immediately. Such a restriction is not a big problem. For warriors in the Holy King realm, it makes no difference whether there is this restriction or not. Saint Yuan can also be used. It's just that in times of crisis, the feedback of Sheng Yuan can't restore him to his peak state. Overall, this limitation is harmless. But the second restriction greatly reduced the value of the lingju. This is a secret treasure. It should be a secret treasure refined by warriors in ancient times. This bead has been used many times. According to the appraisal of the treasure appraisers in Jubao building, this bead can only be used 3 or 5 times at most. If it looks like it will be completely damaged, and it will no longer be usable at that time. Hearing this, the hotness in the eyes of many warriors immediately extinguished. For them, although the number of times 3 or 5 times is quite a lot, spending a lot of money to buy such a thing is of no help to improve their strength, so they can only clam down. Besides these 2 restrictions, there is nothing else that needs to be paid attention to about this bead. Ren Tianrui didn't seem to care at all whether this auction item could be sold at a high price, and he said with a smile, the base price of this bead is 500,000 holy crystals. Each price increase must not be less than 10,000, everyone please. Speaking of it, such a reserve price is really not high compared to the purpose of the Chu Lingju. After all, it is the first auction item, and Zhu Baolo also intends to sell it well. But the figure of 500,000 still instantly turned off 90% of the fighters in the hall. After all, the price of a Holy King level high-grade secret treasure is only about 300,000 yuan. Even if they can afford the base price of 500,000 yuan, they can't afford it. Not everyone is like this. Since they came to participate in the auction, of course they came here because they had raised enough saint crystals. As soon as Ren Tianrui's voice fell, someone immediately quoted the price. Immediately afterwards, bids were heard one after another from all corners of the hall. Each time the price increase was considered peaceful, but it couldn't hold up to the crowd's uplifting. In just half a cup of tea, the price of this lingju bead was raised to 820,000. By this time, the voices still calling for prices in the hall were sparse, and there were only 2 or 3 people. The old man offered 1 million. Cheng Pengxuan's voice came out from Lei Taizong's wing, the voice was still loud. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, smiled slightly when he heard the words, without any surprise. It would be strange if there were not a few big forces participating in the competition for such a good thing. Several fighters in the hall who participated in the auction before heard the words, their expressions darkened, and they sighed. Since the people of Lei Taizong participated in the auction, they must have no hope. If you don't bid, if you knew that he would also bid, why waste your efforts waiting for others? What a bad luck, everyone even has the heart to kill. Haha, Cheng Laogui, you have already returned to the 3rd level of the void, why do you need this storage spirit bead? Don't you have to brazenly compete with some juniors? In another wing room, there was suddenly a sound of laughter, mixed with meaning of irony and ridicule. HMPH, I don't need it, so I can't buy it and give it to my disciples. Cheng Pengxuan snorted coldly, Brother Mo's words are a bit wrong. Since it's an auction, it's only natural for the old man to participate in it. Why are you just being cheeky? Compete with the juniors. It makes sense. The people in the wing didn't take it seriously, and said slowly, okay, then Momo will also join in the fun, can't let Brother Cheng focus on the front, 1.1 million. Old Ghost Mo, do you know what the beauty of an adult is? Cheng Pengxuan sounded a little unhappy, 1.2 million. Brother Cheng also said that this is an auction, so naturally the highest bidder wins, 1.5 million. That being the case, let's wait and see, 2 million. The 2 of them seemed to be old rivals, they were fighting each other with words, and neither was willing to show weakness. In the blink of an eye, the price of this lingju has doubled several times, and judging by the posture, the final transaction figure may be even higher and even more outrageous, making the warriors in the hall dumbfounded. Surname Mo. In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned, looking towards the room that competed with Cheng Pengxuan. That should be Mo Xiaosheng of Zan Tianmeng and Mo Chengyi getting old. Chinger quickly explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly, this time even if Chinger didn't explain, He guessed it, because he had heard others talk about this Mo Xiaosheng from Zhan Tianmeng several times, and Yang Kai himself paid more attention to him. For no other reason, it is said that this Mo Xiaosheng, like him, has cultivated the power of space. This is such a powerful force, even if you look at the entire gloomy star, you can't find a third person to cultivate. For the study of space power, Yang Kai is confident that he will not lose to this Mo Xiaosheng. If he fights with space power alone, Yang Kai estimates that he will be able to crush the opponent to death. Not everyone can understand. But after all, this person is at that age, and the research on space power may have some unique features of his own, which should not be underestimated. If he can find an opportunity to exchange a few words, he may gain something. But this is impossible. Zhan Tianmeng's behavior style is really shameless. If he really exposes his proficiency in space power, it will only bring disaster. So Yang Kai just thought about this idea and immediately denied it. At this time, Ren Tianrui on the high platform below had already opened his folding fan, and fanned it gently, like a suave literati, with a gentle smile on his face, and two giants, Mr. Chong, said to his ears. I was quite happy with the voice of asking the price. Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong have always been a bit difficult to deal with. This competition for the storage spirit orb is not only a competition for financial resources, but also a confrontation for face. After a stick of incense, Cheng Pengxuan shouted out the sky-high price of 10 million holy crystals, causing the warriors in the hall to commotion. In all fairness, although Chu Lingju is very good, the price of 100,000 is really too unexpected. If Mo Xiaosheng from Zontian League didn't fight for it, the price would definitely not be so outrageous. But until now, both Cheng Pengxuan and Mo Xiaosheng are secretly annoyed. The two of them naturally know that this kind of competition will only make the treasure house in vain. It is better than Coptus Chinensis. 10 million is nothing to the two forces, but it is not a number that can be wasted casually. You must know that such a sum of holy crystals is enough for many disciples to practice for a lifetime, but the spirit storage beads bought back can only be used by one person. While cursing each other in their hearts, the two void-returning third-layer realm powerhouses gritted their teeth and bid. After the price of 10 million yuan was quoted, Zhan Tianmeng fell silent. It seemed that Mo Xiaosheng was weighing the gains and losses, and whether he needed to follow up. But at this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded. 10,000 and 11,000. In an instant, almost all eyes were on the bidder, and what made people extremely surprised was that the bidder was not sitting in the boxes, but a young martial artist in the hall. The realm of cultivation is not too high, only the third level of the Holy King, and the clothes he wears are ordinary. It can be said that such warriors can be caught on the Gloom Star, and since he can only live in the hall to participate in the auction, look, this person's background is obviously not high, otherwise he wouldn't be crowded here. But the price that was shouted was very moving, and what was even more admirable was the courage of this person. You know, the one who participated in the competition just now was the elder of the two major factions, Lei Taizong and Zontian League. At this juncture, no one dared to touch his bad luck, but this young man made a move. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1376. See Lu Yi again. The price the young man yelled was also extremely subtle. He only added 10,000 to the 10 million. It seemed that he just didn't want to break the rules of Jubaolo's auction. Not only were many warriors suspicious of his identity, but even Ren Tianrui, who had always been as stable as a mountain, frowned slightly, looked at him suspiciously, and secretly guessed where this person came from, to have such a huge net worth. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the young martial artist looked calm, without feeling any pressure or nervousness, which made people look at him with admiration. Lu Yi. In the B13 wing, Yang Kai shrank his eyes, staring at the young man who bid in the hall, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. What shocked Yang Kai was not that this person would come to the auction. Although Luyun Valley is not a big power, it is still a sect. As the young master of Luyun Valley, Lu Yi is naturally qualified to enter the Jubao building, but he was not as lucky as himself to have an independent wing, so he could only squeeze in the hall. What shocked Yang Kai was his arm. Looking at it now, Lu Yi's two arms were intact, and none of them were missing. How can that be? Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. He clearly remembered that when he was fighting for the red candlestick with Lu Yi in the flowing flame sand field, he did cut off his arm, and although he was run away by the other party in the end, the scene at that time was Yang Kai. The opening calendar is vivid in my mind, and I will never remember it wrong. But now, for some reason, his severed arm has grown back. Judging from the color of that hand, it is not a prosthesis or anything else, it is clearly a real arm with flesh and blood. How did he do that? Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, reborn from a broken limb. This kind of thing only exists in legends, not to mention that Lu Yi is a mere Saint King Realm martial artist, even Void King Realm, he can't do this level. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had underestimated the strangeness of this Lu Yi. Just judging from the fact that he can regenerate his broken arm, this person is a person with a lot of secrets. This person. Just when Yang Kai was puzzled, Yang Yan suddenly frowned, pointing at Lu Yi below, with a thoughtful look in his beautiful eyes. What? Yang Kai turned to look at her. I don't know why, but I think he's annoying. Yang Yan shook his head slowly, his pretty face full of suspicion. But it's the first time I've seen him. You just called him Lu Yi, do you have any grievances with him? Yes. But I don't know why, this person wants to kill me in the flowing flame sand field. Yang Kai snorted softly, the grievances between him and Lu Yi were indeed inexplicable, and the other party rushed at him for no reason. And it is the kind that will never die. Yang Kai asked himself, before going to the flowing flame sand field, he had never dealt with this Lu Yi, even in the flowing flame sand field, this was the first time he had met him. Well, be careful with this person, he seems very dangerous. Yang Yan reminded. I understand. Yang Yan didn't say this kind of thing, Yang Kai knew it too. But, where did Lu Yi get so many holy crystals to participate in the bidding for a storage spirit bead? According to his understanding, Luyun Valley can only be regarded as a low-level sect, and its power is barely comparable to that of some small families. The sect master only has a cultivation level of void returning first level, and his disciples are only 300 or 400. The territory they occupy is not very rich, and there are no holy crystal mines. Can he pay for the tens of millions of holy crystals? Brother Cheng also said that he wants the beauty of an adult. Since this little friend wants this Lingju, then Momo should give up. Just when Yang Kai was suspicious, Mo Xiao came from the side room of Zhan Tianmeng. Live hearty laugh. Immediately afterwards, Cheng Pengxuan's resonant voice sounded. HMPH, old ghost Mo is going to try to talk so nicely, but since you have given up, then Cheng doesn't want it either. He said it as if he disliked the Lingju, but many of the warriors present were thoughtful, so they naturally knew that these two old guys were taking advantage of the slope to get rid of the hot potato that was the Lingju. It can be said that the price of 10,100,000 was just right. It not only sold two old fellows for a small favor, but also got the Chu Lingju. It really kills two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, many people secretly regretted it. If they had known earlier, they would have paid the same price. Although more than 10 million saint crystals are not a lot, if they can take this opportunity to make friends with the elders of the two major forces, it wasn't too much to pay, and for a while, I was very annoyed. But even if they figured it out, if they were asked to make a choice again, they might not have the guts to bid at that juncture. If flattery hit the horse's hoof, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? This young man is decisive enough, and many people admire him. Standing on the high platform, Ren Tianrui called the price 3 times, and no one raised the price. Lu Yi bought the Chuling orb for 10.1 million. At that moment, someone led Lu Yi into the back hall of the auction to hand over the holy crystal and the Chuling orb. The auction continued. With the warm-up of the first auction item, the atmosphere in the auction venue was obviously much higher. The auctions that Jubao Building presented this time were indeed very good. Every appearance caused many warriors to scramble for it, and the price was also reasonable. Ren Tianrui has been standing on the high platform, waving or clasping the fan in his hands, as gentle and elegant as ever, but he, who is known as the Little Black Face, has already quietly sold out every auction item. The high price exceeds its own value, but those warriors who participated in the auction are completely unaware of their clever methods, which makes people have to admire it. The things sold in this auction are of great use to warriors, such as secret treasure pills, martial arts secret techniques, spirit grass ores, and so on. Yang Kai didn't make a move all the time, just sat in the number 13 wing, listening to Yang Yan commenting on the auction items, while enjoying the kneading and patting of the young girl Chinger, extremely comfortable. Although the things are good, he can't use them, and it is not too difficult to get them based on the current cooperation channel between Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall. Generally speaking, the first half of the auction was uneventful, and most of the auction items were things that could be bought with saint crystals. Most of the bidders were warriors in the hall, and the strong men in the various rooms were rare. Make a move, unless you really encounter some interesting auction items. And in the second half, the strong men in the various rooms finally made their moves one after another. Those auction items were not for the warriors in the hall to participate in the competition. Surprisingly, the young man who won the first auction sold successively in the following auctions, showing his huge financial resources. Under the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, he successively auctioned several items and paid for it. The number of holy crystals exceeds 40 million. Lu Yi's actions naturally made Yang Kai startled again and again, but soon, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. Without the backing of a powerful sect, Lu Yi frequently reveals his wealth. This is the rhythm of looking for trouble. Sitting in the wing room, Yang Kai has already felt the consciousness of many strong people constantly sweeping towards Lu Yi. It seems that after the auction is over, there will definitely be someone looking for him to have a good chat. This is what Yang Kai likes to hear, no matter why Lu Yi wants to target him, but since he is attacking him, then he is his enemy. Now that Lu Yi is asking for trouble, Yang Kai is naturally happy to stand on the sidelines, and his heart is even more eager for him to come sooner. Good to die. However, Lu Yi was quite an amazing person. Facing the malicious gazes of those people, he remained calm. He sat in the hall without any intention of leaving the venue early, as if he wanted to continue participating in the auction. As each item was sold, the auction was gradually drawing to a close. Yang Kai couldn't help secretly becoming anxious. He had been waiting for the item he needed to appear, but there was no trace of it until now. Naturally, he was very anxious, lest Treasure Julo changed his mind temporarily and withdrew the item from the auction list, but after thinking about it, since Jubalo printed its pattern on the invitations and distributed them widely, there was no reason to do so. If it really did, the reputation of Jubalo would be ruined. Just as he was thinking about it, on the high platform below, another woman in palace attire walked up with a jade plate in her hand. Although the auction item was covered by a red cloth, when Yang Kai's spiritual sense swept over, she looked happy, quickly sat upright, gearing up. What I was waiting for finally appeared. At the same time, spiritual thoughts swept across the various rooms, and soon, the warriors in the hall also whispered to each other. There was no other reason. The auction items that appeared this time seemed to be a bit unusual. When the jade plate appeared, everyone felt an invisible energy emanating from it, cutting their skin like a sharp knife. What is it that is so amazing? Everyone couldn't help but wait and see curiously, secretly looking forward to it. Ren Tianrui observed the words and expressions, and was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He put away the folding fan, inserted it into the collar behind his head, and said with a smile, although the things that will be auctioned next are not rare, they are also extremely hard to find. As for the treasure, what exactly is it? Let Renmo put it aside first. Renmo can only say that it is a material, and it is of great use to seniors who have practiced certain special kung fu. Stop rambling, quickly let the old man see what it is. An old and majestic voice came from a private room in Jiazi, with a hint of anxiety in it, as if he was very concerned about the auction item. Look. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, and secretly felt that it would not be such a simple matter to win this auction item. Hehe, is it Senior Jinshi from the Devil's Blood sect? Don't worry, Senior. This junior will let you see clearly. Ren Tianrui revealed the identity of the person who spoke, and then stretched out his hand to uncover the red cloth. In an instant, a group of dazzling golden light bloomed, extremely dazzling. Everyone present, warriors with slightly lower strength, all felt pain in their eyes, and closed them involuntarily, while those with higher strength had to move their holy yuan into their eyes. This is the only way to see things in the golden light. Yang Kai also squinted his eyes, and when he saw what was in the golden light, his heart jumped wildly and he was extremely excited. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1377 Jenkin. What was placed on the jade plate was an unknown ore the size of a fist, with pits and pits on the surface, and the whole body was red gold in color. What is shocking is that the flow of runes on the surface of this ore is obviously restricted by an expert, preventing its aura from leaking out. Even so, everyone who participated in the auction could clearly feel the energy coming out of the ore, which was as sharp as a sword blade. It's still the same with the restriction seal, but if the restriction is lifted, what's the deal? Martial artists with slightly lower strength will never even think about getting close to this ore. This thing is unusual, but very few people may recognize it. Everyone only knows that such a thing is definitely a rare treasure. No wonder Jubalo put it up for auction later, it was already considered the finale item. Okay, ha ha ha, Jin has been searching for most of his life but has found nothing. I didn't expect to see it here today. The treasure tower gathers all the treasures in the world, and its reputation is well deserved. The strong man laughed loudly, as if he was very satisfied with this ore and determined to get it. You want this? In the B-13 wing, Yang Yan glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mood is obviously more excited, how can Yang Yan not see his thoughts? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yang Yan snorted, but didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted this thing for. When the young girl Qinger heard the words, there was also a look of joy on her brows, but she quickly said worriedly, but Senior, Elder Jin Changshi of the Demon Blood sect seems to want it too. Bidding, the one with the highest bid wins. Yang Kai grinned, he brought 70 million saint crystals this time, and he was not afraid that he would not be able to win the gold stone. The cost is not small. Qinger nodded meekly, and said, then I wish you success. Excuse me. Yang Kai grinned, he naturally knew why this little girl was nervous, it was because if she participated in the auction and successfully won the item, she would be able to get some rewards from the treasure building if she was in charge of receiving and serving him. This reward is directly proportional to the price I paid. Before that, I had been standing still and didn't buy anything. Naturally, the girl would not get any rewards. But if she bought this thing by herself, the rewards given to her by Jubaolo would definitely cost her a long time. This matter was also said by Qinger himself. Yang Kai did not deliberately inquire about the little girl's service, she was very thoughtful and attentive, of course Yang Kai didn't mind letting her get some benefits. Forgive me for my poor eyesight, what the hell is this thing? Old Ghost Jin, why did you lose your composure? In another private room, a strange voice came from the meaning of his words, as if he didn't recognize the ore. It's not that people are ignorant, it's because there are so many materials in the star field, and this ore is extremely rare, and you can't see it at all in your spare time. Jin Shi can know it because he has practiced special skills and needs this kind of ore. We'll keep a close eye on it. There is only Yang Yan, a geek, who is familiar with all kinds of materials, but this kind of people is a minority after all. Hee, it's inevitable for Senior Jin to be excited. After all, this piece of profound gold is of great benefit to Senior Jin's cultivation of the golden cicada magic art. With the help of this profound gold, Senior Jin's magical skills must be just around the corner. Ren Tianrui was afraid that others would not agree. Knowing the ins and outs of gold and stone seems to be good, so I just say it. Zan Jin, when the person who spoke before heard the name, he seemed to have remembered something, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Boy Ren, what are you doing with the old man's golden cicada magic formula? Jin Shi was very annoyed. He knew Ren Tianrui's vicious intentions. If it were in another place, he would definitely teach him a lesson, but here after all, it is Jubaolo. Even if he was angry in his heart, he had to bear it down, but being reminded by the other party, it would be more difficult for him to win this piece of gold. After all, there are many enemies of the Demon Blood sect. People don't just sit back and watch the black gold they've photographed achieve great feats. Senior, calm down, Senior, calm down, this junior is talking too much. Ren Tianrui seemed to know that he had said something wrong, and bowed backwards. But there is no reason to take back the words that were spoken and the water that was poured out. Under the cover of his fearful appearance, there was a trace of complacency in the depths of his eyes. For Jubaolo, it doesn't matter who takes the Xuanjin, as long as it can be sold at a high price. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and auction. Jin Shi was quite impatient and urged viciously. Yes. Ren Tianrui chuckled, pointed at the black gold with the folding fan in his hand, and said loudly, a piece of good black gold weighs a catty and 3 taels, the base price is 5 million holy crystals, and each increase should not be less than 100,000, everyone. Please. 10 million. As soon as Ren Tianrui finished speaking, Jin Shi's voice rang out, and the price was doubled, which showed his determination and courage to get this piece of black gold. Anyway, it was no secret that he needed this piece of profound gold, so he simply sold it with great magnanimity, and there was no need to hide it. Hey, such a rare refining material, the old man's golden bone shield just needs to be used, 10.1 million. Zan Tianmeng Mo Xiaosheng's voice sounded. The old man is also here to join in the fun, 10.5 million is fine. Cheng Pengxuan of Lei Taizong seemed not to be outdone. 11 million. A slightly hoarse voice sounded from another wing room, and the voice turned out to be an old woman. 12 million. In the private room of the Devil's Blood cult, Jin Shi's face was livid, and his expression was extremely ugly. Although he knew that the Devil's Blood cult had made many enemies, the piece of gold he wanted to buy must be very difficult, but he didn't expect that he would only bid on it. There were 5 or 6 people following him, and none of these 5 or 6 people had a status below him, and their cultivation level was not weaker than him. Even if he wanted to use his power, it was impossible for him. One voice. 20 million. Brother Jin is so bold, but you want to get this piece of black gold for only 20 million yuan. Brother Jin is not awake, I bid 25 million yuan. The old woman sneered, and raised the price by another 5 million yuan. However, this price only lasted for a while before being refreshed by a higher price. It's no wonder that Xuanjin is so rare. Ren Tianrui didn't exaggerate when he introduced it before. This kind of material is almost a good thing that never happens in 10,000 years. There are great benefits. All of a sudden, there were calls one after another in the auction hall, and the amount of price increase made countless people startled. They secretly thought that as expected of being from the major powers, these holy crystals were enough to make a small sect and small family develop without any worries, but they only just for a small piece of material. In the room B13, Yang Kai remained silent and did not participate in the competition, because he knew that the current price was not the transaction price, so he simply didn't waste his energy and waited for his competitors to retreat on their own. 40 million, Jin Shi's voice sounded again. The auction of Xuanjin brought the whole auction to a climax, but it was far from over. Jin is indeed very useful. If you are willing to give up your love, Jin will definitely keep it in mind, and I will come to the door in person to thank you in the future. Up to now, no one is willing to back down from the auction, and Jin Shi's heart is pounding. Seeing that the price is rising steadily, and it seems that it is going to exceed his expectations, he has no choice but to say something. As soon as this statement came out, the bidding from Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong stopped. It seemed that Cheng Pengxuan and Mo Xiaosheng were weighing the pros and cons. After a while, Mo Xiaosheng chuckled, and said loudly, since Brother Jin said so, then Momo will give up. Anyway, no crafter can completely refine this grade of material. It is used in the old man. There's something extravagant on my golden bone shield. Immediately afterwards, several other strong men who had been participating in the auction also expressed their willingness to withdraw. It's not that Jin Shi's face is big enough, but everyone can see that Jin Shi is determined to win this mysterious gold, and if he continues to fight, he will only gather treasure for nothing. This kid Ren Tianrui is standing on the auction stage, his mouth is almost grinning to the ear, he might as well stop now and sell Jin Shi as a favor. What's more, when I and others bought this piece of profound gold, it was indeed of little use. Although it was of a very high grade, no craftsman could play its role, so what's the use of having a high grade? Seeing this, Jin Shi felt relieved, and thanked him endlessly. HMPH, Old Ghost Jin, you want this black gold to be of great use. Could it be that I bought it for fun? 41 million, the old woman's voice sounded again, without showing any prestige. Mrs. Feng, what do you want this black gold for? If you don't make it clear, I will never end with you. Jin Shi was furious, and everyone else was easy to talk to, but only this Mrs. Feng wanted to compete with him, but it was a shame. What can't be tolerated, immediately broke out. I'm afraid that you won't succeed. The old lady Feng seemed to have a bad temper, and when she heard the threatening words, she immediately retorted. In the private rooms of the two Jiazi numbers, the power of the void returning third-layer realm powerhouses was ups and downs, swords were on the verge of breaking out, and they were ready to fight if there was a disagreement. Both of you, this is the Jubao building, please stay calm. In the void, a faint voice sounded inexplicably. Hearing this voice, both Feng Pozi and Jin Shi's complexions changed slightly, as if they remembered something. Really restrained his own momentum. Only then did the martial artists in the hall pant heavily, with lingering fear on their faces. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat. Although the auction of Jubao building has never been flawed, if these two people really fight here, it will not be easy to settle down. After thinking about it, opened the mouth and said, Senior Jin also don't get angry, since Senior Feng participated in the auction, it must be useful. What's the use? Jin Shi snorted coldly, obviously not so easy to believe. Ren Tianrui smiled slightly, and said, as far as this junior knows, the Golden Lion Thunder Beast who has been with Senior Feng for half his life should be promoted. Provided by him. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1378 Fall into the Pit. Golden Lion and Thunder Pattern Beast. The exclaimed voice of the Demon Blood Sect's Jin Shi elder was heard, with a faint sense of fear. Many strong men in the other rooms also frowned, as if the Golden Lion and Thunder Beast had a lot of background. Chinger, where did this Senior Feng come from? What kind of monster is the golden lion thunder pattern beast, do you know? Yang Kai asked the girl who was standing with her head bowed. Qinger pursed her lips and smiled, and said softly, returning to senior, this senior Feng is the elder of Wanshou Mountain, and the golden lion thunder beast is the natal monster connected to senior Feng's life. It is said that this golden lion thunder the tattooed beast is an ancient alien species, a 9th level monster. In terms of strength, it is probably equivalent to a strong man at the 2nd level of returning to the void. Senior Feng also has this cultivation level, but if the two work together to resist the enemy, they should not be weaker than seniors of the 3rd layer. Wan Beast Mountain. Yang Kai raised his brows. He had long known that there was a force on Gloom Star that enslaved monsters. It was this Wan Beast Mountain, who was with the disciples of Wan Beast Mountain when they were in the flowing flame sand field. After meeting each other, this sect seems to be relatively close to Luluman, and there are many frictions between the two forces. As for Qinger's natal monster, Yang Kai has also heard about it. The cultivation method of this Wanshou Mountain is somewhat different from other warriors. Every disciple of Wanshou Mountain has his own natal monster, with its own strength. It will improve together with the strength of the monster, and if the monster advances, the martial artist who is the master will also get great help, and even use this opportunity to break through his own shackles. According to Qing, this Lady Feng is already at the 2nd level of returning to the void. If her golden lion and thunder pattern beast is assisted by black gold, then it is very likely that her strength will greatly increase. As the master, she can break through to the 3rd layer of void return. When the time comes, one person and one beast will join forces, and I am afraid that even the 3rd level void return realm will not be her opponent. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately understood why this old Lady Feng wanted to compete with Jin Shi for the black gold, and couldn't help but feel a little headache. Both this old Lady Feng and Jin Shi are people who have a great need for black gold, and I want them to. If you give up, you can only rely on financial resources to suppress it. Boy Ren, it seems that your treasure building is not only for gathering treasures from all over the world, but when did you also inquire about the news? Mrs. Feng's voice was mixed with a trace of anger, obviously because Ren Tianrui pointed out the reason why she needed black gold. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, laughed dryly, but didn't dare to say anything more. HMPH, even so, the old man will not give up easily. Your beast needs black gold, and the old man needs more, 42 million. Before Mrs. Feng had time to increase the price, a chuckle suddenly came from the other side room, full of temptation. The juniors also come to join in the fun, 43 million. Yang Kai's expression was startled, and then the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, revealing a weird smile. Without him, he could tell that the voice of the bidding was Yin Sudi from Luluman. It is not surprising that she is here. Dai Yuan told Yang Kai the last time she came to Longshe Mountain that Yin Sudi is the leader in the Luluman who is responsible for monitoring the movements of the Emperor Garden. However, she dared to bid now, probably because of the instigation of the elders in the sect. After all, the Luluman and Wanshou Mountain had always been at odds, so naturally she would not just sit and watch Mrs. Feng win the Xuanjin, and her strength soared. It's a great opportunity. Yang Kai was still thinking about when to bid so that it would not be too eye-catching, but Yin Sudi's price offer helped him. Thinking of this, he followed up without hesitation, 50 million. Immediately there was noise in the auction hall, and in the wing room, the girl Qinger was even more beautiful, looking at Yang Kai with extraordinary splendor, as if she never thought that Yang Kai's financial resources were so strong. Two unfamiliar voices joined the auction, making the already tense atmosphere even more treacherous. Okay. Mrs. Feng gritted her teeth, and snorted coldly. Interesting, no matter what kind of cat or dog you are, if you dare to compete with the old woman for something, you won't be afraid to take it if you have money and die. There was a strong sense of threat in the tone. Ren Tianrui standing on the high platform's face darkened, extremely cold. Jubaolo has held so many auctions. Although every auction has strong people who are furious for the auction items, and even fight afterward, resulting in their fall, but no one dares to release such threats in public. Word. After all, such words are also a kind of contempt for the majesty and reputation of Jubaolo, and he said with a sullen face, Senior Feng, I only want to hear this kind of words once in Jubaolo. If there is a next time, Wan Shushan will be listed as a hidden treasure, the unpopular sect. Please think again, Senior. Although Ren Tianrui's cultivation base is not high, but at this moment he represents Jubaolo, so what he said naturally has some weight. Mrs. Feng also seemed to realize that what she said just now was inappropriate. She chuckled and said in a hoarse voice, Boy Ren, don't be so nervous, I was just joking, bidding is naturally a matter of your choice. Quote. That's right. A friendly smile suddenly appeared on Ren Tianrui's face. He waved the folding fan in his hand, and said slowly, "The junior offended me, please forgive me, Senior Feng. Well, do you want to increase the price of this piece of black gold?" Quote. Naturally, 51 million. 60 million. Yang Kai didn't even think about it, and immediately followed without frowning. For him, the biggest purpose of his trip is this piece of black gold. Of course he will not miss it. Even if he spends all his wealth, he will still buy it. At this price, there are still people vying for it, so it is time to show some financial resources and make people retreat. So every time Yang Kai increases the price, he increases the price a lot. There was a sudden silence in the wing room of Wanshou Mountain. It seemed that the price had far exceeded the bottom line of Mrs. Feng's heart. After all, Xuanjin is precious, but its own value is there. The number of 60 million holy crystals is really not enough. Not enough. On the contrary, after pondering for a moment, Jin Shi of the Devil's Blood sect said, 60 million, if there is a higher price, then the old man will withdraw. 60 million, also reached Jin Shi's bottom line. In the private room no. B13, Yang Kai smiled and said unhurriedly, 62 million. He actually only added 100,000 to the original base. Okay. Jin Shi said 3 times in succession. No one could tell what his mood was, but it really didn't increase the price, which made Yang Kai heave a sigh of relief, secretly feeling that this piece of profound gold probably already in the bag. And such a price, Jubao Building is obviously very satisfied. At least Ren Tianrui had a happy smile on his face, raised his head and looked at the location of the private room no. B13, and said loudly, "Is there anyone else? Those who want to increase the price. If there is no one, Ren will have to count down. Well, 60.2 million once, 60.2 million twice. 61 million. Just as Yang Kai was full of confidence and was about to let the girl Qinger receive the piece of profound gold, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Yang Kai stared blankly, followed the voice and couldn't help gnashing his teeth. Because he discovered that it was not someone else who called out the new price at the last moment, but that Luyun Valley Lu Yi. Lu Yi stole the limelight at this auction. He was in the hall, but he spent a lot of money. He auctioned several things one after another, and the number of saint crystals he paid was as high as tens of millions. This is not something that any warrior from a small sect or faction can have. Many people have secretly paid attention to him, but not only did he not know how to keep a low profile, but he swaggered again at the last moment, which is really counterintuitive. But since the price was refreshed, Yang Kai certainly refused to show weakness, gritted his teeth, and reported all his belongings, 70 million. Ren Tianrui raised his brows on the high platform, and turned his consulting eyes to Lu Yi, as if he was looking forward to his bid again, but to his disappointment, Lu Yi only called out the price once and then there was no movement, but raised his head, grinning in the direction of Yang Kai. The smile is full of complacency and sarcasm. Oh shit. He knew that he was here. Yang Kai's face sank, and he immediately knew that he had been fooled. I'm afraid that if I didn't make an offer just now, this Lu Yi will get into big trouble, because he doesn't have that many holy crystals at all, and he only deliberately raised it because he knew he was here, but he didn't want to not check for a while, and it was really true. I fell into the pit. Wanting to understand this, Yang Kai's mood couldn't help becoming subtle, as disgusting as eating a fly. Yang Kai didn't feel sorry for those saint crystals who had paid so much, but it was a pity that he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to make Lu Yi irreparable. The treasure building has the rules of the treasure building. If there are not so many saint crystals but there is still malicious bidding, once it is found out afterwards, the bidders will definitely be hunted down and killed endlessly. The heaven-sent opportunity was just missed, and Yang Kai's expression was extremely ugly. But soon, he smiled again and calmed down. How can I not get my shoes wet when I often walk by the river? 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, just wait and see. The price of 70 million yuan was quoted, and no one followed the price, and after Ren Tianrui shouted 3 times, this piece of profound gold was announced to fall into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it to the young girl Qinger, ordering her to go to the back hall of the treasure building to hand it over. Qinger accepted the order and agreed. At this moment, another auction item was sent up. It was actually a beast egg of a 9th rank monster, and it was the same as Feng Posi's golden lion thunder beast. So precious, but also pretty good. Such a good thing naturally caused many people to loot it, especially on the side of Wanshou Mountain. They spared no effort. After all, it is the egg of a 9th level monster. As long as it is properly cultivated, there will probably be another helper equivalent to avoid returning 3rd layer expert in the future. This beast egg was finally snatched by Wanshou Mountain, and the transaction price was neither low nor high, more than 36 million, which was a price that everyone was happy with. Then several finale items were brought up, and each the pieces were snatched up by countless people, and the transaction price was several times or even more than 10 times the reserve price, which made the warriors in the hall secretly speechless. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1379 Goodbye Star Emperor Order. The last few items were auctioned, and Yang Kai naturally watched from the sidelines. All the saint crystals he brought from Wuyi had been used to buy Zon gold, and there was no room for other items. But having said that, although the last few auction items were very good, Yang Kai was not tempted at all. After a stick of incense, Qinger returned, brought back a jade box, handed it to Yang Kai respectfully, and congratulated him. Congratulations, senior, for getting this item. Yang Kai took it with a smile, opened the jade box and took a look, and found that the box was indeed filled with the black gold that he had seen before, the size of a goose egg. The whole body was pure gold. It was sealed by an expert, but it still couldn't stop the pure gold. The overflow of metallic aura, those auras are like sharp knives, which cannot be underestimated. The best way to describe this piece of black gold is to be sharp-edged. Yang Kai happily played with it for a while, and threw it into his black book space. He will need this piece of profound gold, of course, to prepare for the practice of the body tempering technique, the Immortal 5 Elements Sword. If he wants to practice this set of body tempering techniques, he must find all the 5 elements treasures. Among the 5 elements, he already has thunder wood, mysterious yin sunflower water and true sun essence. Now that he has obtained mysterious gold, only the earth attribute treasure remains. Once he finds all of them, he can start to practice the Immortal 5 Elements Sword. Or you can ask Treasure Tower to help you pay attention. After all, this force is dedicated to doing this kind of thing. Thinking so in mind, Yang Kai secretly decided to visit Mr. Yanpei after the auction is over. Thinking about it, the other party should not refuse, as long as the starting price is offered by oneself. In a good mood, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be stingy, and with a wave of his hand, he rewarded Qinger with a few bottles of medicine pills, a secret treasure and many saint crystals. The elixir was refined by himself. Needless to say the quality, the secret treasure was produced by Yang Yan. Of course it is also a high-quality secret treasure, which is suitable for young girls to use now, although there are not many holy crystals, only tens of thousands, but for Qinger this for a martial artist of the same level, this is already a considerable gain, enough to support her cultivation for a long time. Naturally, the other party was grateful. Ren Tianrui's slightly excited voice came from below. Everyone, this auction has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you for coming all the way to join us. Well, everyone, please be safe, although the auction is over, but my treasure building was entrusted by a hidden world expert, and I would like to ask you seniors one thing. Boy Ren, what does this mean? Dang, even a powerful man with great influence asked. Ren Tianrui smiled slightly, gestured to the back, and bowed slightly. Everyone followed his gaze, and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. For no other reason, Yanpei's old black face actually strolled up to the high platform from there. Hee, you don't need to be nervous. Now that the auction is over, there will be no more items to be auctioned. Yan is just entrusted by an old friend to come here to discuss with you. Yanpei said unhurriedly. What are you discussing? If you have something to say, hurry up and let it go. I don't have so much time to play sloppy with you here. Apparently not everyone believed Yanpei, and they were still secretly vigilant. My old friend wants to exchange an item with you. Yanpei didn't give a shit. After a slight smile, the space ring in his hand flashed, took out an item from it, and held it high in front of him. The powerhouses in the various wing rooms stretched out their divine senses one after another, and checked carefully. After a while, a burst of exclamation sounded. This Issa A. No way, there really is such a thing. There is still a little bit of imperial prestige. It seems that it can't be wrong. I didn't expect the legend to be true. In the private room no. B13, Yang Kai was also staring at the thing in Yanpei's hands, with a strange expression on his face, and while he was pondering, he seemed to have noticed something, turned his head to look at Yang Yan, and suddenly found that she also looked surprised, and there was excitement and hesitation in those beautiful eyes. 2 pink fists were tightly clenched, and the nails were dug into the flesh without realizing it. Star Emperor's token, Mo Xiaosheng exclaimed. Brother Yan, forgive me for being blind, but what you have is the legendary Star Emperor's token. Yanpei smiled slightly and said, since Brother Mo has seen it, why bother to ask Yan? Most of you present must have their own judgments, right? Is it really the Star Emperor order? Isn't it fake? If it's fake, why would Yan take it out? Yan Pei snorted softly. Yan and several friends in Jubaolo have personally identified it. This is indeed the order of the Star Emperor. After all, no one can imitate the little emperor's prestige left inside. It is rumored that Emperor Shinkan refined 10 pieces of Star Emperor token, each of which sealed his great supernatural power, which is powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth, move mountains and fill seas. Is this one of them? Cheng Pengxuan, his voice was no longer calm, and he was extremely excited. If this is really one of the 10 Star Emperor tokens refined by the Star Emperor, as long as he can have it, he is invincible. Starry Sky Great Emperor, that is an existence beyond the Void King realm. There is not even a Void King realm on Gloom Star, who can compete with the magical powers sealed in the Star Emperor order. The powerhouses of all forces thought of this, and in an instant, the eyes looking at Xingdi Ling became hot, and the atmosphere in the auction hall of the Jubao building immediately became a little strange. Yan Pei observed the words and expressions, and knew that countless people had greed in their hearts, so he was not in a hurry, and explained unhurriedly, it's the Star Emperor order, but the supernatural power of the internal seal has already been activated. Everyone, don't think too much about it. There was a hint of warning in the words. Hearing this, many strong men instantly calmed down as if they had been poured with a basin of cold water. The same is true on second thought. If the Star Emperor token is intact, a fool will take it out, and Yan Pei will not make it public. It's actually been aroused. It's a pity, it's a pity, it's a pity. Mo Xiaosheng's tone was extremely lonely, and he sighed for a while. HMPH, old ghost Mo, do you still want to get the Star Emperor token that has not been activated? Are you overthinking it? Cheng Pengxuan sneered. Brother Cheng doesn't think so. Mo Xiaosheng admitted without hesitation. But Brother Yan, what do you want to do with a useless Star Emperor token? Someone asked. Yan Pei calmly said, although it is the Star Emperor order that has been inspired, it is not useless. After all, this is a treasure that the Star Emperor personally refined. Let alone the remaining Emperor's prestige inside can make you feel, maybe there will be some gains. The material of this token alone cannot be identified by my treasure building, maybe someone knows other uses of this Star Emperor token. That being said, the value of such a Star Emperor token is not too high. I wonder what Brother Yan wants to exchange it for? Mo Xiaosheng asked after pondering for a while. There is still great research value, and Mo Xiaosheng certainly doesn't want to miss it. There are many people who have the same idea as him, and even the strong echoed. Yeah, Brother Yan, all the sects that can talk to you on Gloom Star are here, and you can always find what you need. You might as well say it, to see if we carry it with us. If not, maybe there is storage in the Zongmen treasury. Yan Pei said lightly, the thing my old friend wants to change is not easy to find. If it was really easy to find, with the strength of Jubao building, this Star Emperor token would have been exchanged long ago, so why bring it to the auction? So although there are many people here, Yan Pei doesn't have much confidence to exchange things for that old friend who was hidden from the world. What is it? Let's hear it. Cheng Pengxuan said impatiently. Flowing flames and flying fire. Yan Pei revealed the answer. It's actually flowing flames and flying fire. Where can I find such a thing? The last time the flowing flame sand field was opened was 400 years ago. Although this time it was opened a few years ago, I haven't heard of any sect's disciples getting it by chance. There were many voices of discussion, and it was extremely noisy. Another strong person asked, wanting to exchange the Star Emperor token with other valuable materials, and someone even offered to buy it with Shengjing, but Yan Pei's old black face shook his head like a rattle, and repeated tirelessly, I'm sorry, everyone. The piece of Star Emperor token is not my treasure building's property, it's just that Yan was entrusted by someone to come to exchange it. The other party said that he doesn't want anything except Luyan Feihuo. If so, that's fine too. Soul cleansing water, Brother Yan, are you joking? I have such a thing before I can enjoy it myself. How could I exchange for a useless Star Emperor token? Many powerhouses were secretly annoyed, and felt that the owner of the Star Emperor token was really a bit of a lion, and if there was really a burning fire, it would not be a loss to exchange it with him, but the soul cleansing water is known as one of the 3 great waters of the star field. 1. The value is immeasurable, only a fool would exchange a used Star Emperor token with him. In private room B13, Yang Kai and Yang Yan looked at each other with strange expressions. Others don't have flaming fire, but Yang Kai does. Last time in the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai got a total of 9 flowing flame flying fires, except that he used up a few and gave Yang Yan 2, leaving 3 left. Yang Kai originally wanted to find time to refine it and enhance the power of the divine consciousness fire, but he was busy with other things and was delayed. But I didn't want Luyan Feihuo to play a role at this time. And speaking of the Star Emperor token, Yang Kai is no stranger. He has two pieces in his hand, one is given to him by the Void King Realm powerhouse Guizhu, and the other is from the Flowing Flame Sand Field, but the one given by Guizhu is intact, has not yet been activated. The piece obtained from the Flowing Flame Sand Field is the same as the one in Yanpei's hand, and the supernatural power of the Starry Sky Emperor sealed inside no longer exists. Do you want to change it? Yang Kai muttered to himself, with a hesitant expression on his face. He was qualified to exchange it, but he only exchanged a useless Star Emperor token, which made him feel that the gain outweighed the loss. Change. Yang Yan cut in decisively. Oh, why? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. I don't know, but I always feel that the Star Emperor token is definitely more than just sealing the Emperor's supernatural powers. There must be other secrets. Other secrets also have this possibility. But if you really want to exchange, you don't have to use Luyan Feihuo. Judging from the request made by the other party, Yang Kai has some guesses and judgments, but he is not sure yet. After all, flowing flame and flying fire are of great help to strengthen one's fire of consciousness. If it can be saved, it is naturally good to save. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded slightly, already caressing in his heart. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1380 100% sure. On the high platform in the auction hall, Yan Peijing waited for half a stick of incense, but seeing that no one offered to exchange, she couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. It seems that you don't have any news about Luyan Feihuo and soul cleansing water. That's it. Thank you again for coming to join us. With that said, he turned and left. Although the powerhouses of the major forces wanted the Star Emperor token, they couldn't satisfy the request made by the owner of the token, so they could only shake their heads and sigh. No matter how valuable it is, Jubao Tower alone cannot be provoked casually. In an instant, the martial artists in the auction hall left one after another. Yang Kai glanced at the hall intentionally or unintentionally, and suddenly found that Lu Yi had disappeared without knowing when. This guy slipped away fast, knowing that he was too generous this time. He had already attracted the attention of many people, and it was absolutely no good to stay. Yang Kai sneered and didn't care. Anyway, the grievances between him and Lu Yi would sooner or later he will settle the matter, and he is not in a hurry, so he stood up and said to the girl Chinger, "Take me to Mr. Yan, I have something to ask him." Yes. Chinger agreed without asking any further questions, and immediately walked ahead to lead the way. Although Yang Kai only sold once in this auction, he also showed extraordinary financial resources, not to mention that on the way to Jubao building, Chinger saw Yanpei's kindness towards Yang Kai with his own eyes, so he naturally knew that Yanpei and Yang Kai were no strangers. Such a person is naturally qualified to meet Yanpei. Just when he walked out of the No. B13 private room, Yang Kai suddenly felt two subtle spiritual senses sweeping over his body. His figure froze slightly, and Yang Kai followed Chinger as if nothing had happened and continued to move forward. Although he didn't find out who was spying on him, Yang Kai still had some guesses. It's nothing more than the Wind Lady from Wanshou Mountain and Jinshi from the Demon Blood Sect. At the auction, I only made one shot, and the only ones who competed with me were these two people. It seemed that they still didn't give up on that mysterious gold. There was a cold snort in his heart, but Yang Kai didn't show it on his face. And the divine sense that was peeping at him was just swept away, and had no other intentions. After a while, Yang Kai had arrived in a certain wing room in the back hall of the treasure judging building, sitting upright and waiting. About half a cup of tea time, Yanpei pushed the door open with a dark face, looked at Yang Kai with a smile on his face and said, "Yang Xiaoyu. I've seen Senior Yan." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. Sit down," Yanpei signaled, then walked to the chair next to Yang Kai and sat down, straight to the point. "I wonder if Xiaoyu Yang needs help from the old man." Senior Yan's eyes are as bright as a torch, and this junior really needs help from Senior. Yang Kai grinned and added, "Well, to be precise, I want to borrow the power of your building. Let's just say it like this, but let's talk about it first. The purpose of my Jubaolo is to make money with peace. If you want the old man to help, you have to pay a certain amount, and Jubaolo and the old man don't accept business of killing people and stealing goods. The younger generation naturally knows this, and what the younger generation asks for does not violate the purpose of Jubaolo." "That's good." Yanpei nodded in satisfaction. "It's like this, the junior is looking for an earth attribute treasure." Earth attribute treasure. Yan Pei frowned, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, and smiled. Today, Yang Xiaoyu spared no expense to buy a piece of black gold, and now he is looking for the earth attribute treasure. Could it be that he wants to cultivate? What secret technique? The old guy. Yang Kai secretly slandered, knowing that people like Yan Pei are well informed, and if he leaked a little bit of words, the other party would guess the same, but he didn't admit it foolishly, he just smiled and said, Yan Pei Senior, besides collecting treasures from all over the world, is it true that Jubao Building is also responsible for inquiring about news? These words were said by Feng Pozi of Wanshou Mountain during the auction, but Yang Kai just used them, so he would not offend anyone. Yan Pei was stunned, and laughed loudly. The old man is just asking casually. If Yang Xiaoyu doesn't want to say it, then there is no need to say it, but Yang Xiaoyu should mention the specific request, so that the old man and Jubaolo also have a direction to look for, and maybe you can Udonati need to look for it. There is what the little friend needs in the storage in the building. A. There are specific requirements, and the inner alchemy that is not lower than the 10th order monster is good. 10th order monster. Yan Pei narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and shock. Although he had some guesses, he didn't expect Yang Kai's request to be so high. I am afraid that the stored things will not be able to meet the requirements of the other party. After all, a 10th order monster is equivalent to a strong person in the Void King realm, and such a thing cannot exist on Gloomy Star. It's not just an inner alchemy, but an inner alchemy whose grade value is not lower than that of a 10th order monster. Yang Kai added. Well, it's a bit difficult, and the old man can't guarantee anything. I can only say that I will try my best to help you look for it. Of course, you should not be idle. Maybe you have enough opportunities to get what you want. Quote. This junior is naturally clear. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Of course, he would not pin all his hopes on Jubaolo. This time he came to see Yan Pei, just to mention this matter in passing. Came here for the Star Emperor order. Thinking of this, Yang Kai changed the subject and said, by the way, Senior Yan, the Star Emperor order you took out just now. Why, do you want to exchange? Yan Pei was drinking tea when he suddenly heard Yang Kai mention the Star Emperor token. He couldn't help raising his brows, and hurriedly asked, as if he couldn't wait. This surprised Yang Kai. After all, according to what Yan Pei said, this item was exchanged by an old friend of his in the world, and he would act so urgently. It seems that the relationship between the expert in the world and Yan Pei not shallow, otherwise how could this old black face be so caring? Well, this junior wants to exchange. Yang Kai nodded while thinking. Do you have flowing flame? Yan Pei's eyes widened and he asked excitedly. Yang Kai shook his head. Yan Pei frowned, and immediately said in surprise, then do you know where there is soul-washing water? I don't know. Yang Kai still shook his head. The soul-cleansing water is too little, and it cannot be carried, so it can only be used on the spot. Otherwise, the time Ku Chengfeng found the soul-cleansing water in the flowing flame sand field, he and Lingqing and the others had already been divided and taken away, so there was no need to soak in the pool water. Seeing that he didn't have this, and he didn't have that, Yan Pei had a good impression of Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but sink his face, and said lightly, isn't Yang Xiaoyu just entertaining the old man? The old man has said more than once that my old friend only needs these two things. You are willing to exchange the Star Emperor token, you have neither the fire, nor the news of the soul-cleansing water, how dare you come to exchange the Star Emperor token with the old man? Senior, calm down. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not panicking at all, and pondered for a while and said, how about this, if it is convenient, can I let this junior talk to that senior face to face? This junior will definitely not let him down. Seeing his determined appearance, Yan Pei was very suspicious, not knowing where Yang Kai got such confidence. In other people's words, Yan Pei has already started to drive people away, but Yang Kai's origin is mysterious. According to his inquiries, he came here from the star field outside the Gloom Star. Maybe there is something that the natives of the Gloom Star don't have. In terms of effect, it can be compared to soul-cleaning water or Luyanfeihuo. Thinking of this, Yan Pei's face paled a little, but he still said calmly, in that case, I'll ask him to come over, but Yang Xiaoyu, you'd better be sure. Is 100% sure enough? Yang Kai grinned, full of confidence. After all, even if his previous guess was wrong, he still has a lot of flames, but he doesn't want to show it until he has to. Hearing this, Yan Pei twitched the corners of his mouth. He didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He immediately took out the communication compass, poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and ordered a few words, and then waited quietly. After waiting for less than half a stick of incense, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Yan Pei shouted. The door was pushed open immediately, and a young man walked in from the outside. This young man seemed young, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed that he was not as young as he appeared. There is something strange about this person's life. Sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks, a pair of small eyes that seem to never be able to open, there are only 2 slits, but the inside is shining brightly, the figure is long, the hands are longer than ordinary people, the palms are wide, the most what people care about is that this person actually has a set of buck teeth. Yang Kai's first impression when he saw this person was that other than being wretched, he was wretched. He was a little stunned for a while, and his divine sense swept over him, and he suddenly found that the other party was just a warrior at the first level of void return. Is this the hidden old friend Yanpei mentioned? Why do you look like a rascal in the market? Yang Kai almost didn't spit out a sip of tea, even Yang Yan who was sitting on the side couldn't help covering his mouth with his small hand, and couldn't help laughing at his peculiar appearance. Yanpei coughed lightly, and said loudly, "Don't think too much, this is my old friend's junior, it's a bit inconvenient for my old friend to come out." This time the Star Emperor token was exchanged by him. Only then did Yang Kai show a dazed look. If he was the descendant of that hermit expert, his cultivation base and age would be reasonable. "Mr. Yan, are you looking for me?" The buck-toothed warrior didn't seem to care about Yang Kai and Yang Yan at all, and asked directly after entering the room. Yanpei nodded lightly. The other party looked happy, and asked, "But is there any news about the exchange?" "Barely count it." Yanpei didn't know how to answer. This answer naturally made the other party stunned, but fortunately Yanpei pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This is Yang Kai, Yang Xiaoyu, and he said he can satisfy Zhe Xian. Nephew, your request, but I have to discuss with you face to face. The old man is only responsible for introducing the 2 of you, the next thing, you can discuss it yourself." Quote, "Satisfy my request." The buck-toothed warrior then turned his head to look at Yang Kai, and looked suspiciously, with a strong sense of disdain in his eyes. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at We-Ascent. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1381. After all, Yang Kai is only a Saint King 3rd layer martial artist, and although this buck-toothed warrior himself is only a 1st layer void return boundary, but to put it bluntly, the 2nd layer void return boundary is not his opponent, so he's somewhat contemptuous. He looked away without any trace, and glanced at Yang Yan again. Unexpectedly, under this glance, the buck-toothed warrior's face changed drastically, as if he saw some horrible scene. He couldn't help but stepped back a few steps, and his body directly hit the door of the room, and there was a loud knocking sound. Immediately, he showed an unbelievable expression, his long and narrow eyes suddenly opened, his eyes trembled slightly, and he stretched out his finger to Yang Yan. You. Nephew Zhe Xian, what's the matter?" Yanpei looked at him in astonishment, and then at Yang Yan, not understanding why the other party had the expression of seeing a ghost during the day. Yang Kai was also full of doubts, and quietly asked Yang Yan through a sound transmission, "No." Yang Yan shook his head blankly, and replied, "I haven't seen it before." Wrong person. Yang Kai was even more confused. Although Yang Yan's refining skills and formation skills were good, she had always had a good temper, so she probably wouldn't make enemies outside. But judging from the reaction of this buck-toothed warrior, the other party was obviously very afraid of Yang Yan, as if he had suffered a big loss under Yang Yan before, which made him unforgettable. "Nephew Zhe Xian," Yanpei yelled, and an invisible power of spiritual consciousness charged towards the buck-toothed warrior, waking him up from the shock. The martial artist surnamed Zhe was excited, and the panic in his eyes dissipated a lot, but his forehead was instantly filled with fine sweat, and his face began to turn blue visibly with the naked eye. Lips also turned white. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked displeased. Even if this person had suffered some losses under Yang Yan before, it wouldn't be so bad to see him now, right? What's more, Yang Yan also said that he didn't recognize the other party at all, so it seems the other party is more likely to admit the wrong person. It's just that the wrong person has such an unbearable reaction. It seems that this guy is also an embroidered pillow. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and couldn't help but look down on the other party. When he came back to his senses, the martial artist surnamed Zhe kept wiping the sweat off his forehead with his hands, but after wiping off one piece, another piece appeared, and he couldn't wipe it clean, and soon his sleeves were wet with sweat. While wiping his sweat, he kept aiming at Yang Yan, but he met Yang Yan's eyes. He quickly looked away, with a look of sincerity and fear. Seeing this, Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled, suddenly realizing that this person was quite interesting. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, staring at each other fiercely with a pair of beautiful eyes. Under her gaze, the martial artist surnamed Ji's legs trembled slowly, his eyes looked around, as if he wanted to find a hole to go down, or escape from this place as soon as possible. This thorny back made Yanpei dumbfounded, and said loudly, "Nephew Jie Xian, please speak up if you have something to say." The martial artist surnamed Jie twitched the corner of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, but he made an expression uglier than crying, and punched Yang Yan cautiously. Trembling voice asked, "Dare to ask this girl? Gao's name." These words seemed to use up all the strength in his whole body. After asking, he waited anxiously, swallowing extremely loudly. Yanpei put his hands on his forehead, his face was speechless. Speaking of which, he has some understanding of the descendant of his old friend, knowing that the other party has been following that old friend in seclusion. Although he has little knowledge and experience, his own cultivation aptitude is like an existence that defies the sky. So even if he only has the cultivation base of the Void Return first level, he can fight across the ranks, and he is the elite among the elites. This time, he could not go out of the mountain under the order of that old friend, and encountered some troubles on the way, but he solved them all by means of thunder. The other party is not a cowardly person, although his appearance is a bit wretched, but his spirit is bold, which is quite appreciated by him. Yanpei even sent a message to that old friend intentionally, asking the warrior surnamed Jie to stay in the treasure building to take charge of it. Important job. But today's scene made Yanpei unbelievable. No matter how clever this little girl is, she shouldn't scare this nephew Jie Xian into such a panic after meeting her face, right? What's more, this female doll looks harmless to humans and animals at all. Me. Yang Yan smiled slightly, his charming face blooming, making the martial artist surnamed Jie dare not look directly at him. "My name is Yang Yan, what advice do you have?" Yang Yan. The martial artist surnamed Jie trembled, almost fell to the ground, muttered something, and then bowed his waist and kept making fists. "Don't dare, I don't dare. Call me Jie Qi, just call me Xiao Qi." While speaking, there was still a flattering smile on his face, which was set off by those buck teeth, making him look even more wretched. Xiao Qi. Yang Yan nodded lightly, holding back a smile, with a graceful and noble demeanor, he gently opened his red lips and said, "Xiao Qi." "Yes," Jie Qi quickly responded, almost lowering his head into his crotch, very respectful. "Is this girl ugly?" Yang Yan asked casually, but these words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Jie Qi's face to change drastically, and he quickly waved his hands and said, No, the girl's appearance is shameful, but she is first-class stunning, and has nothing to do with being ugly." "Really?" Yang Yan raised his brows and shouted sharply, "Since that's the case, why do you look like you saw a ghost? I thought I was so ugly." Jie Qi became more and more terrified, and said with a mournful face, "I'm wronged, girl, it's really. "What is it really?" Yang Yan asked forcefully, with a faint majesty in his expression. This scene made Yang Kai and Yanpei stunned, because this majesty did not seem to be pretended, but had a taste that made anyone surrender to it. At that moment, even Yanpei faintly an illusion that Yang Yan is superior. Jie Qi was even more unbearable, his legs went limp, and he knelt down on the ground. Fortunately, Yanpei reacted in time, stretched out his hand, lifted his body up, coughed lightly, turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend Yang, Luca A." Yang Kai nodded lightly, and glared at Yang Yan, "Stop making trouble." After all, Jie Qi is also a first-level void-returning warrior. Although he doesn't know why he is afraid of Yang Yan to such an extent, it is too much for Yang Yan to continue to play tricks on him. Yang Yan stuck out his tongue, pouted and said, "Who made him so timid?" "Cowardly." Yanpei secretly smiled bitterly, this descendant of his old friend is not a cowardly person, but what happened today was really too strange, and he couldn't figure out the reason behind it. "Brother Jie, right." Yang Kai stood up, cupped his fist slightly at Jie Qi, and said with an apologetic smile on his face, "This senior sister is a little naughty, I just made a joke just now, please don't care about it." Senior sister. Jie Qi was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Yang Kai's expression changed, no longer the contempt and disdain just now, but nodded and bowed, "Don't dare, brother, please be polite." Yang Kai rubbed his nose, feeling helpless, always felt that Jie Qi was in front of Yang Yan, just like a mouse seeing a cat. He pondered for a while and said, "Yang Yan, you go out first, I have something to talk to brother Jie. Eh?" "Oh." Hearing this, Yang Yan pouted unhappily. No. Jie Qi quickly waved his hands again, as if he would die if he asked Yang Yan to wait outside for his own sake. Yang Yan secretly had a headache, she just got playful and teased the other party, but she didn't want to make it like this, now she feels a little embarrassed. Seeing Jie looking at him with a sincere look, Yang Kai gave a wry smile, and winked at Chao Yangan. Yang Yan understood, covered his head and face with a black robe hat, and sat quietly by the side. Seeing this, Jie Kikai took a deep breath. Brother Jie, please sit down too. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Jie looked at Yan Pei for help, saw the other party nodded slightly at him, and then sat down while pleading guilty. His appearance resembled the posture of a junior when meeting an elder. Even after sitting down, his buttocks he stained half of the chair to distinguish his identity. Yang Kai and Yan Pei could see this scene clearly, but they didn't say much. It's like this, I heard from Mr. Yan that Brother Jie exchanged that Star Emperor token. Yang Kai looked at Jie and asked. That's right. Jie's expression turned bitter, and he took a sneaky look at Yang Yan. He didn't know why, but he explained. If it is not forced, Jia Zuan would not use the Star Emperor token to exchange, but now, there is really no one. If there is a solution, please ask Brother Yang and Miss Yangan to learn from you. Yang Kai secretly learned something, but after seeing this Jie, his behavior style is inexplicable, so he is not too surprised. And what Brother Jie wants to exchange is the whereabouts of the flowing flame and flying fire or the soul-cleansing water. Yang Kai asked again. Yes, Jie nodded cautiously, although Yang asked Senior Yan to call Brother Jie here, but as I said before, I have no information about the whereabouts of the burning flames and the soul-washing water. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Jie didn't mind. If Brother Yang wants this Star Emperor token, let Jie go back and report to Ming family ancestor. If the ancestor agrees, give it to Brother Yang, and Miss Yangan is fine too. Yang Kai looked stunned, and immediately waved his hands and said, Yang didn't mean that, although this piece of Star Emperor token has been activated to seal the supernatural power, it is after all a thing refined by the Great Emperor, and its value is extraordinary. I don't want it for nothing. I would like to ask, is there something wrong with Senior Heia's knowledge of the sea? Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yan Pei, who was sitting by the side, had a flash of light in his eyes, secretly surprised that he could guess this level. As an old friend of the hidden master, Yan Pei naturally knew why the other party did this time. Take out the Star Emperor token to exchange items. What surprised him even more was that Jie admitted without hesitation, nodded and said, Brother Yang is right, my family ancestor plotted against a villain half a year ago, and the sea of AA consciousness was poisoned, so Lu Yanfei was needed. Fire and soul-cleansing water, because according to the family ancestor, only these two things can remove the poison of his spiritual consciousness. March 8th Women's Day, I wish the majority of female compatriots a happy holiday. Chapter 1382 haven't shown up yet. So that's it. Yang Kai nodded slightly, more confident, reached out and touched the space ring, took out a jade bottle from it, and handed it to Jie Kadao. Although I don't have Luyan Feihuo and soul cleansing water, Jie brother, you might as well see if this elixir meets Senior Jie's requirements. After a few words of conversation, although Jie's expression was still somewhat reserved, his mood finally stabilized. Hearing this, he glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, then smiled, and stretched out his hands to take the jade bottle. After apologizing, Jie carefully untied the bottle cap, and in an instant, a scent of fragrance hit his face, causing him to raise his brows in surprise. After pouring out the elixir in the bottle, Jie's eyeballs instantly widened. This is. Yan Pei, who was sitting by the side, straightened up abruptly, his eyes were fixed on the elixir for a moment, and his face was full of disbelief. Although Jie has lived in seclusion with his parents for many years, but as a void-returning mirror warrior, he has some power to discern things. And Yan Pei, as the chief auctioneer of Jubao Building, has auctioned countless valuables over the years, so his eyesight is naturally extraordinary. The two instantly saw the extraordinariness of this elixir. Void-level high-grade pill. Yan Pei uttered in horror, and regardless of his identity, he snatched the pill from Jie's hand, held it in the palm of his hand, and examined it carefully. Is it really a high-grade pill? Jie asked in disbelief as if in a dream. That's right, it is indeed a void-level top-grade pill. This color, this fragrance, and the medicinal power contained in it are clearly the level that only a void-level top-grade pill can possess. Yan Pei murmured. It's no wonder that he lost his composure. It's true that on Gloom Star, the void-level top-grade pill is simply a legend. Here, the highest level of an alchemist is the lower rank of the virtual level, and it is impossible to advance to another level anyway, and it is well known that when an alchemist refines pills, the chance of failure is very high. Therefore, even those low-grade alchemists of the false level dare not say that they can refine the low-grade alchemy of the false rank 100%. Occasionally, due to luck, a false middle-grade pill will be born, but every virtual-grade middle-grade pill is a treasure with a sky-high price. Even if it is refined, it will be hidden by the major forces, and the outside world will never see it. And the higher-level void-level high-grade alchemy. To put it bluntly, with the alchemy level of Gloomy Star, no one can refine it. Over the past countless years, Jubao building has obtained a few pills, but without exception, they were found from some relics. After the passage of time, more than half of the medicinal pills have condensed and cannot be used. One grain was put up for auction, and Yanpei still vaguely remembers the situation when the major forces in the Gloomy Star rushed to snatch it up and almost fought. Yanpei was terrified every time he thought of that Jubao auction that almost died. But now, after so many years, another high-grade virtual pill appeared in front of his eyes. No matter what the effect of this pill is, its value is inestimable. However, since Yang Kai took out this pill at this time, Yanpei had some guesses about its effect. This is the Jingshan pill. I don't know if Mr. Yan has heard of it. Yang Kai smiled slightly, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Jingshan pill, it's actually Jingshan pill. Yanpei exhaled lightly. This is really a good pill that can prescribe the right medicine. Senior Yan, what do you mean? Jie Qi looked at Yanpei worriedly, and asked weakly. Take it. Yanpei put the Jingshan pill in his hand into the jade bottle and threw it to Jie Qi. This Jingshan pill is enough to relieve Brother Ji's crisis, although it is not as effective as the soul-washing water, but is better than the flaming and flying fire he needs. Really? Jie Qi was overjoyed. The old man will still lie to you. Yanpei snorted softly. The reason why Brother Jie didn't let you exchange for the elixir must be because he thought that there were no virtual level high-grade elixir in this world, so he would settle for the second best. For news of Luyan Feihuo or soul-cleansing water, but now that there is a good and suitable elixir, what else do you need to do? Brother Jie is lucky. Hearing this, Jie Qi's face was filled with joy, and he quickly and carefully put the Jingshan pill into the space ring, and thanked Yang Kai for a while. No need, Brother Jie and I are just taking what we need. Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile. This Jingshan pill was refined by him during the last retreat, and he refined a lot of pills last time, but there are not many high-grade virtual ones, only 2 or 3 pills, and this Jingshan pill happens to be one of them. At the auction, after hearing Yanpei say that the owner of the Star Emperor token wanted to exchange the whereabouts of Luyan Feihuo and soul-cleansing water, Yang Kai guessed whether the other party had a problem with the Sea of AA consciousness, is the best choice. Jie Qi took the Jingshan pill, and the Star Emperor token was naturally handed over to Yang Kai. He took it and played with it, and found that it was no different from the Star Emperor token he got in the Flowing Flame Sandfield last time. They were exactly the same, so they were thrown into the space ring casually. After Jie Qi completed the task, he naturally couldn't wait to leave this place, return to his family ancestor, and let him take Jingshan pill. Before leaving, Jie Qi solemnly clasped his fists and said, if the family ancestor survives this catastrophe, he will definitely come to visit, and I hope Miss Yangan is not to blame. After finishing speaking, he saluted Yanpei again and left in a hurry. In the side room, Yang Kai rubbed his nose, and looked at Yanpei. Both of them looked confused. Jie Qi's words before leaving had a lot of meaning. He said that Yang Yan, not Yang Kai, was going to be visited by his parents, which is intriguing. Senior Yan, this Brother Jie. You don't need to inquire. If my old friend will really come to visit, you will naturally know about his origin. If he doesn't come, the old man will not tell outsiders what his identity is, but there is one thing that is easy to teach my friend. Although this old friend of mine has been hidden from the world for a long time, he was also a famous person back then. Yanpei smiled slightly, looking very unpredictable, and suddenly asked in a low voice, by the way, Yang Xiaoyu, what did you just take out? That purifying god pill. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking. He quickly shook his head and said, no more, just this one. Yanpei obviously wouldn't believe it easily, so he didn't continue to entangle, but looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. Could this pill be something that little friend got before? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Senior Yan must know where I come from, but even outside, void grade high grade pill is a rare good thing, so I'm afraid I will disappoint you. That's it. Yanpei let out a breath, and smiled casually. It's okay, if my little friend finds out that there are other high-quality pills one day, you might as well submit them to my Jubao building for auction, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Definitely, Yang Kai responded casually. Yanpei chuckled, got up and said, well, I will do my best for what my little friend entrusted me with. If I really find some good Earth-type treasure, I will let someone tell you. Thank you so much, Senior. Yang Kai also stood up, then this junior will leave now. Coming out of the treasure judgment building, Yang Kai looked preoccupied, glanced at Yang Yan from time to time, secretly guessing what this woman had done before meeting him, and why Jie Qi was so frightened and cautious when he saw her. No clue. Yang Yan is also a very mysterious person, the more in contact with her, the more difficult to see through her. But there is one thing Yang Kai can be sure of, that is, Yang Yan will not have any malice towards him. Yang Kai, it seems that someone is following us. Out of Sky Fortune City, Yang Yan suddenly whispered. Oh, Yang Kai heard the words and immediately let go of his consciousness. Soon, he realized that there were indeed people hiding nearby, but the cultivation realm was not too high, and the leader was only at the Void Return 1 layer, and it seemed that they were not there. Group of people. However, although these people have bad intentions, they have no murderous intentions. After Yang Kai pondered for a while, he immediately understood who was staring at him, smiled slightly, and said, "Leave them alone, this is Tianyan City, they dare not do anything, let's go back first." Saying so, he and Yang Yan used their movements to fly towards Longshe Mountain. After a while, the two of them came to the front of the mountain protection formation, lowered their bodies, and Yang Kai ordered, "You go back first, I will talk to these people." Yang Yan nodded, didn't say much, and walked straight inward. The protective formation couldn't stop Yang Yan at all, let her drive straight in, and her figure disappeared in an instant. After Yang Yan left, Yang Kai turned around, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said in a loud voice, "Everyone has followed so far, why don't you show up? The surroundings are quiet and there is no movement." Yang Kai wasn't surprised either, he smiled slightly and said, "Since you guys don't show up, then I'll go in, see you later." Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, the martial artist who was hiding at the side finally couldn't hold his breath anymore. On the left side, a wave of ripples swayed, and a group of 5 or 6 people appeared strangely, while on the right side, a ball of light flashed, and several people also appeared. The figure of a warrior. As soon as the two groups of people Mayu appeared, they glared at each other viciously, as if their swords were on the verge of breaking out. The group of people on the left were more or less tainted with a demonic aura, and their clothes were also embroidered with patterns of birds, fish, insects and beasts. Needless to say, these people were from Wanshou Mountain. Only the disciples of Wanshou Mountain, who deal with monsters all day long, will be contaminated with monster aura. As for the group of people on the right, although their cultivation levels were comparable to those on the left, the fluctuations in energy and blood power were obviously higher, and there was a faint smell of blood on their bodies. People from the demon blood cult. Yang Kai's eyes fell on a certain person in the crowd on the right, raised his brows, and smiled with fists folded. "Brother Dang, long time no see." The man kept smiling wryly, with a helpless look on his face. He saluted back, "Brother Yang is still as handsome as ever." The two of them seemed quite acquainted with each other, causing the expression of the disciple of Wanshou Mountain on the left to change slightly, while the leader of the Void Returning Mirror on the right looked happy, and said to the martial artist surnamed Dang, "Do you know this little boy?" Brother. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1383 Conditions. Hearing the question from his elders, the martial artist surnamed Deng nodded helplessly. "Oh," the Void Returning Mirror warrior looked happy, "since we know each other, it will be easy. Dang Ning, you and this little brother should talk carefully about the gold and stone elders needing that piece of black gold, and see if he can cut love." This demon blood sect disciple was the Dang Ning that Yang Kai had met before. When he came out of the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai happened to meet him being chased by 2 fellow sects, so he helped him out at that time. The magic blood thread secret technique was obtained from Dang Ning, the power of this secret technique huge, but it helped Yang Kai a lot. Later, Dang Ning also knew how to repay her kindness, and led Yang Kai to Demon Blood City, and asked Yang Kai to use the space magic circle there, so that Yang Kai could teleport to another city and return to Tianyan City. From this level of relationship alone, Yang Kai has a good impression of this Dang Ning. Although the other party's demon blood sect is not very good, it must be no problem to communicate in private. It's just that Dang Ning came to the vicinity of Tianyan City this time, and was ordered to follow her with other people from the demon blood sect. Yang Kai knew that he had no choice but to blame. Of course, he didn't mean to blame him. What's more, he and Dang Ning have a friendship, but not deep, so there is nothing to care about. In response, Dang Ning looked at Yang Kai helplessly, and before he could speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Brother Deng, there is no need to say more. Since the zigen was obtained by me, it is absolutely impossible to hand it over again. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you all, so please go back. The void-returning mirror warrior from the Devil's Blood cult's face darkened, and just as he was about to say something, a burly man on the other side of Wansho Mountain laughed loudly. Young man, don't talk so badly, listen to me first. It won't be too late to make a decision on the conditions offered by Wansho Mountain. Although my Wansho Mountain is not as good as the Thunder Typhoon sect of the Zontian League, it is still a first-tier sect. The only thing that will make you suffer is that you don't have what you want to get. People will say no. What he said was casual but vaguely threatening. The void-returning mirror of the Devil's Blood sect immediately retorted, "My friend, you are so arrogant, what else can you offer? If you have enough capital, why did you back down at the auction?" The burly man in Wansho Mountain snorted coldly and didn't mean to pay attention to him, but stared at Yang Kai, his lips squirmed, and his spiritual sense said, "Young man, I don't think you are short of Saint Crystals, otherwise you will not be short of Saint Crystals at the auction. I won't pay such a high price, but you also know what our Wansho Mountain is for, so I can decide to send you 37-level monsters, 10 8th-level monsters, and teach you the method of controlling beasts, as long as you can hand over that piece of black gold to me." Well, this small hill of yours does not occupy a lot of land. If it is guarded by these monsters, it will be as strong as gold. Although I cannot promise too much, I will definitely not dare to provoke you when I am idle. How about it, eh? In all fairness, this price is not high, but it is not low, but it is definitely not worth the amount of Saint Crystal that Yang Kai paid. After all, the 7th Order monster is only equivalent to the warrior of the Saint Realm, and the 8th rank is only equivalent to the Saint King Realm. Wansho Mountain is clearly meant to be cheap, and Longshe Mountain is guarded by layers of large formations. What do you want these monsters to do? So even if the other party was a little sincere, Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The man from Wansho Mountain frowned, and continued the voice transmission, "I'll add 5 more 8th-level monsters to you. This is the highest price I can offer from Wansho Mountain. You can answer after you think it over." I said, "Since the Xuanjin is in my hands, it is impossible to hand it over again. Your Excellency, please return it." Yang Kai looked at him faintly. "Boy, you don't want to toast and eat fine wine. It's a small hill, believe it or not, I'll level it now." The burly man was furious, and Yang Kai's shameless look made him very angry and annoyed. Hearing his threats, Yang Kai grinned. "Okay, I'll wait and see how you level my Dragon Cave Mountain." "You're looking for death." Murderous intent appeared in the burly man's eyes, but soon, he seemed to remember something, and looked aside vigilantly, only to see several people from the Devil's Blood sect looking at him with great interest, as if they wished that he could. It was the same as fighting that kid immediately. Immediately, his heart shuddered, knowing that if he did something, he would only cheapen the group of demon blood sects, so he quickly suppressed his anger, sneered and stood aside with his hands tied, as if he was watching the show. If he didn't get the Zonjin, he naturally wouldn't let the group of demon blood sect get it, otherwise, if he went back, he wouldn't be able to pay the job with Elder Feng Changli. Moreover, this place is near Sky Fortune City, so he doesn't dare to kill people casually. If it wasn't for this, Feng Pozi and Jin Shi would have come to find Yang Kai in person. It is because they are in the territory of Tianyan City that they don't want to give people the bad name of being bullied by the big and the small, so the two Void Return 3-layer powerhouses will send their own disciples to discuss with Yang Kai about Xuanjin, hoping that Yang Kai will know each other and talk to each other. Out of Xuanjin. The person from the Devil's Blood sect who saw the 10,000 Beasts mountain in the Void Return mirror looked at him, but he didn't shy away from it, and said loudly, "I don't know what price this friend from the 10,000 Beasts mountain offered you, but I, the Devil's Blood sect, are willing to pay you. What do you guys think of this proposal to pay 20 beautiful blood slaves?" After finishing speaking, he looked at Yang Kai confidently, as if he felt that no one could refuse this condition. When everyone in Wansho Mountain heard the words, their complexions changed drastically, and the burly man gasped even more. 20 blood slaves with perfect jade, what a great skill of your sect. After finishing speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with some uneasiness, lest he agree to it. After all, the temptation of 20 perfect blood slaves is simply too great for ordinary people to refuse. If the Devil's Blood sect is willing to give him such benefits, he can immediately defect from Wansho Mountain and join the Devil's Blood sect. Hey, what are 20 blood slaves compared to the magical skills of Jinshi Changjiang? The leader of the Demon Blood sect smiled slightly, looked at Yang Kai and said, blood slaves are constantly being cultivated, and the entire Gloom Star has only my demon blood cult can be cultivated, but if some special rituals are performed, then the blood slave will completely obey your orders and will never change until death. Helping warriors increase the power of chi and blood. Saying this, he suddenly looked at a woman behind him, showing an evil smile. This is one of my blood slaves. Immediately, he issued a stunned order, take off your clothes. The woman was taken aback when she heard the words, then her face turned pale and her delicate body trembled slightly. This woman has picturesque eyebrows, a graceful waist, and looks full of charm, and I don't know if she has practiced some kind of charm, and there is a charming charm on the tip of her eyebrows. Her cultivation level is not low, she is at the level of a holy king, but after listening to the order of the man of the demon blood sect, she actually began to undress in front of the public and under the watchful eyes of everyone. Biting her thin lips lightly, the woman's face was pale, obviously unwilling, but she couldn't disobey the man's order at all. The sound of rustling sounded, and the male disciples of Wansho Mountain were stunned, and there was the sound of swallowing saliva constantly, and the few female disciples showed contempt and spurned endlessly. The clothes were taken off one by one, and soon, only the obscene clothes covering the vital parts were left on the woman's body. Her skin was as white as suet jade, and her carcass glowed with a seductive luster, which made people move their index fingers. Especially this kind of flirtatious style has a huge lethality to any man, and makes people's blood rush. Seeing that she was about to take off the obscene clothes, Yang Kai couldn't help but frowned, showing a look of impatience, and said in a deep voice, I'll say it for the last time, Zhan Jin, I won't hand it over, you don't need to try again, eh? The expression of the void returning mirror of the demon blood sect changed slightly, staring at Yang Kai, and said in a low voice, the young man really wants to be so decisive, there is no room for flexibility. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, too lazy to say anything more. Good, young man's ambition is higher than the sky, I hope your life will not be thinner than paper. The man sneered, and said a harsh word, but also wisely did not fight Yang Kai here, and waved his big hand with a demon. The blood sect people left. And before the blood slave woman left, she nodded slightly at Yang Kai, showing a trace of gratitude, grabbed the clothes on the ground, and disappeared in a flash. Dang Ning also clasped her fist at Yang Kai, her face was full of apology, and she followed her elders back. The members of the demon blood sect withdrew right away, and the burly man who was the leader of Wansho Mountain chuckled. Young man, if you think about it carefully, come to Sky Fortune City to find me, and the conditions proposed before can be exchanged at any time. He had a pleasant expression on his face, as if all the unhappiness with Yang Kai just now was nothing but fiction. After speaking, he took people away. A conflict dissipated invisible, but Yang Kai frowned secretly. He found that he had made more and more enemies recently, but this was something he could do nothing about. Zhan Jin was really useful, so of course he couldn't hand it over easily. Moreover, the Dragon Cave Mountain is located near the Sky Fortune City and is protected by the Shadow Moon Palace. Although the Shadow Moon Palace will not intervene in the various grievances with the Xie family, if the Wansho Mountain and the Demon Blood sect attack the Dragon Cave Mountain, the Shadow Moon Palace will definitely not be able to intervene. Will not sit idly by. These two forces can be ignored for the time being, but the Xie family needs to think about it. Originally, Yang Kai planned to settle the matter with Xia's family after leaving the customs last time, but now that Lu Yi is also in Xia's house, it seems that even the people from Hexen sect have gone to Xia's house. It is a little difficult to get started. The strength of Longshe Mountain's defense is absolutely nothing to say, but if it is said that the offensive power is indeed a little insufficient, this matter has to be discussed in the long run. Yang Kai is still quite afraid of that Lu Yi. It is just that the opponent can regenerate a broken arm. It is enough to make people shocked and vigilant. It is too unwise to act rashly before finding out the details of Lu Yi. Thinking like this, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountain protection formation. Yang Yan was waiting for him in front. He didn't go to rest. Seeing him returning safely, he wasn't too surprised, just waved to him, and walked towards Shifu. Yang Kai smiled slightly and followed slowly. In the stone mansion, the two sat face to face. Yang Yan stretched out his hand and said, "Show me the Star Emperor token." This work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation.